There is a lot going on, so it's really important that you keep track of time. And the best way to do that is to use the app. So if you have not downloaded it yet, we encourage you to do so now. We are limiting the use of paper as much as possible, so your agenda, your collaterals, and any other material will be available on the app. Now, the app also supports some advanced features as well, so it allows you to do some networking with your fellow attendees. You can select your workshops and do so much more. Also, for those of you who want to get CPE credits, it is critical that you use the app. Here's the reason why. To get your CPE credits, you will need the app to do two things. First of all, whenever you go to a session that you attend, you need to check in on the app. And then you need to write a note in the notes section saying what you learned. And you want to make sure that you write at least more than 10 words. And of course, you want to make sure that you save it. So at this point, I want to turn over the stage to a very key person here at the GRC Summit. Michael Hagstrom is actually the President and Chief Executive Officer of MetricStream. Michael brings decades of senior leadership experience in driving value through enterprise software, big data, and AI. He has renowned expertise in helping companies across a wide range of companies harness AI to reshape their business models, foster a culture of integrity, and unlock competitive advantage and rapid growth. Previously, Michael served as partner and COO of McKinsey Analytics, where he helped build a world-leading global AI team, delivering distinct global impact. Prior to McKinsey, Michael was president SAS International, where he led more than 5,000 employees across 48 countries, and over 25 years grew a multi-billion-dollar software business, contributing to SAS's leadership in business analytics and risk intelligence. Michael currently serves on the Executive Committee of the United States Council for International Business, and previously he served as chair of the World Economic Forum's Global Agenda Council on Data-Driven Development, and as the chair of the Executive Council of the American Chamber of Commerce to the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Michael Hagstrom.
Thank you, Karen. I'm glad you mentioned my name as well, so I know you were talking about me. It's great to be here this morning, and I really love to see you all coming bright and early on a Monday morning. And I know many of you actually came in yesterday and had a full day of programs yesterday. So could those of you that were here yesterday in the C6 and all of those sessions please stand up for a moment to be recognized? There's a lot of you that have committed your Sunday to work through. This is a fantastic knowledge network. For those of you that don't know the C6, please give them a round of applause and thank them for... I would recommend you to talk to one of them in the break. The one was standing up nearest to you. I certainly will. And I know many of you are also here for the second time or more. So could I ask those of you to stand up as well that's been to the GRC Summit before? Okay, that's a smaller crowd. I would expect it to be a big crowd, but you're welcome. Thank you for coming back. And now those of you that are here for the first time, can you raise so we can welcome you? It's the way to get warm in this room. You know, it's really cold in here. So we need to do something about it. Welcome. It's great to have you all here. So thank you all for coming, and I really appreciate you all being here. So I'm going to jump to back to the GRC app. I know most of you have already downloaded it, but for those of you that haven't downloaded it, here are the steps to do so. Many of the MetricStream colleagues are already standing up. Those of you from MetricStream that are seated, can you also please stand up? And now if anyone in the audience has a challenge getting the app, just raise your hand and they will come and help you to fix the situation or any other challenge you might want help with during the conference. Just so you know who we are. And the people standing are the people that actually know something of what's going on. So the 3 questions, actually I have 4 questions for you to kind of warm up this app and see how it's going. What best describes the reason why you dedicated your time to join us here at the summit? Is it one, learning? What you picked up last year has helped you improve in your job? Is it two, networking? The people you met last year have helped you improve in your job? Is it three, questions? You have specific needs that you want to solve? Or is it four, to celebrate? You're here to celebrate how we help improve the human condition and build a better world. So I'm looking forward to that. Was a very fast, a whole lot of people celebrating, but learning is really a popular topic, so that's great. A lot of you are coming with questions, and our teams will love that. The people celebrating are now joining the party. So awesome. So most of you are really here for the learning. And I know many of you are here for learning and networking, so picking one isn't always going to be easy. The questions. Now you've seen all the Metric Stream employees and the CSIG attendees. They have a depth of knowledge. There are many of our solutions that actually came out of those CSIGs. So for example, the compliance solutions, those apps are a direct result of those CSIGs. Well, I have to be honest, I'd expect a few more to vote purpose, like number 4. So maybe we do this exercise then. Most of you have paper on your round tables. If you could just write down the purpose of your organization, and if you're willing to share it, raise your hand. Normally there should be someone planted in the audience, and I don't have that because this was not planned. So we'll take this risk, leap of faith. But if anyone wants to share the purpose of their organization, that would be greatly appreciated. Anyone that wants to share their grand purpose of their organization. Well, more important anyways is that you have it written down, and then we think about for what role GRC is playing in raising that. Oh, we have someone back here. So let's hear that purpose. And the mic is coming.
I'll be the person that gets it started. I don't think I need a microphone. My voice is loud enough. You guys have our content is to map regulatory guidelines so that when one of them says turn off the tap, the other one says shut the spigot, the third one says close the faucet, and the fourth one says swing the tennis racket. We can prove 3 of them are the same and one of them is different. That works with Metric Stream for us and for a lot of other people because regulations and standards are a part of our daily lives, and we have to reduce that footprint. And so we have a wonderful library. Metric Stream has a wonderful, wonderful platform for operationalizing that. And that's why we're here, to talk to a lot of the clients and learn what's going on and how to make that better. And this is a great forum for it.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing. As we do fill out what role GRC can play into the purpose, I want to tell you a story about someone I worked for and now with. This firm is a firm where client confidentiality is at the core of their DNA and where trust is valued as their main corporate asset. As the firm was challenged by the cyber risks introduced by the vibrant digital economy, they, like many others, invested millions in cyber technology. Trapped in diminishing returns, the business leaders, the partners, claimed back control from cyber tech. And they just rediscovered that the single largest threat to cyber was human error. People like you and me being deceived by others outside of this room. Confident and reassured by this experience, they reverted to one of the most impactful yet least intrusive tools at their disposals. And I know you've already guessed what it is. is policy management. Hands up, how many of you have been involved in a policy management program in your organizations? Okay, that's easily a third of the audience. Congratulations, you are now the leading cyber experts in your organizations, because 98%, and in fact I haven't been able to track down a single cyber incident that hit newspapers in the last 12 months that does not include human error somewhere in the system. You can come up and collect your diplomas later as the leading cyber experts. Last year, you shared how the focus keeps moving up from compliance to integrated risk management and governance, from reactive to proactive. As I'm sure the next speaker will share, risk is the main topic in boardrooms, and governance, sustaining the social license to operate, is a close second, as social, cyber, and operational risks are making its way to the very top of the house. Isn't GRC in the modern age all about people first and purpose-led? All the work you put into building better risk models, writing better policies, designing better compliance processes, and improve transparency, all of it helps make our organizations, well, our communities, our societies safer, stronger, and more prosperous. So thank you for your tireless efforts in making the world a better place. I am excited to announce today that each one of you can self-assess your organization's maturity using the integrity quotient and receive an IQ score in the new IQ survey just across in the Experience Center. And once you've answered those 10 questions, you will immediately receive a score, a printout of the assessment. But more importantly, if you take your badge and you scan your code on that badge, then you will actually, the QR code, then you will actually receive an email to show how you are placed, your organization is placed relative to the rest of you attending here. There is a rich database underneath, and that is something I would recommend taking advantage of. Sharing content is one thing that we like to do here at MetricStream. We are only as strong as our ecosystem, and we would not be here today if it wasn't for our loyal partners. So I ask all of you sponsors and partners to stand up for a round of applause. If you aren't already, maybe standing in the back, maybe. Thank you. So please go and see them all in the exhibit area and during the rest of the conference as well. Overall, it's been a very exciting year here at MetricStream. In fact, we surpassed the first step in our 3-year goal of becoming a billion-dollar company by valuation, growing 3 times the market. As a result of being a software-as-a-service growth company, we also received substantial financing. So we are now fully funded and here to lead GRC and integrated risk markets for the long term. Doubling down on the investments needed, our 1,300 people strong GRC engineering team delivered more impact and innovation than ever before in our 15 years history. That's all thanks to you for trusting us to help solve your challenges. So thank you for your trust in us, your belief in our vision, and your commitment to being true partners and collaborators with us every step on the way. I am truly grateful for being given the opportunity to be working with you on solving the challenges that your organizations are faced with. So a heartfelt thank you from everyone here at MetricStream. In the last year, I've been privileged to witness and hear about a number of successful customer journeys. And some of them are stuck in my mind, like a leading financial service company. They used the platform M7 to support the build-out of a stronger risk culture, which translates into better credibility and trust. So earlier, they struggled to gain a consolidated picture of risk, compliance, and security issues due to all the fragmented systems and organizational silos. And the reporting was a manual task. It took a lot of effort to do. And what they realized at the leadership level was that some of the discussions they had in the committees wouldn't always make it up to the top. A lot of issues that employees and people in the organization in the first line would know of. And they know that's been discussed, but they didn't make it up to the top. Now, what they came out with was something fascinating, I think as fascinating as simple, which was they just made it human. They made it simple to collect those issues, to report them back using mobile devices or whatnot. Starting with apps, they did all the requirements that you normally would put into an issue, but then they discovered that unlike us, you, GRC professionals, not every first-line person likes forms that has 55 required fields in them, and 2 years training in the taxonomies, they went into human language. They went into using AI. And they started to be able to start each morning in the organization with a dashboard showing them what issues are bubbling up. Including first line in the mission, I think is a very, very strong way of making progress. See, go to the, no, I went one too far. There we go. This is another example from a global IT service leader. To effectively predict their performance at each level of the organization through a deeper understanding of risk, what they did was they started to collect quality indicators to get complete visibility of the strategic performance goals and objectives that were at risk. So they quickly determined how a customer satisfaction risk or a delivery risk can potentially harm their performance and reputation. And in the past, a lot of the performance indicators were purely quantitative in nature, but now they were able to actually put in the qualitative aspects, those that could result in a delayed delivery, in increased risk. So they got all their frontline people, tens of thousands of frontline people, report back into their GRC environments, allowing them to capture risks, qualitative risks that had a better indicator. And this approach has significantly improved investor and customer confidence in the company's readiness to handle all the potential risks. One of my favorites is this cloud computing leader, because at the time when cyber risks and regulatory requirements are booming, here's this one company that simplified compliance, even though they had 5,000 IT requirements across 20 different programs. They decided to do control harmonization. Thousands of redundant controls have been reduced to just 300 essential controls, which resulted in a 90% consolidation of effort. So that meant that instead of being slowed down by repetitive control testing, the company can accelerate performance while at the same time remaining a strong level of compliance and IT security. I've also been asked why I joined MetricStream many times. And I'm going to share that personally what drives me is the opportunity to deliver impact to our clients and enjoy this lifelong trust and mutual learning that follows. And I know I speak for all of us here at MetricStream when I state that it's truly inspiring to see how successful our clients are as you begin to leverage integrity, the qualitative aspects for sustainable performance and growth. And I'm going to share why in a little bit. Because what I believe is that without passion, nothing really happens. And without compassion, the wrong things tend to happen. So successful performance, be it at an individual level, an organizational level, or a global level, begin with a spark of passion that, when guided by integrity and compassion, help us improve the human condition and enable a higher quality of life. Our mission here at MetricStream is to perform with integrity and to help others do the same. Over the last year, our commitment to this mission has borne fruit. Leading organizations like yours are selecting MetricStream as their GRC partner of choice. Our top customers are buying in strongly to our GRC platform vision, M7. Our GRC cloud is leading the way in software as a service-based deployment. We are also the only company to be cited as the leader in GRC and integrated risk management, both by leading analyst firms. We here at MetricStream remain committed to being end-to-end centric, but our joint future success is based on the essential capability of being able to take the customer's perspective into consideration across all GRC-related functions, activities, and outputs. So the next generation of agile GRC architecture makes GRC functions fully digitalized and connected to allow the best transparency, efficiency, and agility for process operations. It's important to understand that one GRC platform, like M7, doesn't mean one solution. Of course, I celebrate those of you using MetricStream end-to-end, but for those of you living in a more fragmented world, it can comprise a variety of best-of-breed tools, harmonized by a common M7 platform architecture, common libraries, and a common GRC data lake for all relevant information that needs to be processed. So you might ask, what is a platform? Well, it's commonly referred to as non-functional requirements, such as cloud-enabled or native cloud. But as you dig deeper, you discover IT policy-related layers, such as security. The next layer down is workflow-related. But what is most important is what's at the core, and that's what's most commonly missed out. That's where you find the content libraries, the crowdsourced metadata that enables your organization to leverage best practice and to join forces with other organizations where all this intel is brought in. Some people that join those environments tell us that it's almost like Google for GRC. Content libraries is one of the most integral part. One chief risk officer told me that for me, the platform is the general ledger of risk and controls. A GRC platform must also remain independent from other platforms. You might want IT ticketing systems to integrate, but not to govern itself or the rest of your organization. You might want your workflow systems to integrate, but not to self-govern. You might want your ERP systems to integrate, but not to blur the three lines of defense. So meanwhile, in MetricStream Labs, our teams continue to push the envelope of what's possible with GRC. In partnership with you, we are using robotics to proactively engage first line. We're advancing our smart analytics and building true systems of GRC intelligence that combine internal data, external data, and predictive algorithms to help customers anticipate risk and opportunities more effectively. We are also innovating with AI to accelerate risk mitigation, prevent compliance violation, and enable real-time collaboration. But you will hear more of that from our Chief Technology Officer, Andreas Digelman, here on stage tomorrow morning. I think everyone matters. In a world of GRC, we live in a world of immense opportunity, and yet there continue to be profound challenges. We are grappling with the alarming climate crisis that even with the Paris Agreement will require globally coordinated efforts to reverse. We have a record high number of refugees in the world, 68.5 million people who have been forcibly displaced worldwide. At an organizational level, ransomware attacks are expected to hit business every 14 seconds by the end of this year. The cost of cybercrime damage is projected to reach $6 trillion annually by 2021. 6 trillion, if I recalculate it on every balance sheet, is 16–17%. Half of the organizations globally said they have been victims of fraud and economic crime last year, and that's up 36% from 36% a year prior. But these risks don't exist in isolation. They are deeply interconnected with each other, and they're each having the potential to affect each other. So to paraphrase the former US Secretary of State, John Kerry, he said, "Instability anywhere can be a threat to stability everywhere." How do you track catalyst risks like these and others? The unknowns, perhaps. To solve these issues, to build a better, safer, and more inclusive world, we need to work together. And there's never been a more urgent need for us to reach out across traditional silos and collaborate more closely to mitigate the risks that confront us. GRC is no longer just a second or third line of defense initiative. Everyone matters. Right from the business units in the front line, up to the board, and out to our third-party ecosystem. Everyone has a role to play in building resilience. The closer we can work to support and enable each other in this effort, the better we can realize the mission of performing with integrity. One of the issues that was brought up last year's summit was how GRC technology has traditionally been designed for second and third lines. If we want to get everyone involved in GRC, then we need to start building training-free technology that the first line can use. We are also working on the role of GRC and transparency to overcome trust deficiencies, including trust deficits between organizations and their customers and shareholders, particularly in the wake of recent data security and privacy breaches. Today, consumer trust is declining. Nearly 6 in 10 customers don't believe companies have their best interest in mind. Shockingly, several shareholder studies point to the same trend. Secondly, trust declines within organizations, such as when leadership teams lack transparency of risk building up in the front line, or when they hold their business units accountable for overambitious goals that often can't be achieved. And third, trust deficiencies created by technology. We live at a time of unparalleled technological advancement. But for many people, it's also an era of significant insecurity. AI and automation are threatening to replace thousands of jobs. Fake news is amplifying fear and misinformation. Big tech is widening income inequalities. Bots making decisions impacting our lives. Together, we must ensure that technology is used for good, not for bad. Starting with training-free front ends that not only collect missing data, but also transparently reports back. So how do we close this trust gap? Mitigate fears and bring people closer together so that we can collectively solve the challenge in front of us. I don't think there are easy solutions, but I do believe the first step in cultivating a sense of compassion. Whether it's compassion in the way we approach our customers, in the way we treat our employees, in how we shape the future of technology. I think compassion builds integrity, which in turn drives sustainable performance and builds the organizations of the future. We've heard it before, but it's more true today than it ever was in the past. People want to work for people they trust. We will not trust AI for decision-making until bots understand human values, until bots are perhaps compassionate, despite its $9.1 trillion promise. I refer to this as GRC for AI. I argue true passion to improve the human condition comes with compassion. Compassion for you, our clients, is really the cornerstone of trust. It starts with tuning in to our clients' issues, taking the time to really listen and then respond in an authentic way, leveraging partners where they are better placed to help. But perhaps more important than that is being transparent, doubling down if things go bad. For us here at Metric Stream, that includes explaining why best practice outperform customizations 9 times out of 10. And the benefits of cloud-based agile GRC over on-prem legacy systems. At MetricStream, we strive to stay engaged with clients every step of the journey. Our summits, our Voice of the Customer initiative, our GRC program, as well as our knowledge-sharing portals, like complianceonline.com and MetricStream University. All of it is directed to help us connect with you, our clients, at a deeper level with the sole focus of delivering impact. We are also honored that so many of you are members of the special interest groups, or MSIGs, who work closely with us to understand what your needs are. In fact, our regulatory change management and regulatory engagement management apps are a result of those collaborations. You can tell the marketing was not involved in naming them. We here at MetricStream are committed to continue exploring new ways of engaging with you and delivering values in ways that matter. One example of this is the investment in our client success team. Salil and team, Susan, maybe you should stand up to see the GRC translators and the GRC advisory network that we are all investing in. Oh, welcome. It's a new employee of ours that I haven't met yet, but was told was come today. So when it comes to GRC, we talk a great deal about processes, procedures, and tools, but at the heart of GRC programs are people, and without the buy-in or involvement, all the efforts to manage risk won't be as effective as they should. Today, companies are pushing more responsibility and accountability for risk down into the front lines, fostering a risk-aware culture. And it's a good thing, but GRC can be very hard. As practitioners, are we taking the time to put ourselves in the shoes of the frontline employees and really understand what we're asking of them? Are we exploring ways to help them do their jobs as first line of defense better? At the last year, Peter Bannister, is he still here? I saw him a moment ago. Oh, he's back there now. Okay. The then VP, Vice President of the GRC program at Fannie Mae, now with MetricStream, welcome, talked about the importance of empathy in increasing end-user adoption of GRC, using positive language to talk about their GRC program, giving it a brand name, designing training-free front ends, and leveraging techniques like gamifications and issue reporting. All of it centered in a compassionate, human-centered approach to GRC, which goes a long way towards building a culture that embodies risk management, governance, and compliance. I adore the leadership team and their vision there for being so forward-thinking and leaning on that. I'm very impressed with that. Around the world, the idea of compassion and trust is steadily gaining ground as organizations, societies, and governments recognize the importance of building technology that serves humanity, not the other way around. We need machines and intelligent systems that are designed to complement our natural abilities. As the World Economic Forum observed, high-tech society can be utopian in reach and possibilities, but for that to be realized, and that's a big but, we need people like you that are grounded not just in science, but also in questions of identity, ethics, sustainability, integrity, and social impact. With every new technology, we need to ask ourselves what we're truly gaining and how we can best mitigate the new issues introduced. So as the chair of the Global Agenda Council on Data for Good at the WEF, I still invite you to join us, because at the end of the day, our job is to co-author an inclusive digital economy that benefits everyone. This is what GRC for AI is all about. We all have shared responsibility in shaping organizations, communities, and societies that are driven by compassion, integrity, and trust. None of these objectives can be achieved alone. It will require us to come together, just as we have done here at the summit, and raise key questions, debate issues, make our voices heard, listen to each other, and develop solutions that are truly collaborative and sustainable. Everyone will matter in this endeavor as we collectively work to build a better world for the future generations. It's our commitment here at Metric Stream to perform with integrity and help our clients do the same. I believe performance without integrity is like momentum without direction. So please join me in the quest for a better future, a future where all perform with integrity and help others do the same. Thank you very much for all what you do. Appreciate it.
Very inspiring words from Michael. Thank you so much. How about another round of applause for Michael Hagstrom? I have the honor and privilege of introducing you to our keynote speaker this morning, Jim Quigley. Jim is the CEO Emeritus of Deloitte and a member of the board, Audit Committee Chair, Risk Committee, and Credit Committee of Wells Fargo & Company. Now, prior to retiring in June of 2012, Mr. Quigley served as Chief Executive Officer of Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu Limited, which is commonly known as DTL, the Deloitte Global Network, from 2007 to 2011, and as Chief Executive Officer of Deloitte LLP, the U.S. member firm of DTL, from 2003 until 2007. He served as a trustee of the International Financial Reporting Standards Foundation from 2012 until December of 2017. Mr. Quigley also is chairman of the board of directors of Hess Corporation and a member of the board of directors of Merrimack Pharmaceuticals Incorporated. He previously was co-chairman of the Transatlantic Business Dialogue, a member of the board of the trustees of the German Marshall Fund of the United States, a director of the Center for Audit Quality, a trustee of the Financial Accounting Foundation, a member of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission Advisory Committee on Improvements to Financial Reporting, and a member of numerous committees of the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. He is a busy guy. Mr. Quigley earned a Bachelor of Science degree and an honorary doctorate of business from Utah State University and Bentley College. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Jim Quigley.
Well, Karen, thank you. That was a mouthful, probably exceeded any of your appetite. But my late mother would have been pleased that she went through that long list. I was told that this audience would be interested in a governance perspective on the work and communications of risk professionals and how those communications are perceived and received in the boardroom. And so let me just try to quickly chase that away and then try to do it in a way that you'll view as being authentic. And that is simply to say, I believe the work of risk professionals is essential to a board being able to honor and complete the commitments that are made to shareholders. And I'll illustrate that point by simply reading the purpose paragraph from the charter of a risk committee that I know quite well. And I quote, "The purpose of the risk committee is to assist the board of directors in fulfilling its responsibilities to oversee the company's enterprise-wide risk management framework and corporate risk function, including the strategies, policies, procedures, processes, and systems established by management to identify, assess, measure, monitor, and manage the major risks facing the company, including compliance risk, which includes conduct risk and financial crimes risk, credit risk, interest rate risk, liquidity risk, market risk, model risk, operational risk, which includes information security and cybersecurity risk, and technology risk, reputation risk, and strategic risk. How about that? Anybody want to sign up for that? There's only a few million shareholders you're making those commitments to, and there's some other pretty big stakeholders also where those commitments find their way. And so now I simply ask, could you imagine trying to accomplish that purpose without chief risk officers, chief compliance officers, chief audit executives, chief information security officers, and their teams? Obviously, it could not be done, and thus my thesis: directors love this group of professionals and absolutely could not perform our role without excellence from all of you. Your role, your work, your communications are absolutely core to enabling a board to perform its oversight role. Thank you for that commitment, and on behalf of your boards, thank you for your passion to perform your role and to do it with excellence. Each time a stakeholder is surprised or disappointed, a series of probing questions will be asked. For most of my professional life, especially my tenure as an audit partner at Deloitte, I believed any time there was a failure in financial reporting, the question was always asked, where were the auditors? In my current chapter of life, as a member of the boards of directors of public companies, I choose to believe that surprised or disappointed stakeholders are asking, where was the board? Or where was the risk committee of the board? And perhaps board members are asking, where was the chief risk officer, our chief compliance officer, our chief internal auditor, and their respective teams? In reality, I believe the seat we occupy can and should feel like the hot seat. And so the question of the day is always, how can we prepare for and manage known risks? I was encouraged to share my point of view on a framework for risk of the known and unknowns. So if you could put up that first slide for me, I would be grateful. Thank you. I don't recognize that slide, but I'm sure it's fine. Ah, that one I do recognize. Perhaps you might think it's less fine, but nevertheless. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld used this known unknowns language to attempt to explain the difficult to explain, and perhaps board members can approach risk management, and this can help us illuminate with using this framework in just simply a classic 2x2 matrix. So known knowns, things we know, that knowledge, and that classic line that we've always heard, whenever you see a 2x2 matrix, everybody wants to say, let's move things up and to the right. And then perhaps those known unknowns, maybe we can just simply brand that cell as simply identified risk. And unknown knowns, maybe that's just simply untapped knowledge. And then, of course, the unknown unknowns, that unidentified risk that is very hard for all of us to try to get our mind around, and in particular to try to figure out, is there a way for us to try to manage our way through that process? It's obviously comfortable to live in that upper right-hand box, and it would be terrific to be able to do board oversight from that upper right-hand box. But we all know that business decisions are often made, and frankly required to be made, when we don't have all of the information. And we have to be able to deal with uncertainty at some level. And therefore risk enters the equation and enters our conversation. We know business models are built and risk is priced, and then companies work hard to be able to manage risk inside of one of those frameworks. And we work hard to create risk management frameworks that address how much is enough. And then we work hard to develop thoughtful approaches to measure and dimension risk into a structured risk appetite. As a member of a risk committee, where should my emotion be? With a risk avoidance bias? Never be content until we have driven risk to zero? And if you can become comfortable with the risk framework, how can I provide active and effective oversight of the risk management processes and have confidence that assumed risk is staying inside of a risk appetite? And what are the standards for risk management? And can a risk committee look for third-party assurance on risk management? As the chairman of an audit committee, I know exactly what I'm going to receive when I am receiving a report related to internal control over financial reporting. I know the standards that are used by management to assess and monitor controls. I know the standards that are used by external auditors as they perform assurance through an integrated audit process. And if a significant deficiency or material weakness is identified in internal controls over financial reporting, I know what the standards require. Control, design, and monitoring, certifications from CFOs and CEOs in the post-Sarbanes-Oxley world, all enabled by a roll-up of certifications from business units, and then disclosure committees working to manage the judgments required in external financial reporting. We know how to do this, and we do it well. At a recent meeting of our risk committee, I asked if there was a body of standards independently developed and widely accepted to judge what is required for an adequate risk management system. I was told risk management was much more dynamic and challenging and broader than internal control over financial reporting, and that risk management was impacted by a constantly evolving set of products, customers, systems, and exposures. As risk managers, your job is hard, and the standards by which you are judged continue to evolve and be influenced by practices of your peers. And so I applaud gatherings like this, where you can exchange views with one another and learn from one another and influence how practice is actually being performed. For me, as a member of a board and its risk or audit committee, effective risk management is essential. And the work of the chief risk officer, chief compliance officer, chief internal auditor are absolutely critical. I need and must have confidence in those individuals, but beyond that, I'm keenly interested in the risk culture of the enterprise and the behavior and thinking of professionals on the front line. Let me illustrate how important I believe culture is from the dimension of safety and risk that shapes how all players are required to conduct themselves at Hess, an oil and gas exploration and production company where I'm the non-executive chairman of the board. On Wednesday this week, when we convene our annual meeting in Houston, it'll be a room perhaps about this size, perhaps about this number of people in the room. After I say welcome to the shareholders, the very next person on the stage is going to be our Vice President of Environmental Health and Safety. And what Alex will do is he'll put up 2 slides. And the first slide will simply illustrate and describe, if we have an emergency, how we will evacuate the room and the building. And then the second slide will show where we will go to muster after we have exited that building. And that safety-first culture that will be evident at our annual meeting finds its way everywhere you go at Hess. If you go to board a helicopter in New Orleans to go out into the Gulf to a drilling ship or a production platform, you will go through a safety briefing before you get on the helicopter. As soon as that helicopter lands on the ship or production platform, you go immediately to the briefing room for equipment and a safety explanation of how you are to move around the platform or move around the ship, and what the yellow lines on the deck mean, and what the red lines on the deck mean, and where you cannot go. And you'll be explained, if you want to, as you're ascending or descending stairs, how you will always maintain 3 points of contact, and what those handrails on the stairs are for, and that you are to use them. And you'll have your safety glasses, and you'll have your helmet, and you'll have your gloves. But safety is absolutely, and risk management is absolutely core to the culture of that enterprise, and I'm proud of that. And when you think about the risks associated with energy, exploration, and production, your mind perhaps will return to the Deepwater Horizons and the Macondo incident in the Gulf almost a decade ago now. And you will remember there were 11 lives lost on that platform. And there was also a horrific oil spill. And you will remember reading that BP's payment for reparation has exceeded $70 billion. Now, if you're the non-executive chairman of the board of an energy and production company with a market cap of slightly more than $20 billion, then you can think about offshore exploration as an existential risk. So as the chairman of the board, when you see this overt, pervasive commitment to safety and risk management, you'll feel good about that. And you'll like the fact that that is driven very, very deeply in the culture. And on Thursday, when I go to North Dakota and I am doing my site visit of the onshore exploration platforms, you're going to see exactly the same passion and commitment and depth to safety and risk, and how that is deeply embedded in the culture, and how it absolutely influences the behavior of every Hess employee. And when you are on a drilling ship or a production platform or a drilling rig in the Dakotas, you will observe that the number of Hess employees is probably way less than half or 25% of the people on the site. And then you will watch the third parties go through exactly the same commitment to Hess safety and culture. And that notion of risk management, deeply embedded then in the culture, finds its way into the boardroom. And when the president stands in front of us on Tuesday, tomorrow, and is making his presentation on operations for the quarter, the very first slide that goes up are the EH&S statistics. And he then tells you if we've had any recordable incidents, and if we've had any severe safety instances, and if we've had any releases. And then we put up the very next slide. How does that track with respect to our history? And how does it compare with respect to our peers? And into our incentive compensation plan, 10 to 20% of the executive's compensation is absolutely driven by those safety statistics. And it's not just true at Hess. I think it's true for every exploration and production company. But culture, my point, has to become fundamental and core to safety and risk. And I believe that culture also then has to be able to enter into the conversation with respect to risk management broadly in any industry. Could you bounce to the second slide, please? I know many of you are in financial services. This was my effort at trying to articulate what does the risk appetite look like. We know we can't live in that upper right-hand box for every business judgment that's made. And I couldn't figure out how to try to demonstrate that maybe in that unidentified risk we have some appetite for it. So I chose not to provide any shading there. But now when you decide that you can articulate a risk appetite, then how do you go about making sure that you consistently operate inside of that space? And can you, again, continue to move risk up and to the right? And can you help a board member have an understanding of our ability to track, monitor, measure, and actually keep track of our operations and make sure that they're staying inside of that risk appetite? Let me just make a couple of comments related to financial services. I know that many of you, your value proposition is focused in financial services. I appreciate Michael's earlier comments. I loved his passion. I loved his passion about purpose, and I loved the noble goals that the organization is working to try to accomplish. But in this known, unknown space, that identified risk, let's just think about for just a moment credit risk. It's easy for us to get our mind around. There's nothing particularly complicated about it. as a member of a credit committee, I know that not every loan Wells Fargo makes is going to be collected. I know that not every charge that's made on a credit card that we are issuing is in fact going to be paid. But then how do you stay inside that risk appetite? Each month I receive a credit report. It highlights the past due volumes. It highlights the volume of non-accrual loans. It highlights what has been charged off and how those trends and percentages track with our history and also our industry. And as the chairman of the Audit and Examination Committee, every quarter our allowance for credit losses is reviewed, and that significant management judgment and estimate that's part of preparing financial statements, we ask probing questions and want to really be able to provide that credible challenge and understand. And I know, because I've had the privilege of being there for 5 years, that our risk culture is sound and that our credit underwriters are well trained and that the delegation of authority is clear and that all of the committees in that chain are effective and that we have accountability in place. And now let's shift to compliance risk. Remember my earlier quest for standards for risk management. For a regulated national bank, let's accept the heightened standards in the Federal Register that have been published in the Federal Register by the Comptroller of the Currency, and let's just simply call those the standards. And then we're all familiar with them. Using the Comptroller's language, all 3 lines of defense. First, the roles and responsibilities of the front line. Frontline units should take responsibility and be held accountable by the Chief Executive Officer and the Board of Directors for appropriately assessing and effectively managing all risks associated with their activities. Second, roles and responsibilities of independent risk management. Independent risk management should oversee the covered bank's risk-taking activities and assess risks and issues independent of the front line. And then a relatively long list of here are the things that they would like independent risk management to do. Quoting in part, communicate to the risk committee instances when there are differences in frontline assessment of risk and differences in assessment from the third line of defense. Escalate if any instances of differences in risk from the CEO's assessment. And then finally, develop, attract, and retain professionals. And then for the third line, a very long list, but let me just read one of those items that I think is very challenging for a audit committee, I think very challenging for a risk committee, and I think very challenging for chief internal auditors as well. The reports, meaning the reports that audit provides to an audit committee, should identify the root cause of any material issue and include, 1, a determination of whether the root cause creates an issue that has an impact on one organization unit or multiple organization units within the covered bank, and 2, a determination of the effectiveness of frontline units and independent risk management in identifying and resolving issues in a timely manner. Easy to write, super hard to do. And then the risk appetite. A covered bank should have a comprehensive written statement that articulates the covered bank's risk appetite and serves as a roadmap for managing risk across the enterprise. And then I love this language, proactive oversight of management. A covered bank's board of directors, lovely people by the way, really truly lovely people, should actively oversee the covered bank's risk-taking activities and hold management accountable for adhering to the risk governance framework. In providing active oversight, the board of directors may rely on risk assessments and reports prepared by independent risk management and internal audit to support the board's ability to question, challenge, and when necessary, oppose recommendations and decisions made by management that could cause the covered bank's risk profile to exceed its risk appetite or jeopardize the safety and soundness of the covered bank. Sounds pretty easy, right? I think being on the board of a regulated bank is not for sissies. I'm the chairman of the compliance subcommittee of the Wells Fargo Risk Committee. I have huge respect for and work closely with our Chief Compliance Officer, Mike Romer. And let me quote a recent article in which Mike was interviewed. This was in Compliance Week, I think just published last week or perhaps the week before, I'm not sure. And I think we're making great progress with respect to compliance on our compliance risk journey as we're seeking to achieve and then be in compliance with the OCC's heightened standards. Quoting Mike on the culture dimension, remember my earlier comments about culture that I was trying to drive home as the chairman of the board of an oil and gas production company. Quoting Mike, "For me, the biggest driver of culture in any organization is observable behavior. A compliance function should be and can be a culture carrier for the organization. It can be a champion for the culture of the organization." And remember the OCC heightened standards for independent risk management, where they said you need to develop, attract, and retain professionals. Quoting Mike, and I've heard him say this many times when he and I have been together with our regulators on our regular visits to Washington, but now quoting Mike, "When I started at the top of the house, there was approximately 200 compliance colleagues. Then there were compliance colleagues embedded throughout the company in the frontline business units. Today, we have 4,300 compliance personnel that all report up to the Chief Compliance Officer at the enterprise level. We not only identified people performing compliance in the businesses and centralized them, we also hired more than 500 people over the last 10 to 14 months. As the chairman of the compliance subcommittee of the risk committee, I can provide active oversight of compliance through my regular contact with Mike and supporting him if ever a budget battle were to exist. Remember that lower right-hand box, that thing that we called untapped knowledge? When I looked at that, I thought of the old interviews at General Motors when they were working to try to compete with the ever-present European vehicles and the growing impressive Japanese presence. And it was suggested that we don't really need to try to get all of the General Motors plants to behave like a BMW plant or look like a Toyota plant. What if we could get all of the General Motors plants to be as good as the best General Motors plant? And then what would that enterprise look like and its performance? But when we think about what the organization knows, but yet at various levels of the organization, that is untapped knowledge, there's certainly great opportunity here. Great opportunity through how ethics lines are used. Great opportunity to really leverage what we know from customer complaints. And again, from my friend Mike Romer, I quote, "We want people to raise their hand and identify problems as quickly as possible, but we don't necessarily want them to fix them on their own. No one, including me, Mike Romer in this case, is successful on their own. You only are successful when there is a team effort. I can build a great compliance function in and of itself, but if it doesn't engage with the businesses and doesn't engage with the rest of the risk ecosystem of the firm, we won't be successful. We might have pockets of success, but you can't be truly compliant if the rest of the firm is having issues and customers are not having good experiences." Remember the OCC standard of second line of defense communicating to the board of directors when their assessment differs from the first line or the third line. I have every month, and sometimes more frequent than that, one-on-one conversations with Mike. We do that as part of our regular process for preparing for our risk compliance subcommittee meetings. And I also have the opportunity then to ask, and he has the opportunity to escalate if there's anything that he is unhappy about. And I'm pleased with those communications, and it is an important part of how I perform my role. And then as Mike reports to our full committee, we have the opportunity to hear directly from him risks that he is concerned about, and we have the opportunity to understand the action that is being taken and the progress that's being made. Are we where we want to be? No, absolutely not. Are we making progress? Indeed, and in my view, impressively so. Our ambition can be zero defects, i.e. perfection. And while we may want that aim, at a minimum, are we driving to be consistently inside the risk appetite that we have assumed? When we have an issue, we want to have that issue self-identified. We want to do the root cause analysis, take corrective action, and if any customer harm, remediate. We know the world of our ambition, and we're working in a collaborative manner with our risk team to drive towards that goal. Thank you very much. I appreciate the privilege of exchanging a few views with you and at least sharing my point of view with this audience. And I repeat what I said at the beginning. From the board seat, we love you guys, and there is no way we could provide effective oversight of these enterprises without excellence from all of you. So thank you, and thank you for convening and being committed to continue to enhance all that you do. Thank you very much.
Jim, thank you. And we're actually going to be moving furniture a little bit. So why don't we head over here? And one of the things that is unique about GRC Summit is we like to have information and questions from the audience as well. So we're going to give you an opportunity to ask Jim Quigley some questions in addition to the ones that we've prepared. So first of all, thank you for sharing some really interesting insights. And it was such a well-done speech. I'm sure it's generated a lot of questions and thoughts. So as we take you get to choose. You are the keynote. Do you like that one? Okay, that sounds good.
And you look much better in the lights than I do.
I don't know about that, but thank you.
I think if we gave everybody a choice, I know how they would vote. I know what the bars would look like.
Well, one of my known unknowns is whether I was going to be able to make it through your introduction and find a place to breathe. So I'm glad that I pleased your late mother.
Thank you.
But one of the questions I had right off the bat is thinking about your role at Wells Fargo or at Hess. What is the process, and how difficult is it to get information from the front line to the boardroom in the context of risk?
Getting information is not hard. It's just simply getting information that you actually feel is right and actually can absorb, just because the volume can be overwhelming. In the oil and gas production company, it's much, much easier just because the business is so focused and clear, and then the culture is so strong in that regard. But I don't feel that there's a lack of information flowing up. It's just simply the challenge of being able to interpret, understand, and then provide the credible challenge to that, and to put, in a healthy way, attention into the system. And that's why what happens if you actually looked at the calories that a board member burns, and if you were to try to judge how much of that is in the boardroom, how many of those calories get burned in the boardroom versus the separate one-on-one conversations that happen and the separate trips that happen. And so just going back to where I ended on with respect to compliance risk and my relationship with Mike Romer, I think my one-on-ones with Mike probably are more important than the actual meeting of the risk compliance subcommittee. And you work in that, 60 minutes or 120 minutes, depending on the month. You work effectively and hard, and you've got lots of information. But I find the one-on-one conversation, when I just look him right in the eye and we have a real conversation, I feel that the board oversight that I'm providing then is dramatically more effective. And I'm not, dismissing the communications that flow up. Those are critical and fundamental, and what I actually also believe is the process of preparing and thinking about that information is an important part of risk oversight. But the one-on-ones I absolutely am very heavily reliant on.
You have a relatively new CRO and CAE at Wells. What traits did you and the board look for when making those hiring decisions?
We wanted someone who actually had experience in traveling the road that we were traveling, and we were confident would actually be able to bring and be a catalyst for change. We wanted a different result, and we knew we'd need to be able to do some things differently. And so we wanted agents who could help us accomplish that objective.
And was that path different than what you had done in the past when searching for those people to fill the critical roles?
I've had a lot of birthdays, but I wasn't there when we actually had earlier sought those. But I do think that this old idea of strengths can become weaknesses because you can have lots of people who are tenured and very, very lengthy in their tenure, and you can feel good about that, and you can say that that's a strength. But you can also challenge that and say, but will that have the potential of one day being a weakness for us? And so finding a way to thread that needle and making those personnel choices is always a challenge at any enterprise, whether it's Deloitte, where I spent my adult life, or whether it's in my board oversight seats. At Merrimack Pharmaceuticals, we've been through CEO changes. At Hess, it's an 85-year-old company, and I'll challenge anyone in the room to come up with another example of an 85-year-old company that has had 2 CEOs.
Wow, that is amazing.
In 85 years.
Anyone raise your hand if you know one?
So we don't have a lot of practice in CEO change at Hess, but we do have a search going on at Wells right now.
At this point, I would like to bring it out to the audience and see if anyone has a question that they would like to ask Jim. This is a great opportunity. The lights are making it a little bit difficult to see, so please raise your hand high, and we have some runners who will come around. I do see your hand. Thank you so much. So if we can have someone bring in a microphone to the lady down front, and you can ask your questions.
Thanks. Jim, I think it's really interesting that you're sitting on a financial institution board, as well as chairing an oil and gas. And I've done business with oil and gas in the past, and I know how that part of the culture is they always start the meetings with a safety moment. And I've wondered, is it possible to take that into the financial industry and start every meeting with a compliance moment, some way to raise the culture? I'm just curious what your thoughts are on.
I want to believe the answer is yes, but I don't have any examples where I've seen that. But I would love to see compliance and risk management deeply embedded in the culture, so that, as my friend Mike Romer references, culture is all about observable behavior. And can we have that observable behavior just get deeply embedded in who we are and how we interact? And when you think about an oil and gas company, and I can take you through our assets and how many drilling rigs we have going in North Dakota right now, but it all becomes, sort of finite. Like, I can get my mind around those 6 drilling rigs that we're going to see when I'm in North Dakota on Thursday. But then when you come to a financial institution that has, millions of interactions every hour, can you get to that same position? And I want to believe the answer is yes. And I think that everyone in the financial services world wants for that to be yes. Because we do need trust and confidence in these enterprises. And not only do we need trust and confidence in the enterprises, we need these enterprises to be successful. If we want to enable our country and our citizens and our customers to be able to live that American dream, we have to have strong, vital financial systems and enterprises to make that happen. So we do need trust and confidence. And would getting that embedded as deeply as it's embedded in oil and gas help us? I would be an advocate of that.
Other questions from the audience? We have one down front. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi. I'm Michael Redmond of EFPR Group. My question is, I've been seeing a lot of standard requirements coming out. For instance, in New York State, they have the DFS requirement that the board of directors has to sign off that they have reviewed all of the risk assessment for cybersecurity, for instance, all of the risk assessments, and that they're assuring that they're compliant with the standards. So meanwhile, the boards have so many standards, so many regulations, so many everything, and they're actually requiring the boards themselves to sign off on. That's one example. Another one, of course, is coming out in California, and then there's others going out overseas where the board's required to do this. What type of training? I know that I've had, for some of our clients, we've gone in and done training for the board, a quick 2-hour meeting. This is what it says. This is what you're supposed to know. Is there any questions? You know, so before they could sign off that they understood something. But we're asking boards to take more responsibility, and yet they're not giving many organizations around the world, I've noticed, are not giving them a training, because boards are supposed to know what they do. They've been out there, they've done it, but they haven't done it on that standard, on that regulation, yet they're being asked to sign and commit their signature saying, I've reviewed this, and yes, I agree. Now, granted, they can look at the internal audits and everything, but you know, it used to be that that would be the responsibility of the CEO, the CFO, not asking the boards to sign off on that responsibility. Now it's been elevated in the last few years. So what's your opinion on that? Should it have been elevated? And if so, what training should the boards have, and where do you see the future of that?
Well, first of all, the whole notion of safety and soundness requires all of the players to both A, understand their roles, and then B, be able to do them with diligence and excellence. And I am constantly an advocate of, do not blur the lines. Do not blur the lines between executive management and the board, because from a safety and soundness point of view, we need executive management to have a clear role and responsibility to do that with excellence. And then separate from that role is the oversight role the board should have. And so anytime I see a regulation where we have a compound subject in a sentence and then an active verb, and the compound sentence is the board of directors and management shall, or the board of directors and management should, or the board of directors and management must, we've now blurred those lines. And what I would much prefer is that we have a paragraph that describes in a well-intentioned way, because we have well-intentioned regulators wanting for safety and soundness, but let's have a paragraph that articulates, or a sentence that articulates, the expectations of executive management. And then the next paragraph articulates how we can have board oversight be effective of that management process. And that is my strong desire. I am not afraid to use the word training in the boardroom. It doesn't bother me. I don't feel it's condescending or it's suggestion I don't know something that I should know. And so we have those sessions. And when I became the audit committee chair at Wells Fargo, I insisted that we go through each of the critical accounting policies that we identified in our 10K as the significant management judgments and estimates inherent in the process of preparing financial statements. And I wanted to know, what are those items? And what is the process that leads to and enables the judgment? And then with that understanding, I can bring credible challenge and provide effective oversight.
Thank you for the question. There will be an opportunity to ask more questions of Jim, but at this point we want to invite some of your colleagues up to the stage. So our 2 chairs are going to become 4. So I'm going to stand up. We want to invite John Forlines of Fannie Mae and William Anua, the Royal Bank of Canada, to join us on stage to have a deeper discussion about how to build an integrous, high-performing enterprise. So pay no attention to the people moving furniture behind me. And actually, Jim, I am going to take this seat if you don't mind. Okay. And just so I'm not craning my neck, I'm going to go like this. Okay. Welcome, gentlemen. Please join me in welcoming John and William to the stage.
They've heard of it.
So I'm actually going to give a little bit of intel on both of you to our audience. So John Forlines, right here, the gentleman here, is Fannie Mae's Chief Risk Officer. John is responsible for enterprise risk management, which oversees the company's governance and strategy for global risk management. His team provides independent oversight and guidance for managing risk, including the development and implementation of risk management measures across the company. So your previous roles at Fannie Mae have included Chief Audit Executive, Chief Credit Officer for Single Family, and numerous roles in customer management, servicing, and risk management for the single family business. He has a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration with a concentration in accounting from UNC Chapel Hill, 10 minutes down the road from where I live, and an MBA in Human Resources Management from the University of Dallas. He resides in Washington, D.C., and enjoys traveling, playing tennis, and spending time with his wife, Janet, and their 16-year-old twin sons. Welcome to you, John.
Thank you.
William Anuwa is RBC's Chief Audit Executive. Prior to this, he was the Senior Vice President and Global Head of Wealth Management, Insurance, and RBC Georgia Risk Management Groups. William is a member of the RBC Diversity Leadership Council. Before joining RBC, he held various executive leadership positions at GE in the UK and the US. In addition, he also lived and worked in Jamaica. William is the chair of the board of Holland Bloorview Kids Rehabilitation Hospital Foundation. He also serves as chair of the board of Yonge Street Mission in Toronto. He received the 2015 Transformation Award for Professional Excellence. William holds a doctorate degree in business administration from the University of Surrey, England, as well as other professional designations in finance and insurance management. Thank you so much for being here, folks. We can give them a round of applause. Great. So I'd like to begin the discussion with a question to all of you, and it's, what is your opinion of how strongly the culture of integrity is linked to high performance across the enterprise? And because we've heard from Jim for a little while this morning, I want to start with you, John.
Sure. Good morning, and thanks for having me here today to talk about culture and integrity. So obviously, the ideal situation is a company that has high integrity and has high performance, but you certainly can see that there could be examples of a company that can have great financial performance without integrity. I think that's going to be short-lived, though. I think particularly in the financial services arena, it's going to be very short-lived with the regulatory environment that financial services is in right now. The best companies are obviously going to be companies that have a culture of integrity. It's ingrained in everything that they do. It's ingrained in just how they wake up every day and how they do everything about their business.
William, your opinion?
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I think one of the things we heard, I think Michael said it as well, is, look, the days when you look at performance or what you deliver as being the be-all and end-all, it doesn't exist anymore. I think the need to know what you need to deliver and how you deliver that is becoming the essence of organizations. There's no organization that can stand or can continue to exist by measuring just the what only. The what only is good to deliver, no one is disputing that, but how do you deliver that becomes a key essence of measuring an organization. Sustainability is all about how do you keep going, and you can't keep going just by saying every quarter I'm delivering, but behind the scenes, you're the worst a company can be, and at some point that will come out, and that's why you have board members like Jim continuously asking questions just beyond the what you have delivered.
And Jim, your thoughts?
I would just simply say that integrity builds trust, and then trust enables business, i.e. transactions and speed and efficiency, because if you lack trust, then you're going to want to have 13 other people to ask questions of and just simply try to get to the point of, do I have good information here? But integrity builds trust, which then enables business.
So I want to encourage the three of you to jump in if you feel like you want to add something of value. So even though the question might be delivered to one of you, that does not mean that they are the only person who's allowed to answer. So the next question is kind of playing on the same concept that, how have things changed relative to integrity in a high-performing business? Do you feel like it's more top of mind today, this idea of integrity in everything you do because of the business climate. Give me a comparison of what it is today versus your experience in the past. And I'll allow any of you to take the first stab at it. Go ahead, John.
I'll start. I mean, I think with the world we live in today, with social media, 24/7, I think integrity in business is more important than ever. And I heard Jim say earlier this whole idea of observable behavior, and that's how important that is. And the reality is, in the current environment, that whether you think you're being observed or not, you are being observed all the time, and I think it becomes even more important than it has been in the past.
Right, your customers will hold you account on social media, on Twitter, if they're unhappy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and thoughts?
I think also what you see nowadays is there are only global customers. There are just no local customers anymore. So when you have global customers, standards are no longer just local standards. There's now a global standard and expectations of organizations. So you do have the shrinking of the world because of technology. You have customers who are no longer local. You have global customers. And so the standard of expectation has just gone up exponentially. It's not that integrity wasn't a point of consideration in the past. It's just now you have a world that has shrunk. You have customers that live so far off. I mean, how many people will now pick up the phone and call Amazon or order online Amazon to deliver? Whatever you're ordering may not actually have been made in the local area in which you exist. And so if Amazon doesn't deliver to you within 24 hours of what they promise, if you're a Prime user, it becomes an issue for you. And you go online, you can see people just telling you on Twitter how bad that service was. So what you promise is now so much more important for you to, because for you to be trusted as an organization, you have to live by the promise. You have to live by the purpose of your organization. And to do that by choosing when not to deliver.
There was a very large breakdown yesterday afternoon of a very popular email, and I immediately went to Twitter and said, what's going on? And plenty of people told me that they were upset as well. So yeah, it's something you're constantly aware of. So the world has shrunk, but the data has expanded exponentially. And what role does innovation play in helping to deal with that in the risk world? What do you think, John?
Well, I mean, the first thing is that if you don't innovate, that is a big risk. Particularly today, you're going to have your lunch eaten if you're not out there innovating all the time. And I think the most important thing is most people, or I'm not going to say most people, but many people think automatically innovation and risk are just on opposite ends of the spectrum. But clearly, that's not the case. I think there are ways to innovate in risk. I think there are ways to innovate and make risk of business less risky than it is today. So I think it's very key that companies are always innovating and trying to look for new ways of doing things.
And is there a concern that you're seen as a blocker as opposed to an enabler?
Absolutely. And even some of the common risk frameworks that are out there, like the COSO framework, when they revised the framework in 2017, I believe it was, they made a big point of making sure that that part of risk is identifying opportunities, and that's more the innovation piece of it.
Yeah, I think one of the things I'll just add to that is risk management sometimes is seen from the prism of it's a no club. Risk management doesn't belong to a no club. Risk management actually helps to identify your potential pitfalls in any deal you're working on, but also, a good risk management will also tell you how to move beyond those pitfalls and how to manage those areas. No organization have a zero risk. If you have a zero risk, you can fold the company, put the money on stock exchange, but you still have risk, right? And so there isn't a risk-free organization. It's how you manage the risk to the benefit of the organization. And to the other point you were raising when it comes to innovation in the current context, see what people are talking about now. People are beginning to talk about ethical AI. It's not just AI. People are becoming more aware about the ethics of AI. How do you use data? How do you seek for permission before you use people's data? And are you using the data in the sense in which you promise the people? So talk about trust. The explosion of AI, the explosion of innovation is making people talk about ethics. And so ethical side of innovation is going to become a very dominant discussion in the very near future. And that's where risk management, compliance, or audit has to come in to help to navigate that journey where you bring in ethics into innovation.
Let's talk about this idea of creating a core competency of integrity at every level of the enterprise. How do you make that a consistent, repeatable, and reliable core competency? And I'd actually like to get your take on this, Jim, from your position on the board. How do you make that just so much a part of the culture of the enterprise with integrity at the center?
I just think that, you can, in a positive way, catch people doing something right and celebrate it, and then make it clear that that's who we are and what we value, and that's what we're going to recognize. And then when you have someone outside the lines, you have to be able to find the right way to bring them back in. I'm not an advocate of public hangings, but I am an advocate of accountability. And I think that can help to drive and then reinforce those elements of the culture. But I just think constantly being willing to talk about those things, celebrate and reward those, and then let that be defined as success is what we have to do.
I will say, in addition to celebrating those good areas, it's also understanding the distinction between someone genuinely made a mistake, and you take that mistake and use it for the organization in terms of what have we learned. It's not a witch hunt exercise, but it's really saying, from the failure that we've experienced, how do we use that to move forward, to move beyond just seeing only the failure, the people who have failed. In one of my lives at GE, there's usually a session where you actually look at where people made horrendous mistake. They invested in something that went wrong. What did you learn from it? We invested in Enron. We learned from it when Enron went down. What do you look for the next time around in your asset portfolio? But also, the one thing that makes it to be part of the life of an organization is when everyone in the organization sees that people are rewarded just not for what they've delivered, but also how they've delivered it. And you could have a star who is delivering, who can make your biggest rainmaker, but at the same time, the way they do it is just not the right way. And unless you send a deliberate signal to the organization that I'm not going to take it. I mean, I know Jim says not public hanging. You don't have to hang them in the public, but you can make an announcement they found a new job, so they are no longer with the organization. But you have to be able to show and be transparent in the way you hold up integrity alongside the things you want people to deliver. So you're measured not just on the what, you're measured on the how you deliver.
The only thing I would add is the whole concept of don't shoot the messenger. I think very often when people bring up issues, then they're the one that is the one getting criticized, where they may not have had anything at all to do with the issue that's being identified. They're just the one that sees something and has the guts to raise the issue. So I think that's very important. And another thing is just to ask questions, like whenever things do go wrong, to ask lots of questions, get to the root cause analysis, learn from it, and make sure you can move on.
And of course, you celebrate people doing things the right way, but what's the role of role modeling for those who are in charge of this sort of thing?
Well, I mean, absolutely, as Jim said earlier, that is the key, is role modeling, and it is some of those behaviors by asking questions whenever things come up, making sure that you don't shoot the messenger whenever these issues come up, and rewarding people that raise their hands and identify issues, and made sure that when people see that, if you're very public about it, very often people will realize they're going to get rewarded for that as well.
So building a culture of integrity can obviously take a lot of time and require a focused, long view approach. How do you convince and maintain commitment from the business on the long-term value of building an integrous enterprise when sometimes business imperatives might be defined by shorter-term financial performance targets? What do you think, William?
Yeah, you know, every quarter the analyst sits down and asks you questions. And those questions, you have to be able to answer that you made the expectations or the projections that were done. I think that's the role of the analyst, to question you on it. And you know, there are certain quarters where there has been a lot of debate. Is quarterly reporting really the good thing to be done? Because it could inhibit long-term investment, long-term view of the business, and you're working towards the quarter. But having said that, I think short-term goals has to be placed alongside the integrity with which those goals are accomplished. There's just no getting away from, you know, we deliver this quarter, but oh, by the way, we shortchange the consumers. Because at some point in time, it's going to come out. And when it comes out, you will have to, just imagine you having to reset your books for the last 3 quarters. I think my microphone is in and out. But
A little bit, yes.
yeah, so, but think about the implication for the organization when you have to revisit your last 2 quarter results because you were playing around with some numbers. And so any organization that thinks that short-term goal, meeting the short-term goals, is just about end up having a problem because at some point in time they'll have to reset the clock. And when you're resetting the clock, not only have you lost the trust, a few of your good talent may be fired because of that. And so do you really want to do that to the organization? So I will say short-term goals, yes, but short-term goals has to have the same stringent integrity attached to it.
Jim, you would concur with that, I'm assuming.
And no debate. We can have a long debate about short-termism and its impact, but you know, to have a long term, you have to have a short term, and you just have to find a way to try to balance that equation. And I think we want high-performing enterprises, and we need to be able to reward those in the enterprise for performing at a high level. But we also then have to be effective at managing what might sometimes be, you know, crossing the line behavior, and then be able to deal with it in a very decisive way.
John, you've worked at Fannie Mae for some 30 years. You started when you were, what, 5? How would you describe the environment today versus how it was prior to the crisis?
Today, people are much more likely to raise their hand and identify issues early on. I think the whole financial services environment is very different than what it was before, where everything was about essentially, if it was legal, then it was probably okay to do. Today, I think people really look very clearly at well beyond not just is it legal, is it in compliance with regulatory requirements? What is the reputational risk associated with doing something, because reputational risk is more important than ever. I don't recall even hearing the term reputational risk prior to the crisis, and you hear it almost every time you go to any kind of risk management conference today. So I think that has increasingly become more important.
How do you make sure that organizations effectively manage the cost related to integrity? Because there is a cost. What do you do? William, what do you say?
I think, you know, to John's point, there's no, we call it the newspaper test. What would you pay not to be on the front page of the newspaper? Because,
It's true.
you know, so how do you can't measure that, because you hit the front page of Wall Street Journal or FT or the news media, there's so much run on you as an organization. So your reputation becomes, you know, just something you can't afford to put a price on, because I will spend anything to avoid being in front of the newspaper negatively. But at the same time, it's a journey. You can't just pump 100 million into it today and believe that that's it. Because you have to pace yourself and realize, what are the stakeholders that I'm working with? What's the court of public opinion? What will they say when this issue gets in the front page of the newspaper? What would the court of public opinion say? Because I could have the best explanation for what we've done because it's legal, because it's compliant, but in a court of public opinion, it doesn't matter how legal or how compliant it is. If the consumer feels that you've ripped them off, you've ripped them off. If the newspaper get in front of the story before you, you're dead. I mean, Panama paper came out, everybody was all busy looking at Panama papers, but at the end of the day, was there really a lot with Panama papers? Maybe not. History will judge that. But again, just imagine you being on the front of the newspaper with Panama papers. The amount of energy, the amount of calories burned, both in the boardroom, in the executive meetings, just to resolve that becomes a big issue. So I don't know whether there's a prize. All I can say to you is, if I do the newspaper test, I'll spend what it takes not to be there.
Jim, what do you think is the most compelling motivator and argument for the cost of this?
Well, I just simply turn it around on you and say, you asked, can you afford the cost of establishing integrity in your enterprise? And I just simply say, can you afford not to?
Do you want to be on the front page of the paper? Right, exactly. So actually, at this point, we wanted to open it up to the floor again to give you the opportunity to ask the questions of our esteemed panelists. So we do have our runners who are available to bring a microphone to you. So raise your hand high, and we'll make sure to get the microphone to you. Oh, we've got several. And actually, we'll begin with the person over here. Come your way. Oh, okay. And then if you can pass it to him. Thank you.
Is it okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. I attended an international conference overseas this year, and we had a huge discussion about ethics. And we found that different countries had different views. And we said that that's unacceptable. We had to come down to a version of ethics. It's not based on where you live. It's not based on where you are. How do you see that happening at some point in the future? And if so, what would that look like as far as having a board, executives know that what their values are good values, and that they're not just saying, it's okay, this is what our fathers did, this is what somebody else did, this is what our neighbors are doing. It's acceptable because this is what we know from our culture. But how do you compare it to the rest of the world?
So you're asking how to have consistency globally about the view of
Yes.
ethics and integrity?
I am.
Okay.
Thank
so
you.
What has been your experience? You've all worked in a global setting.
I'll just simply say, as someone who once led a global brand at Deloitte, working across 150 countries and all of those cultural issues, what was critical to me, absolutely critical to me, was that we had the Deloitte culture, and that was, in fact, a Deloitte way of thinking about ethics and integrity. And it didn't matter whether you were in one of the Gulf states or whether you were in an Asian country or whether you were in the US of A. There was a Deloitte way, and we had a Deloitte global brand. And we also had, frankly, I came to the seat after the unthinkable Anderson implosion. But when you watch a brand as strong and as excellent as the Anderson brand, and you watch that Anderson brand become worthless, and when the Anderson brand became worthless, what happened? All of the people left. All of the clients left. And it didn't matter whether you were with Anderson in Brazil, or you were with Anderson in the UK, or you were with Anderson in China. When the brand became worthless, you were done. And so I'm not suggesting that the right answer is that the U.S. view of ethics needs to be embraced in China. I'm not that naive. I'm just simply saying, when you became a Deloitte partner, you came to the global new partners meeting of Deloitte. There were 500 of us. You got 2 hours from me on the Deloitte culture and what was important to me and why. And what it meant to me for you to be carrying a Deloitte business card, and what it meant that that card said partner, and what I expected of you, every single one of you, as you were driving our culture. But you had to be able to create that Deloitte brand, that Deloitte culture, that Deloitte view, and it had to be able to work across borders and across cultures. And you can do it, but it is not a lay-down hand. Thank you.
You were nodding your head a lot, Wayne.
I mean, I think, I'm not sure the context of the conference you're talking about, but for all global companies, at least the company I work for or have worked for, there is one culture that we follow. That culture, regardless of which corner of the earth you are, you have to follow that culture, and that culture seeks to get the higher standard of ethics in the way you operate and how you deliver on what you're expected to deliver. The image of the organization is not restricted to one local geography or geographical area. It's a global image, and that global image is furiously and passionately protected. And so we have a core set of values at RBC that every single RBC person, regardless of where you operate, and we operate in different geographical sector, you have to abide by that standard. In addition to that, you have to take the standards of the country that you abide in and make those standards, they cannot be in conflict, and they have to be part of what you live by on a daily basis.
We had another question out in the audience. Oh, great.
So my question is, what is the role of AI in the GRC world that you all foresee? The second part of the question is, how do boardrooms and the executives ensure the ethical part of that AI is taken into consideration?
This is a question about ethical AI and what is the role of AI with GRC. John, can you begin that for us?
So I certainly think that the financial services companies, certainly us, we're just starting to explore AI in particular. And I think one of the roles of risk in particular is we have to make sure we understand AI as it's being deployed. We can't use AI for making a credit decision and not have a way to explain that to a regulator or candidly to the general public where they're getting a decision on a mortgage or whatever it may be. So I think it's going to continue to evolve as AI is more used in financial services companies.
Additional thoughts from panelists on the ethical AI concept?
Yeah, a quick one on the ethical side is, as ethicists begin to converge on the use of AI within organizations, the key really is, are you making decisions that intrinsically is more in the favor of the organization than the consumer? Are you using the data not in the way it was intended, in terms of what the consumer signed in for, what the consumer will have agreed to? So the litmus test is, if the sitting with you when you're using the data, will they say yes to what you're doing?
And I guess one comment I'll add too is that AI, particularly in lending, can be problematic because of fair lending issues. And even though you may be able to use data that you might make a better decision, the reality is that you have to be careful with the fair lending rules.
Jim, any parting thoughts?
In the AI world?
Actually, we're about to wrap up, so if you have something you feel that has not been said, go right ahead.
I'm good. I'm good. I just end where I began, that this whole notion of risk management and becoming excellent at that business process is the never-ending challenge for us. And it's never-ending just because the market in which we're competing is constantly evolving. And that makes this challenge something that has to be refreshed and renewed and just thought through constantly, tirelessly.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for sharing your insights, and it was a great way to kick off the day. So please join me in thanking them for their participation this morning.
Thank you.
If you can all hold tight for a minute, I actually have a couple of closing comments.
Okay.
So we are drawing this session to a close this morning, but we do have a few housekeeping items to share with you. We are going to have a networking break now that will last until 10:40 this morning before we launch into our deep dive content sessions. There are 6 different tracks that focus in different areas. You may be aware of them, but if not, let me list them for you. They're risk, audit, compliance, IT and cybersecurity, MSIGs, and GRC technology. So information about each of these tracks can be found on the app. For those of you who have dietary restrictions, if you've already submitted them, please pick up your diet card for tonight's dinner from the registration desk after lunch. And for all of you, we really recommend that you visit the Innovation Hub and the sponsor exhibits to learn more about the latest and greatest tools and techniques in the GRC space. We also want to remind you of that integrity quotient survey. That was an excellent addition that they have this year, and Michael mentioned it. There are a lot of reasons why you should do it. One of them is that you actually can win some prizes, and there are fun activities throughout the day. The prize, I heard, possibly might be a drone. So we also have the social media contest that is going on. Take a selfie with a MetricStream executive. I actually already got on this last night. Post your picture with one of our leaders at MetricStream. Make sure to use the hashtag GRC Summit. And if you post it on your social media stream, it will be picked up by the folks at MetricStream, and there are also some possible prizes involved with that. So we want to encourage you to enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see you back here in the afternoon for a lively discussion of the executives at MetricStream. Thanks so much.
Can you see me?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hey, Angela, that's actually better. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
So it went from this to this, and then now I think we're in a happy medium. I'm gonna go look on the camera in a second.
I can stand here if you want to check it out. Yeah. So you did adjust it? Oh no, I can see it. I can see it. You're talking about the lighting though, right? You're talking about the lighting of the podium. So much better. Yeah. Do you know what size it is, Angela, by any chance? Okay, thank you.
Very good.
Hello, Hello? Okay, let's get started. So our first expert talk to kick off this morning is refocusing on reputational risk within the risk framework, which is going to be given by Alicia Falsarone, who's the Managing Director for PineBridge Investments. Just a bit of background on Alicia on this topic. She's a Managing Director of Portfolio Strategy and Risk with PineBridge Investments in New York, and they are a global asset manager focused on active, high conviction investing. Ms. Falsarone has served on the office of the CEO of PineBridge predecessor entity, which was AIG Investments. And prior to that, she was with the global investment team at Citibank, or Citicorp at the time. And she's also been an investment banker with Credit Suisse. She is a fellow of the NACD Governance and a startup mentor in the Stanford Ignite Accelerator program and an active contributor to the Financial Management Association. She serves as a member of the board of 1787FP, a digital platform focused on consumer finance. She's also a FinTech advisory board member of CEFPRO, and she's been a researcher of behavioral sciences, and she is a contributing author to Applying Neuroscience to the Business Practice, and also to the book, The Paytech Book. She is an alumni of Stanford University as well as MIT Sloan School of Business. And given the fact of her area of responsibility at PineBridge, we were having a conversation prior to this and trying to understand, how much do they really focus on understanding a firm's governance program and reputation that will obviously impact the reputation long term and obviously impacts the investment. So it's going to be a very interesting conversation and presentation by Alicia. So let's give her a warm welcome.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for Metric Stream to have this opportunity to discuss this very important topic. So perform with integrity, and the panelists right before and the beginning of the day really has opened it up for the topic quite nicely. Because what happened when we fail to prioritize integrity? We are left with a tremendous amount of reputational risk. Now, as Anna mentioned, I lead the risk and investment risk role at a global asset management firm based in New York. We have presence in 17 countries across the globe. And at the risk of repeating what Anna said, it is extremely important to look at reputational risk in the context of not only the investee companies that you have, but also in terms of your own internal processes and your own operations. Now, I have an ambitious agenda for us today. The first part is really to focus on, does reputational risk belong to integrated risk management processes as we know them? Are there any new metrics that the rise of intangibles in our world, in our daily life, really call for and we should be accountable for? And the third part, and probably the most important, is in light of the rise of intangibles, how do we go ahead and ensure that we are doing enough to measure and manage reputational risk? So the ambitious agenda will be within 50 minutes time, and I leave the last 10 minutes for Q&A. Now, why wouldn't we be just talking about governance in general when we address reputational risk? And the interesting thing about the word of governance, especially from an investor perspective, is that corporate governance has so many different and nuanced definitions. So I will bring about the definition that the CFA Society, that gives the certification for the Certified Financial Analyst program, gives. And it is, as it says in the presentation, it's defined as a system of controls. So governance as a system of controls and procedures which individual companies are managed against. So that tells you that governance is really about all these controls that should benefit, on one hand, executive management teams in their setting priorities for their business, and on the other hand, the board in their oversight, as we heard before. That also tells you that as a system, governance is subject and influenced by several stakeholders groups. There are all these groups that provide the information on the basis of which decision-making is led forward and goals, both long-term and short-term, in our organizations are taken. And the problem with defining reputational risk within our regular governance framework is that these interest groups are or can be either conflicting or diverging. So the definition of reputational risk, as we heard before from the Chief Audit Officer at RBC, has been changing dramatically. And we have many supporting statistics through that. As the question at the very beginning has been, how can we build resilience to reputational risk? The counter question is, can we even do that on the basis of the fact that this reputational risk definition is changing so dramatically? And especially in service industries, and if you're part of service industry, as myself, especially on the financial company side, you'll see that we have heightened regulatory demand, both on transparency and short-term decision-making at the board level. Then we have investors that are seeking and scrutinizing companies even more on pay for performance and on executive compensation schemes, and they ask a hell of a lot of questions about that at the annual general meeting of public companies, as well as offline at other meetings. And again, both for small and middle enterprises, private companies, and public companies alike. And then we have a deeper awareness of the role played by intangibles, especially by consumers. And consumers are coming to us both as millennials in terms of their preferences for a diverse range of products, a diverse range of qualities, but on the other hand also as our employee base, as what are their expectations in terms of the integrity bar set by their companies that they're part of. And then you have regulators that are dealing with one key area these days that we find across all service industries: technology. How is that disruptive the way new regulation is set in place, and how is disruptive the legacy regulation that we're asked to report against? Now, all of these supportive statistics for boards, from investors, from consumers, from regulators, are once again raising the bar even higher for integrity and performing with integrity. Now, no wonder then on the topic of reputational risk, intangibles starting playing such a strong role, because they are really full of all misconceptions about these intangibles. What are they? The cost of accounting for consumer preferences and ever-evolving consumer preferences. Are they a fad? Are they going to be there after millennials? Which is going to be the next generation of consumers or employees that we're going to be dealing with? In terms of boards, we're always going to have financial regulations geared around what are we, quote unquote, promising on annual shareholder meetings, and the short-term implications on not fulfilling those obligations. And then, once again, interest groups that now, as was pointed earlier, come from having global services, global goods that are within the purchasing power of many consumers that are not necessarily residing in our local community as we know it. So the question really surrounding reputational risk that has changed dramatically, even at least in the last 5 years, has been, are we capturing everything regarding these intangibles? Are there more intangibles that we don't know about that we should be focusing on in order for us to build the right processes surrounding them? Now, one thing neither I nor Anna pointed out before at the introduction was, as of approximately 4 months ago, I took over responsibility from the investment risk function into adding the analysis of reputational risk as part of us being responsible investors. And you hear probably a lot on papers and magazines about the term ESG. How do we account for environmental issues, social issues, yet in the realm of governance processes? And the way I attacked it at the very beginning when I took the role was, if we want to manage our reputational risk that is about these intangibles, we need to call around the table the right people. And what I did, I went ahead and looked at the areas that currently manage or are faced with the risk associated with quantifiable and predictable outcomes. So I gathered at the table representatives from finance, from audit, from supervision, and depending on where you sit in the financial services area, it could be compliance personnel or legal. Third-party risk, that in my case are colleagues in IT, in particular IT infrastructure and cyber. The validation personnel, so people that, if you work in a bank, would deal with model or data governance. The CRO, and in this case, he showed up himself. The reporting functions, again, depending on where you see in the food chain of financial services, could be an operations team that reports or liaison directly with customers or with regulators, so to speak. And then corporate development and business development function that sit usually in the executive team by the strategy function. And what did we go ahead and ask them? I asked very simple questions. First of all, I asked to build a little bit of awareness at the firm level of what we meant by reputational risk. And I asked, in your daily life, what do you think is the current trend of reputational risk? Is it higher than usual? Is it about average? Is it lower? Or is it just that we are facing heightened awareness that there is this reputational risk going on? And the most interesting thing was, and I found that I got very different answers depending on what side of the organization he resided. The second question was, well, if we step back and we have to categorize this risk if we want to measure it, acknowledging the fact that it's multifaceted, is it more sitting in the bucket of this culture risk that, again, becomes another squishy subject, or is it part of the cost of doing business, and therefore it is an operational risk that we face? The third question that I asked was, where would the oversight, the direct oversight of reputational risk belong to? Does it belong to senior management? Does it belong to a board committee? Is it only client-facing individuals? Or is everyone else? The fourth was about establishing exposure metrics. So which tools should we utilize or are currently utilized in the organization to quantify the relevant reputational risk exposure? Is it by geography? Like, for example, anti-money laundering practices, would that cover it? Would that be enough? Would that be by client type? If you're dealing, for example, with government entities? By industry? By end market served? If you, for example, are in low-income housing or the like? By consumer type, we discussed millennials before, or is it just operational awareness surrounding, for example, the lifestyle of tenants if we are running a real estate operation? And the last question that we targeted was regulation. Who regulates reputational risk? Now, the answers I got were quite interesting. And I would say that if we start with the finance department, finance was all worried about capital markets and the funding needs of the organization. Is reputational risk, however we measure, is it going to impact our ability to fundraise or to access our lines of credit? And how? Or is it going to make the cost of funding for our treasurer more expensive? But the answer I got from audit when asked these questions was, what about, so we go around with a standard book of processes to define resilience across pain points of an organization over time. What about we add in there a pain point as lost business opportunities? Would that be something that we can audit? Would that be something that would make it? And in my own 20 years, I would have never expected to find someone in audit or a chief audit officer to actually ask these questions about a gauge and a measure reputational risk in terms of lost business opportunity. The supervisory people and compliance were all about, we need risk metrics, we need risk analytics. We have to identify it through risk analytics. Third-party risk assessment and IT, when they looked at the infrastructure, they said, clearly for us, what it takes it to say that we truly manage it is an infrastructure that sits across all the functions that we serve, because there's a ubiquitous risk across all the functions. That was a fair point. Now, the answer that I probably expected that doesn't mean anything if I liked it or not was from the validation desk. And so the validation desk and the model risk analytics colleagues were, it's a non-quant issue. We don't need to do anything about it. We acknowledge that, but we don't really need to do anything. It doesn't belong to our area. The CROs and the CRO office was actually gave an answer where it was quite intriguing and in line with the audit function. It is something that belongs to us. Is it part of the audit process? It should be part of the lost business opportunity, and we should address that not only at executive committee, but in individual product areas. Yes, we need to be, but yet we need to be very careful, because there could be an opportunity to bucket under the same umbrella too strict of a requirement to pass the bar for reputational risk for both our internal purpose for our employees and our customers, and be caught by false positives. And I'll give you an example shortly about what he meant. Operations and reporting simply came back saying, we live in an environment of zero tolerance for any shortfall in measuring reputational risk. So we will always overdo. And the strategy and corporate development function that sits right by the CEO pointed out in the reputational risk survey that all they care for, in theory, was, or prioritizing, was headline risk. How not to make the first page of the Wall Street Journal. Now, let's go back to the set of questions for a moment. When we went ahead and we met as a group and we discussed these findings across our organization, we said, okay, well, if it's really true that from current trends, you have a higher degree of reputational risk, and the CFO found false positives that measuring risk too tightly could lead to, can he give us examples? And the example came from the CRO that had as a previous role this CRO function from a regional bank. And what he pointed out was the lost business opportunity of millennials. Millennials finding that, as an example, diversity not being brought forward in products that the regional bank was offering to, for example, families with multiple children or households with only one parent, would actually be inclined more to switch. And the cost of switching for millennials on an app and opening a bank account somewhere else across the street was happening much faster than they could. Therefore, they had prioritized diversity and ensuring that they were targeting their products to their end markets in the areas that they lived in, predominantly to address this reputational risk of being biased in the products that they were servicing. And that was part of the CRO responsibility of ensuring that reputational risk was also a function of something called financial literacy. So what is how do you measure financial literacy of your customer base? Obviously, if you have many branches, that's certainly not necessarily defined by how many clients you have that pass the approval process based on the FICO score. Because a high FICO score doesn't necessarily mean, or we imply with high FICO score, a high literacy rate. Yet, the bank decided that based on the zip code and based on the income of the people that they were serving, they needed to offer these programs and to start counting. How many people were actually passing with a medium FICO score and yet being deemed by the bank financially literacy. Now, on the topic of who regulates, right? Who regulates? It was the supervision area that discussed the risk analytics that brought a very fair question. It is still about the consumer. If you look at, and you do a quick search on the risk analytics surrounding reputational risk, they're all about the incentives given to the consumers in either accessing certain products for their own risk appetite or having products that are specifically designed for them. And the Financial Conduct Authority in the UK, as much as the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau in the US, were the ones that were keeping track of complaints against financial services institutions surrounding the risk appetite of the consumer versus the products that they were sold into. Now, obviously that calls for a very first takeaway from all of this, from running our internal survey, that was integrated risk management as we know it or as we have it is not enough. Because reputational risk is indeed the failure of all of these traditional governance models that we have lived by. And no wonder how there has to be the representation of every part of the business, every one of these functions, from audit to third-party model to validation to the corporate functions in strategy, to really understand which parts of the organizations are feeling the heat of not only heightened awareness, but stronger reputational risk of placing specific products that are not in line with the risk appetite of our customers. Now, but if it's the failure of governance, let's go back, because these are, if we think that reputational risk is so now foundational to the business going forward, what is it really foundational about it, and where did governance or is the current integrated risk management models that we have fail? Failed to address, as we said, the rest of the intangibles, but one key part of intangibles, which is the financially material intangibles, the ones that point at all those risks that have been labeled as non-quantifiable and now become quantifiable because of the lost business opportunity. And if that's the case, we have made the switch, probably in the last 4 or 5 years, from a risk world free of these intangibles to a world full of these intangibles, which call for a new set of metrics to be introduced in our risk processes and the governance processes. I call them SIR, Sustainability, innovation, and risk management metrics that all come together, but for what purpose? For the purpose of aligning corporate commitments and corporate behaviors. And why is that? It is what we heard even on the panel before. What we promise to our customers is what we need to judge ourselves on and base the foundation of our reviews. How well are we doing our job in delivering the value of our products or our services to the customer? And to the point of sustainability, as the CRO pointed out, if you're doing low-income credentialing, a financial literacy program and offering your customers or prospects financial literacy programs is as important from a CRO perspective in helping you determine whether if you offer a product or not, you may be caught into a lost business opportunity. In terms of innovation, when you have from the third-party validation the comment on that this is a risk, reputational risk, that is ubiquitous across all functions that they served globally, it is really a testament of testing that IT infrastructure even in areas where there's business needs for new infrastructure to be placed. So to test whether legacy infrastructure sits well with new fintechs and product innovation that is brought in. And from risk management perspective, understanding the importance that if we do run internally a pay gap analysis by geography, by gender, by employee level or status within an organization, by tenure for the board, you may as well do that in the context of analyzing the perspective of pay for performance in terms of diversity. That's what customers want to know. And I'll give you the example of, and I quoted here, when non-financial risks become financial. That's a quote for the new CEO of an organization called the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, SASB. I don't know if you've heard about this organization, but since 2001, when it was first born as an NGO, the purpose was to add to financial statements and to the 10K of public companies the perspective on which are these intangibles that are financially relevant for an organization by sector. And they cover in their standards for reporting these non-financially material issues 80 different sectors, nuanced by, for example, under financial services, you'll have consumer finance, mortgage finance, and the likes, by 11 different metrics that all correspond to environmental exposures, social exposure, and governance exposures that your business may be having. And they've had a tremendous success, especially as these standards, which are accounting metrics, have been accepted and launched last year at the London Stock Exchange. Now you had, of the Fortune 500 companies, since the launch of these standards, again, accounting, measurable standards, that were launched in October of last year, you had 35 of the Fortune 500 companies reporting in their annual reports and statements SASB metrics. And I encourage you to look at them for your own respective sector. Now I'll give you the example of consumer finance, which are the financially material intangibles that, according to SASB, they are important to define whether there is alignment at the corporate level between commitments and those promises that the panelists right before at the beginning of the day mentioned, versus corporate behaviors. For consumer finance would be, first of all, and not surprisingly, customer privacy and data security. How do you measure that? Well, if you're a consumer finance company, you may as well have the number of accounts and the number of account holders whose data is used for a secondary purpose. And how many of these accounts have opt-out policies? Is that something that can be quantifiable and sits someplace in a consumer finance organization? Probably yes. Is it something that is brought to the board attention on a framework and a package? Probably not, unless there is a necessary action because there has been a potential claim associated with legal fees attached to it. The second topic that is listed by SASB under consumer finance, and again, I pick consumer finance as one of these 80 industries, but is data security. So how many data breaches, right? The number, quantifiable number. What percentage involved PII information of customers? the aggregate number of monetary losses associated with each breach. And then the third material intangible that SASB recommends for companies adopt and count and measure for a consumer finance company, interestingly enough, are under social selling practices. This goes back to our CRO point of view. What's the percentage of total remuneration by people that are client-facing that is variable and that is linked to the placing in the market of new products or services? There's also under selling practices tracking the approval rate for high FICO scores, medium FICO scores, or low FICO scores. And then the number of complaints filed with the organizations such as the CFPB, and how many, what percentage of these complaints resulted in an investigation by branches, by location, by geographic area. So this is just an example of how some of these intangibles, again, data privacy, data security, the ability to respond to customer inquiries in these buckets that are either by customer and market or geography or gender or millennial versus non-millennial type, have become extremely important to grow the businesses, also to promote an environment where businesses, there's zero tolerance for reputational risk, but there's also the ability to count and to hold ourselves accountable whether we have lost business opportunities in areas that we should grow with. Now, the best question that I was asked was, so can you list the areas where corporate commitments and corporate behaviors for public companies have failed, that they are misaligned? Well, look at this list for 2018. And I'm sourcing a reputational risk provider that deals with headline risk out of Zurich, Switzerland, and the name is RepRisk. They publish every year, for free on their website, the most controversial list. And for corporate commitments, we take the commitments that have been signed by over 10,000 CEOs between public companies and private companies, small and middle enterprises as well, in the last 10 years to the UN Global Compact Initiative. And the UN Global Compact Initiative, for those of you who are not familiar, was launched 20 years ago in January of 1999 by UN Secretary Kofi Annan with the premise of getting corporate leaders, again, CEO level, to commit to advance economic development by getting rid of human rights abuses, getting rid of labor-related issues, and getting rid of corruption and bribery issues around the globe. And we have, as of today, I think 13,000 organizations, so 13,000 CEOs that have committed to this. Yet, if we look at how many companies have been flagged for corporate commitments not meeting their behaviors, there are quite a few. And which are these corporate commitments that have come into question and they've been, quote unquote, most controversial last year? Pretty remarkably, the first one was forced labor. The second one, dealing with human right abuses, and the third one, anti-corruption practices, in particular bribery and anti-money laundering. Now, it is the 20 years in of these commitments. And we are dealing with companies that we can't just flag they work in emerging markets. These are actually coming from the vast majority operating in developed economies and publicly listed companies. But particularly of these corporate behaviors, which were the issues that were flagged the most? Well, occupational health and safety, health and environmental impact of products and services, and corporate complacency at either executive management team or board level surrounding any of these issues. Now, I go back and first of all, I want to mention to my colleagues in the validation team that, specifically said it's not measurable. These are pretty measurable, right? Occupational health and safety. Have you ever heard about near miss frequency? Okay, how many people almost made it, through an incident? How many number of days in the workforce that are off work because of an injury? Products, health and safety and impact of products, passing hazardous chemicals standards, and then having products that actually don't pass an audit for that, and chemicals use in our manufacturing facilities, or corporate complacency surrounding approval rate of FICO scores that were misleadingly assigned. Now, when we take a look at that, we probably also need to realize then that the way to address and attack reputational risk, if it's a failure, as we said, of our governance practices and models, and if we need to measure it, start measuring it, it is really about the degree of transparency and disclosure that we utilize on themes of sustainability, of innovation, and risk. And they are pretty quantifiable, as I've shown. So if we start with those that are quantifiable, we are already adding enough transparency and disclosure in our organizations to fill that gap at the organizational level that allows us to really measure at a higher level how we are delivering the value we do. Now, the next point I want to make is, we heard even before in the panel, there is the connection between reputational risk and brand. And there is this interesting myth of pretty much all of us in the room have heard that a good company never fails to make a good decision, right? It's about decision making, apparently, to hold a brand, high up in the realm of the perfect brand. So it looks like decreased reputational risk, so lower reputational risk is associated with increased brand equity. Is that the case? Or is it maybe we have not been caught yet because we have not been measuring, right? So when we discuss brand, let's be very clear, and there have been many, not only academic studies, but industry studies about this. It is about having favorable public perception of our business practices, nothing else. So when that perception deteriorates, for example, industry-wise, right, then there is the emergence of cases of lost business opportunities. So when we ask ourselves, does the reverse hold, that lower reputational risk yields stronger brand equity? Right? Let's realize that by virtue of operating in specific sectors, you're always going to have a higher reputational risk because it's the cost of doing business. If you are dealing in the chemicals business, you're always going to have environmental issues you're dealing with. If you're working in metals and mining, you're always going to have issues surrounding specific sector and resource allocations that you have or not with your local communities. And sector level reputational risk, it is brand agnostic. And one example that I always like to give is, my accent probably gives it away, but I'm Italian. And the one thing that everybody always mentions to me about Italy is when they go on a cruise. Now, I don't want to mention what has just recently happened off the coast of Venice, but if we think 7-8 years ago, in 2012, you had Carnival cruises being severely hit in terms of reputational risk by the fact that one of their biggest ships, the Costa Concordia, inadvertently missed a rock, a hidden rock, and it caused 3,000 passengers being in need of being evacuated in 6 hours at danger, 35 of them losing their lives, and the entire staff almost leaving and trying to run for their lives. So what did it do to the entire economy of the tourism industry since 2012? Not just for Carnival, but for everybody else, if you're thinking Norwegian cruises and other airlines, right, Caribbean. People switched options. You know what, I'm not thinking about a cruise this year, I'm doing something else. So sector level, that reputational risk associated with getting on a cruise and having this question from customers, am I safe enough to reach peacefully the other side of my journey? Is it something that, it was not brand specific, it was industry-wide. Therefore, the third takeaway I'd like you to to think about is how reputational risk has a faster transmission mechanism than brand alone, right? It just stays with you longer, and it takes longer to recover than just a brand-related public perception of whether your goods are good enough or whether your goods are the latest and greatest that customers need. So it's very interesting, right, to notice that, number one, how did we get into the whole topic of reputational risk in the last 5 years? Has been because of market disruptions. It's these intangibles that deal with the environment, with our workforce, with our consumers, we have always had. Yet market disruptions have changed the way we engage, we source information, and also the way we manage talent. At the firm level, we digest a hell of a lot of data more rapidly, as it was pointed out before, and we have pretty well-known evidence of regulators across the globe looking at technology and trying to regulate the technology use. But we also have the opportunity, an opportunity that are used for investment in the areas where reputational risk could provide opportunities, invest in our risk processes, and also invest in our compliance and compliance supervisory tools that allow compliance and supervisory professionals to now be talking about corporate strategy. They now start talking about issues surrounding how do we get to the next level of funding that is needed to grow the business? Can we contribute to that? And how we do. So what I encourage you to do is to realize that just running business as usual in an integrated risk management framework is not enough. That somehow you need to run your own anecdotal survey, the survey that I suggested that covers current trends, that puts awareness into it is a cultural risk. There is a cultural risk blend with the operational cost of doing business in specific sectors. There are people that have direct oversight, but quite frankly, the direct oversight is anybody that raises their hand. And exposure metrics are actually quantifiable when we think about at least singling out the areas of reputational risk that are financially material to our organization. And that regulation-wise, consumer-related regulators are the ones that are coming across as the strongest in dealing with reputational risk. So it's time to run your own survey, or I would if I were you, as it's been tremendously helpful on my end. And now I'll open it up for questions, since we have approximately 7 minutes to go up until break. I'll give you a minute if you have any. Anthony? Oh, great. And there's a mic coming your way, actually. But I can hear you. If you want, I can repeat your question.
I noticed you were talking about the stakeholders, boards, investors, consumers, and regulators. And I wanted to ask you what you thought about considering subcontractors and vendors as part of that stakeholder group. And the second thing I wanted you to comment on was this idea of using zip codes and FICO scores as kind of a recognition of the unfair side of business. Something we used to call in the United States redlining. Mm-hmm. There's a dark side to this. You could, okay.
Yeah. Well, those are all fair questions. And by the way, yes, everything I said today is all about things that I heard with my own ears in surveys. So yes, the first one is absolutely the reason why we had at the table, and let's go back to that. Give me a second. The reason why at the table, my nice little round table, I had third-party risk is to cover as well anything that is associated with vendors. Obviously, if you are in a financial service or a services in general, any vendor is associated with an organization through some sort of infrastructure that goes through IT. So the easier way to get to discuss vendors and vendor policies, and if those vendors, and to make those vendors part of the table, was to third-party risk personnel. So absolutely, they are at the table. They have to be unified with the overall addressing the reputational risk, not only in policies associated with them, but updating those policies. How do we source the vendors that we partner with? That's extremely important. On the thought of redlining, right, from the CRO, you see the false positives. I agree with you. The vast majority, and we heard about it before, right, when we talk about when we deal with customer data and we deal with the ability from customers to actually opt out there's a specific opt-out policy. Well, it turns out that opt-out policies are not well advertised. So the reason for picking regional banks, it is so important, right? In an environment where we say, look, funding small and middle enterprises, finding all the people that may have low FICO scores simply because they're just getting started. There's not enough history, right, that a model will give. It is extremely important. Now, if you don't advertise it, and you open a customer to the opportunity to have their data utilized for a secondary purpose, goes back into that integrity bar and rising the integrity bar, right, that we heard before, the Royal Bank of Canada CIO talking about how customers, if the customer was sitting by you, would they be happy to see what you do with their data? So absolutely. But again, going back to the survey and the survey findings that I've run, you realize that more and more it goes back into the chief risk officer role, or saying, look, you may have false positive for the wrong reason, for those reasons that you would call, or they may have called historically, like redlining, that maybe they're not, they're off the chart of any process yet at the local level or at the individual lower end level in the organization, where you have selling practices that should be promoted to avoid the redlining. Redlining is actually happening. So I agree. Very good questions. Anyone else?
Good morning, Alessia.
Hi.
Hi. I Kenneth Marcano, First Citizens Bank, Trinidad and Tobago. I like your presentation. I may have missed the first part, though. Did you speak about how do you set enterprise-level reputation risk metrics that can cascade down to individual business lines? Because one of the challenges we face is that we're comfortable setting top-line enterprise-level market risk metrics, whether it's VAR or duration or whatever, credit risk metrics. But when it comes to reputational risk, you kind of get a bit stuck, because you want an overall metric that can still be cascaded down by line of business, by jurisdiction, by product type, and that's where it gets a little tricky. Yeah. So I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Yes, and I guess the reason for highlighting the controversial list of all the corporate commitments and the corporate behaviors and the misaligning of that for last year is actually an important component of your what you rightly pointed out, that the cascade is between, you have commitments that are set at the top of an organization, right? And they are pretty much public commitments, right? And then you have behaviors that, two of them, if you see them as issues, are you have occupational health and safety or the impact of your products or servicing on your consumer. But then on the other hand, you also, that are pretty basic, right? You go from your selling practices all the way up to how you handle your issues that affect your employees and your customers, all the way needing to be reporting upstream to your CROs and go back into the CEO and the board and the audit committee. On the other hand, you have corporate complacency on how many of these instances are enough, or how many do you need in order for these issues that you have within your product areas and within your business development organization that need to go up and get elevated. And obviously on that topic is any one of this that deal with either sustainability or innovation need to be brought up. As we heard before, right, from James Quigley, too much information is floating to the board. That's where the important aspect is, as you see on the slide, we just have 3 of them, right? But if the board is not aware of them, or somebody's afraid of reporting, then becomes quite difficult for the board even to decide whether they are important usage of their time or not. But yeah, your question is extremely valuable. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Linda Chapman from Montala. So I wanted to ask you whether or not you have been able to come up with any kind of equation for the financial impact of a risk event. Like I'm sorry I missed so much of your presentation. My flight was delayed. But this is a really fascinating topic, and I've not yet seen anything that gives you an equation, yet brands have value. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I can give you an answer as an investor, if you don't mind. So I'll take my latest 4 months of running the sustainable investing function and understanding how reputational risk is actually incorporated in the value assessment from a credit perspective, how much credit you give to an organization that has a high degree of awareness and is doing something about reputational risk in these areas or not. And I can tell you that the equation is quite simple. It is equal weighted. If you have an environmental issue, and again, me personally, I use the SASB standards in order for me to understand if by sector, which are, I mentioned before, I don't know if you heard, the ones for consumer finance. So I look pretty much how many data breaches, if you are in a consumer company, consumer finance investee company, you have had, how many of those policies that, for example, provide opt-out for a customer in order for them to remain the sole owners of how their information is utilized, or they're aware of any secondary use of their information. And the third one would be selling practices, as an example, for consumer finance. Those are quite quantifiable, and those are metrics that can be used to not only address whether these companies that you're looking at, again, consumer finance, it could be healthcare, it could be a life insurer, it could be, you name it, any of them. Once you have those set of standards that you can apply, then you can look at those and say, on an equally weighted basis, how is this company comparing to this other one? And you start penalizing the companies that are not providing enough transparency and are not willing to make the disclosure. And I can tell you that there's fewer and fewer companies where you don't find even the investor relations teams that are not willing to give you this kind of time of day. They all want that because they're all looking at investors that are becoming more and more for which this kind of information is becoming more and more important. Up until the day in which, up until the day in which we had 7 to 8 years ago, the issue of financial materiality, then people would not even discount them in their cost of funding. But now you found, even at the CFO level, right, that you had people telling you, there's an area that is called capital markets that if we don't actually show excellence in handling this reputational risk according to the financial material metrics, we're going to be penalized for. And then you have the audit department being concerned about, is our audit practices not capturing the lost business opportunity? Are they stale? And then you had the CRO office, as Anthony, this gentleman here, were pointing out before, how there may be false positives if you just go with a book that is sector agnostic. For that reason, that higher brand doesn't necessarily shield you from the reputational risk that you're penalized for. And I hope I answer your questions, but I'm open to offline questions as well.
Okay, well, I think we're going to have to wrap it up from there, but let's give our speaker a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
so that's good. I didn't catch that on tape. Falling over the stairs as we walking back, right?
Are we ready to go? Okay. I can barely see in the light here, but I think I got the wave, right? Okay, we got the wave here. Good morning, everyone. Welcome again to the GRC Summit, and welcome to what I think is one of the most significant topics of discussion and a panel as part of the GRC Summit. Welcome to the convergence of cyber risk management with ORM, Operational Risk Management. Let me introduce myself. My name is Rohit Bedi. In my role at MetricStream, I manage, lead the global partnerships and alliances. And as some of you are aware, a large part of our business, and quite frankly, the culture of our company, is to do business around the world with our partners in serving our clients. Also part of my role, I've had a chance or the fortune of building some of the strategic regions around the world for the company. And that journey today, along with Sudipta, who's seated in the front, I'm building regions in Asia Pacific, including Australia, India, Singapore, Middle East, and Africa as well. And this particular topic is very pertinent to me. Let me start by making some opening comments, and then I'll move into introduction of the panel. I'd like to talk about something totally different than the topic, and that's about, in our world today, we have come to realize or be conversant with certain words, company names, business functions that have become very prevalent in our daily lives. And when we say those words, the next thing comes to our mind. So when we say Uber, the next thing you think about is what? Taxi, convenience, easy, something. You think about, you say the word Google, and something comes to your mind. When you say the word cyber, I don't think cool or safety comes to your mind. Whether I'm here in the United States, or I'm in Europe, or I'm in Asia Pacific, or Africa, or Middle East, or Australia for that matter. It's the #1 calling card I have, and I will always get a meeting with that. But let me share with you that in that journey, in the last 12 or 18 months, what I have found as the bigger topic that is on everybody's mind now is not just cyber risk management. It is now, how do we manage this along with our larger risk enterprise? How do we converge cyber risk management with operational risk? And what does that mean to us as a company, to our executives, to where we live, in which country we operate? And I couldn't think of a better set of leaders that we have than what we have today with us to be able to talk about that topic with you. Now, just a few minutes ago, I'll share with you that I just met with my panelists upstairs, and we just did a session, a brainstorming session. And as I did that session, it was pretty evident to me the amount of knowledge that they have. And so what I would encourage you is to listen in for the next 40 or 50 minutes. You'll have an ability to ask questions as well. But what I would really encourage you to do is to seek them out after the panel, during the summit, after that through your LinkedIns, and be able to draw upon that knowledge. So I'd like to welcome Jacob Peterson, Director, Enterprise Risk Management from the CNO Financial Group. Welcome, Jacob, seated on the very far left. In the middle, I'd like to welcome Jesse Abraham, Vice President, Technology Risk and Compliance Officer for Federal Home Loan Bank of New York. Welcome, Jesse. And I'd like to welcome Garrett Smiley, CISO and Vice President of Information Security at Serco, seated on my right, on the extreme right. Welcome, Garrett. Now, before I ask them to introduce themselves, and we'll get into the panel, here's how we thought about doing this. So I'm going to ask the panelists to introduce themselves. I would also like for them to, as part of the introduction, talk about one particular question that is on everybody's mind. After that, there are about 5 to 6 topics that we polled that I'm going to bring up with the panelists. I will seek out one of the panel members to talk about that topic, and then I will seek out either an amplified view or a contrarian view. And we know we love contrarian views. After that, we will open it up for panel Q&A. With that, I'd like to invite Jesse Abraham first to introduce herself. And the common question that I'd like to ask in their introduction is, when it comes to cyber risk management and the convergence, what is the biggest topic on her or their mind that they want to be able to talk about?
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jesse Abraham. I work at Federal Home Loan Bank of New York. I'm a vice president. I am technology risk and compliance officer. I have 20 years of risk management experience. If I had to keep it really simple, I did a little bit of I did small consulting, risk management. I did big consulting, risk management. I also did, in the span of my years, I also did big corporations, and I was in small companies as well. Currently, I'm in a company of 350 people. I have, throughout the phase of those 20 years, done business process risk management, SOX, operational risk, compliance, and now in my current designated role as technology risk and compliance officer, I have built a team, brand new team, and I have been building a technology risk and oversight program, which, exactly to this topic, sits underneath operational risk. So the past 2 years have been, I feel, a combination of all my experience that this is the right time to be able to perform this function. In terms of your question, why cyber risk? My interest in cyber risk, obviously, besides the fact it's part of my job responsibility, I feel really connecting the board to the first line, second line, third line really matters. What the board says at the highest level in terms of appetite. As we as risk managers as second line, I feel it's our duty to really translate that, because maybe in its current state, it is not as clear as it could be to first line. So in terms of how your company responds, their risk response to the new and emerging risks out there, it's important that we reflect what the board has requested us to do.
Thank you, Jesse. Garrett?
I agree. Part of my role as a CISO is to translate risk, if I'm doing my job correctly. And I have to keep in mind who my audience is. So to Jesse's point, when I'm speaking to the board of directors, I have to speak to them in the way that risk is communicated as a potential liability, right? When it's the executive management team, I'm generally speaking to them to say, you know, you're allocating budget against information security and risk management, these different things, and I need to educate them on what that spend brings them, and probably even more importantly, what it doesn't bring. But knowing your audience is important, so I would say that
I guess to introduce some levity, I'm like Tom in The Godfather.
Mm-hmm.
He advised the Godfather what to do. That doesn't mean that he got to tell him what to do, right?
Well said.
The Godfather said, I want to go to the mattresses if we're going to go to war. I advise you against that, Godfather, but if you do, just know it's going to have these impacts. So that for me, that's the main thing that I have to remember. Who's my audience? How will this mean the most to them? I'll throw one more in there. When I'm speaking to legal, I speak to them along the lines of what has material impact. So just knowing your audience and speaking in their language, the taxonomy that you both commonly share is very, very critical in trying to help identify, illuminate, and hopefully mitigate the risks that we have in our environments.
Great analogy, and if I remember correctly, godfathers live and die by their consigliaries, so.
They do, very important, yeah.
Awesome. Jacob?
Jacob Peterson, I work for CNO Financial. It's a financial services industry as a director of ERM. And I have some knowledge and experience in all three lines of defense, owning the risk, monitoring, and also being an internal audit. And to me, in my current role, when I look at cyber, I look at it from a more of a corporate perspective. It's just one of the risks, and a lot of the risks are sitting in silos. So for me, is to branch out there, making sure that I can go out there and say, what can I practically do to weave in cyber with all of these other enterprise risks to make sure it's working and people getting the information that they need to act on stuff and being proactive.
Jacob, thank you. Let me begin with the first question, and Jesse, let me ask you the first question. Everyone knows cyber attacks. Everyone knows cyber attacks affect a lot, from confidentiality, profitability, availability, brand, anything you can name under the sun. And the rising incidents really represent a big threat, perhaps one of the biggest threats to organizations. If I ask you, what are the biggest threats that you are seeing as part of that, and how is the business model changing to take care of this increased level of cyber risk?
All right, thank you. In terms of risk, I want to speak not necessarily as a CISO or information security officer, but probably just from your risk area, ERM, second line. So as a risk manager at second line, I would say my number 1, 2 concerns as it relates to cyber and the uniqueness of cyber risk, and not only cyber risk, but technology risk in general, is the complexity of cyber risk, as well as the rapid speed of technology changes. That in itself changes your set of risks and your risk profile on an exponential basis. So in terms of complexity, just to break that down a little bit, for cyber risk and technology risk, if you were to look at the layers of technology risk, cyber risk is very unique, where you can look at the infrastructure risk, you can look at application risk, you can look at the business level, the process interdependencies, you can look at the service providers and their cyber risks. If you look at that whole layered approach together, you can have one risk in one layer, or you can have multiple risks in all of those layers, which is compounded. Very different, I would say, than the rest of ops risk. Secondly, that risk not only affects cyber risk profile, but it affects your ops risk profile, and it can affect your ERM profile altogether. Dependent on where that cyber risk is happening, if it happens to your financial reporting systems, it can impact your financial risk, it can impact your credit risk. So very unique, I feel, is technology risk in general. Secondly, in terms of rapid change of technology, we as risk managers need to evolve our responsibilities as with thought when rapid change occurs. We might be living in a very traditional risk management perspective, and so what I'm saying is it has to force our business model to change. A couple things I have done through experience is that I believe a dedicated set of resources that are technology focused is required. No longer is the day that I can be doing some of IT, some of business, but I really believe you need a dedicated team to focus 100% on technology risk. Secondly, I believe you need to develop a very unique and customized technology risk oversight program, separate or integrated into your ops risk program, because no longer is the day I can follow my ops risk program, because there are certain unique risks in cyber that you need to have a customized program. For example, cyber risk and the uniqueness of timeliness. You cannot respond to a phishing attack 1 week later versus the first day is better. So our program in the second line has to embed some sort of timely identification and response.
Awesome. I'm going to pick up on the business model here in a second. But before I do that, I'd love to ask the consigliere your view as to how you look at that same question in terms of what Jesse talked about, you know, cyber risk versus operational risk, the two different programs, and how is that sort of business model sort of, you see that changing?
I'll provide a use case that's recent. I think the lines of demarcation are getting blurred and blown away right now. Case in point, I spend a lot of time doing compliance-related work, especially as it relates to our contracts. We're a federal contractor where I work, and one of the things that we have to be compliant with, because we do a lot of business with the DoD, is a particular control set and a particular acquisition clause that says, thou shalt have this control set in place. Not only will you have it, but all your supply chain will have it as well. You're not allowed to give them government-sensitive data with particular markings if they don't have it. Otherwise, you run the risk of maybe not getting considered for the next recompete, maybe not being able to compete and chase contract work at all. That's still kind of a forming space, but the point is, I had to tell business unit leaders who are not used to being told anything from an ultimatum point of view, not that I was delivering it, but this was being delivered by the government. I said, you have a choice here. If you decide to continue to use subcontractors who have self-attested to not be compliant, I'm going to need for you to go ahead and sign this risk acceptance form so when the auditors come knocking, I can hold that up. They didn't like that, and it was a forcing measure to drive change to where they had to say, from the CEO on down, we're not going to do business with them. And they had to make that cold turkey decision. But it was the right decision because it forced the business to use a new model. We're going to vet these people before we bring them on as subcontractors. It will be part of the teaming agreement. It'll be treated like anything else, like a financial check for solvency, anything. So these lines of, that's an InfoSec risk, so I'm not worried about it. No, it's a risk. It's a risk and it has a potential impact. So that's kind of where I find myself playing as I work with other business departments and units, explaining to them, here's what it is, here's what's coming, here's the external constraints. And in my world, it makes it much easier if the language is included in the contracts. And I said, we're not having an academic discussion here. Right. You have to comply. So.
Great use case. And what was evident in there was this not the discussion about the cyber risk and the changing and the impact of the business models, but what is evident in there is the skill base it takes to sit in your position. So it's not just about knowing the risk, it's how to operate in that environment and how to exert the right kind of power at the right time and how to do it and get the result. Let me pick up on the business model that Jesse started to talk about. And let me turn to you, Jacob. And if I was to go a little bit deeper into it and say, how is the organization's framework for managing operational risk expanded, perhaps to include cyber risk? Does it include IT and cyber risk, third-party risk, compliance risks? There's some obvious answers there. But what I would love for the audience and myself to hear is, along with this question, what you talked about, what we talked about before coming in here is traditionally, in this conversation, when we talk about risk, we always talk about first line of defense, second line of defense, third line of defense. And here we are sitting talking about a brand new threat, maybe not so new, but it's a threat. Garrett just said, well, it's just another risk. But what does that mean to us? Does that mean that we need to look at the lines of defense in the same way or maybe a different way? And I'd love to hear first your view before we ask for a contrarian view.
So, and I might have a little bit slightly different opinion on the 3 lines of defense because I've been on each one of them, and it sounds so great on paper, but it's so difficult to execute it in real life, especially with those more complex risks. Some of the risks that are on, like say, treasury, that's very easy to define who's the owner, who's monitoring, and who's auditing. You start looking at third-party risk, cyber, and it becomes very murky very fast. And kind of to transition in with the business model change, our company is actually doing the business model change now where we're trying to grow, so to say, and trying to change our business model to be slightly different. And that also impacts the structure of our entire company. So what we have done is, first we basically have a structure of where everything sits. So cyber actually has been elevated upwards in the company. It sits under the IT. The operational risk management has always been there, but now they're kind of on par in terms of they still separated, which I personally think is good. Cyber are the experts to say, hey, what is the emerging risk? What controls do we need in place? And you have operational risk management. I can go in and audit them. You obviously don't want the same person saying, this is the risk, let me build the control, let me go and audit that. That's a big no-no in internal audit, to basically have a requester, approver, and disbursement of funds. So we have that, and they both report into the chief operating officer. From our point of view in the enterprise risk management, we're trying to also get more involved, whether it's to be on the same steering committee, but also to elevate our structure. So we are actually going to get now a chief risk officer in a company to make sure that we get elevated too. So structurally, we have been setting up the structure as the business model changes to recognize all of these risks.
Awesome. Jesse, what do you think about maybe parts of it you would agree with, but maybe another view?
I agree. The one thing I want to note is that for technology risk to be successful, one of the key things, and again, I'm really trying to move from a traditional point of view on IT risk management to, say, a new perspective or consider a holistic approach, which is for IT risk to be successful, we need to be able to consider IT cause and how it impacts business impact. So we, as the IT risk folks in the second line, need to be that link between the generic IT causes that are reported to us, such as phishing vulnerabilities or excessive access, and really translate it all the way through the different levels to the board in a way that is specific to business impact. What does that mean? So what? What system did it impact? What business process did that mean it impacted? And then how much money in that sense can you say you lost because you were unable to do X number of loans or trades because that system was down? So I really feel one of our obligations is to be that connector between IT and business impact. In terms of first, second, and third line of defense, I love this. When I set up my department, I was trying to figure this out, and I think it was the first time it was written on paper, these lines of defense. What I realized is that, we have, say, for example, a CISO, I would say first line of defense is your frontline business, and what is, again, very unique for cyber and technology is your first line also consists of your IT folks, your IT support that supports the business. That is both your front line. So your SecOps folks that are sitting in supporting the business and watching our security day to day, they are considered your first line of defense. Second line, I would say, is us as risk managers, where we are the ones who are almost translating the language brought from us from the board in terms of appetite. 1.5 for me, at least in my use case, my business, in my specific company, I would say is my CISO. It's also my vendor management office. It's also my EUC office. It's also my BCP office. All those who set programs and policies, they are my 1.5. I am 2, where I will look at their policies. I will see if this is in accordance with our appetite, and I will also look at level 1. So it doesn't matter, because when I speak to other companies, their CISO might be in the first line, their CISO might be in the second line. Really, it doesn't matter what line you're in, as long as you can distinguish each party's roles and responsibilities, and make sure you're not duplicating efforts, and make sure you're not missing anything.
Great. Garrett, I'd like to turn to you and perhaps pick up a little bit from there, but also talk about how can organizations then enhance the coordination and alignment between cyber, operational risk, other second line oversight functions to improve the visibility, the reporting, the communication at a board level, and then how to develop that comprehensive strategic approach that goes across the company. And how do you do that? How do you make that happen? How do you make that culturally happen? How do you make that framework happen? How do you make that program happen?
Good question. A lot of questions. The InfoSec function or the cybersecurity function or whatever you want to call us has to participate in ERM or ORM. There has to be a well-defined program. The reports have to be well-defined. And then the toughest part is you have to define that common taxonomy. What does it mean? Why are we measuring it? So then, so then what? Who cares? What do I do with this? Those things are challenging, but I will use my own organization as a use case. We have a well-developed, well-integrated ERM program that's globally adopted because we're owned by a UK company. And the risks at a high level are championed and reported by the CEO. So that's one thing that's good, is that it's rolled up to them and they have to be educated on, okay, what does this mean? What does this mean that it's medium versus high? What do I do with that? And it's done regularly, and it's done in front of 2 sets of boards, both the parent organization as well as ours, and they ask questions. And we are educating them with information that, quite frankly, and this is the tough part with boards, you can tell when a board member doesn't normally receive bad news, because the first time you give it to them, they act like you're crazy and everybody else is sane. And I experienced that when I started in my company, to where they're like, oh, you guys must be incompetent. I'm like, no, we're reporting what it actually is. Mm-hmm. And we need to have honest communication with the board so they can see the liability where it sits. One more thing, we just recently established some key risk indicators as a reporting metric. And I've been pounding on them for a while, saying, I need for you to, in one statement, tell me why I'm measuring this, and in the second statement, say what the standardized measuring is of this KRI. We eliminated some because there was struggles around that. But here's the good thing. It's already translated into efforts where those that had convenient ignorance before, no longer. And they're getting educated in the process. We're going to say, oh, I understand that risk. You've explained it quite succinctly. Thank you for that. We'll need to make a decision. We either mitigate it or we accept it, essentially. But we're knowing what we're accepting. You're saying this is what it is, this is what the impact is. And translating that and actually seeing those KRIs drive real positive change in the operating environment, because I've already seen it with a few of them, I'm like, that's the point. So that's something I might encourage others to take a look at if they haven't. It can help. But KRIs isn't the only solution, it's just one reporting mechanism that we have.
Okay. Jacob, I'd love to ask you to give your view on that, but let me pose another question to you in continuation of that. So today, boards and senior leadership increasingly on a, let's just say on a generic basis, for lack of a better word, recognize the fact that the solution to cybersecurity in particular lies in the broader people and processes of the institution. We heard this morning our keynote speaker talk a lot about the culture. He talked a lot about safety being the culture of one of his portfolio companies. We heard the panel talk about processes and people as well. So how can organizations then engage employees throughout the organization and then drive an active program to create that risk-aware culture across cyber risk and ORM?
Thank you. And I work for a company that a few years ago, a couple of years ago, came out of financial difficulties. So if you can think about a company that all of a sudden became increasingly risk-averse, centralizing decision-making and actually moving the decision-making up from the front lines, kind of higher up in the organization structure. So that's kind of what we dealt with. And now, as we're trying to grow and we are trying to be faster, you can't wait for a decision to be made 3-4 lines above you. So we recognize that, hey, now we got to do something else. But the people who are on the front line, again, they were just pitching the decisions up. So now they're going to potentially have to make those decisions themselves. And so there's several programs. Cyber has its program where it basically educate people. It does the phishing attempts. It does advertising in the hallways and all of that. We also, as part of ERM, we actually sat down with each risk owner for their enterprise risks and developed dashboards. One of them was cyber, not surprise. Technology was another one of them. And we use those dashboards. In those dashboards, we basically break down the risk into key risk drivers, and we even have KRIs as well. And we use that to go out and sit, whether it sits in staff meeting, whether it's using senior leadership risk forums, or any other communication and collaboration we have throughout our organization to educate people on more of the risks. And lately, we actually starting to roll out a smart calculated risk program, where it started with educating people on risk. What is risk? How should they think about it? What are some actions they can take? What are the ways to handle risk? And now we're doing the phase 2 of the risk program, smart calculated risk. We're basically putting in a structure in place to let people be more engaged, especially at the very lowest levels, the people who are facing the risk themselves immediately, to be able to be engaged, being able to do something about it. So that's what our company does right now.
Awesome. Jesse, how about yours?
With a new team and a new program, I'd like to say we're trying to change the culture in terms of who we are to first line, who we can be to the board. I report directly to the board. One of the things I've tried to do is, instead of, and you used a good word, risk adverse, because we are low risk, conservative financial institution, low risk, and the risk adverse to everyone would mean risk at the second level is telling first level, no, 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 no. And so this cultural shift that I have tried to do is we're not risk adverse, we are prudent risk takers, and we reward innovation. We are not only looking at the CIA triangle in terms of IT risk, confidentiality, integrity, availability, but we are pushing to strive to add 2 more words, which is innovation and agility. And so because we're a new team, I feel it's easier to do that, to say we're new program, this is our thought. And we brought that straight to the board as soon as we were established, and we're trying to sink it into the minds of the first, second, third line as well.
Okay, thank you, Jesse and Jacob. I'm going to, Jesse, just stay with you for a second, and I would love to get yours and Garrett's opinion. Sort of shifting the topic a little bit, we know that we have regulatory frameworks that have been developed on cybersecurity. I shared with you and the audience, you know, in my travels around the world, I've seen different frameworks being utilized across the world. You have some in the US, you have NIST, you have others, you have cyber fortification initiatives, HKMA, you have Singapore monetary authorities, you have Bank of England financial conduct authorities, et cetera, et cetera. I'd like to start with you, Jesse, and ask, you know, does your organization align with any of these frameworks? And how does that really work? And does that really work for you or not?
So I'm sure my perspective is going to be a smaller company, US-based, a couple of territories, New York, New Jersey, Virgin Islands. So we are not necessarily international, looking at the international regulations. Within our US base, we focus on COVID-19, NIST CSF, SysTop 20, which is kind of right now are dominant. However, what we are establishing, before we can even think about regulations internationally or in California or other places, is do we even have a process in place within our organization to identify new regulations and execute what is the right approach? Is that the responsibility of the CISO? Because the CISO then would have to develop and define what are the appropriate controls, encryption, in transit, data in transit, data at rest. Is it compliance? Is it legal? So almost like most companies have a CERT or a BERT or many different acronyms they have in terms of what's their execution plan. Similarly, I believe, and we're doing that now in our organization, is a proper plan to be able to identify and evaluate external, including international regulations.
Awesome. Garrett, I'm going to ask you for sort of a quick opinion on that, and then I'm going to pose another question to you that is going to be a follow-up of that. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, different organization, obviously. So, I work for a federal contractor, and I can tell you predominantly what drives our regulatory compliance is going to be, is it in the contract? I mean, that's kind of the simplest way to boil it down. So we have contracts that have very strong language in regards to PCI DSS for credit card processing. We have ones that have strong language for PHI based off of HIPAA. We have others as well that are probably less familiar to the audience, but I think you get the idea there. Just to expand it really quick, the more difficult thing to kind of piggyback off what you're saying, is it the CISO's responsibility, is you've got to determine what the requirements are, and there needs to be traceability into what your actions are going to be, which I think is what you were getting at. And that is challenging. I'm actually working with my counterpart over in solutions architecture to make sure that when cloud use cases are stood up for a particular need, that those requirements are well defined and translated. And I was pointing out that you've got regulatory frameworks that feed into that, you've got organizational policy that feeds into that, you've got what's in the contract that feeds into that, on and on and on. But it needs to be neatly mapped and traced, and at the end it's like, okay, so here's what you're doing. If you have that, you have a baseline, right, for moving forward. So easy to say, a little soundbite, but that's obviously the ideal state.
Right. I'm going to throw a quick question, and just would love to know, just your answer on it, and then I'd like to open it up for the audience for Q&A. How do you trade off, or what's the best way to even quantify a trade-off between a risk appetite and cost of controls and the impact of earnings? And I guess I'll give you a follow-on, and you can pick whichever one you want to answer, or maybe they're connected. When do you really quantify risk, and when do you really look at risk qualitatively? We'll start with you, Garrett, and then we'll just go that way, and then we'll open it up to audience.
I would just quickly reiterate what I stated before, which is, depending upon the audience, there is no risk that's mitigated without a cost. Generally, there's financial cost in there. Sometimes not, but generally there is. And it's in that quantification where you have to make people realize, and this is our ongoing struggle, right, day by day. Saying, I don't want to have any risks is silly, but yet people say that out loud all the time. You have to put cost to the mitigation effort clearly, succinctly, quantitatively, so they go, oh, that's going to cost me $1 million, or oh, that's going to cost me $10,000, and they can do that, you know, cost-risk trade-off, which everybody needs to be able to do, because we don't accept all risks and we don't mitigate all risk, right? So,
thank you. Jesse?
What I would say is, to the board and to your management, senior management, again, what I mentioned before about as technology risk to really provide value, we need to be able to speak in terms of business impact. So traditionally, again, you have your IT metrics, but what we need to do as risk managers is to translate or link those IT metrics to business metrics. So IT-centric metrics, translate them to business. You can't do one without the other, and I believe we have both probably in our entities, but just connect the dots. And when you connect the dots and you map, if say, a very simple example, again, I mentioned was system downtime, and you have those IT metrics, you map it to the board or to your senior management on, well, this impacted our trading, this impacted our key critical process, which is part of our mission statement. And it will really help you assess the proper thresholds, and that is almost like a bottom-up approach versus, you know, then you take that and those results and then you compare it to the board's risk appetite statement coming downward, and you'll find a proper place to really be able to interpret those business metrics and say, is this appropriate to our organization, and make proper decisions at the board and management level.
Thank you. Jacob?
If it was that easy. So in enterprise risk, we would with the actual risk appetite, how to write it, and then educate everybody on through the company. And it's funny because resources are limited, yet everybody wants to basically minimize the risks, rightfully so. But there's a trade-off, and right now, if you look at a siloed approach which enterprise risks comes in to try to mitigate that, the siloed approach that everybody has their own budget, they mitigate every risk, so there's duplication of efforts, number one, but there's also the fact that you basically, instead of splitting a pie of money and risk, you're splitting 12 pies of money. So that's what we're actually going to be working on next in my company, is to figure out, well, how much risk do we really want to take on? And if we take on more risk in one area, then we have to minimize it in another area. And cyber is obviously one of those risks where we're not going to be taking a lot of risk on there, which means that how do we translate that into our other areas, and how do we communicate with the other areas and say, we need to talk about it, because right now everybody is just using a lot of resources to be too risky.
Thank you for those comments. What I'd like to do is open it up to the audience for Q&A now. And if I think we can see some hands, and somebody's going to bring the mics.
I really liked your talk, Linda Chapman up from Montala. I want to build on the point of actually assigning a cost to the business units for assuming too much risk. So I'm an expert in third-party risk management, and it seems to me that that might be an easy place to start, right? Because you can see how much risk the business is taking on according to the third parties that they have contracted with. Do you think that that would work, is to assign some sort of a cost of capital for their operations? Oh, sorry, I was addressing that to Jacob.
So can you repeat the actual question?
So what I'm thinking of is you're talking about being able to assume a certain amount of risk for a certain amount of cost. If you have a good third-party program, you can actually see, because you've already measured how much risk different business units are taking on with different relationships they've entered into. So I've been thinking about this for a long time. Do you think it'd be possible to take that one step further and assign a cost of capital for towards their operating costs based on third party?
So right now we almost done with developing a third-party risk program, and another company will actually own the third-party risk program. That is, you could do it as a starting point. A lot of risk can be quantifiable. Right now we're rolling out our economic value model in the company, but operational risk is very hard to put a dollar amount on. There's a lot of people who feel very passionate about, hey, my risk is way bigger than yours. But once you start kind of peeling back the onion and whether you look at, hey, we're going to spend this much with a third party, and this is really what's at stake, you could go that route, and then maybe you can see if they would understand it better. But I think operational risk is just so hard to define, not only the scope, but also putting a dollar amount on it.
Thank you, Jacob. Go to the next question, please.
Hi, there's been a trend over the last 5 years, at least internationally, for large corporations to move the CISO out of the way of the CIO, because what they've been finding is that in some of the cases, backdoors have been put into applications that IT was developing, and because the CISO was under the CIO, they didn't have the same level of authority, if you would, to be double checking everything and such. So that's been a move, and what's been happening is in some of the organizations, they're finding that's great, but they're finding that there isn't so much of a communication now between the IT and the CISO, and that's become a problem. And looking at some of the events that have happened, not in the business continuities. We know City of Baltimore, we've been reading it every single day in every cyber magazine this week. For the last 2 weeks, City of Baltimore had ransomware 2 weeks ago. As of yesterday, they were finally just restoring their email after 2 weeks because there was that gap between at least the initial assessment said it was because there was a gap between the CISO, the business continuity. They weren't planning what if the confidentiality, the integrity, the availabilities are messed up, between the two. So how do you see the need for the separation for the CISO to be separate from the CIO, and yet still maintain that sharing of information, the camaraderie, if you will, that was there before?
Thank you. It's a great question. Garrett, let me start with you first, and then I'm going to ask Jesse to comment as well.
You're going to put me on record on that, aren't you?
I asked you for a purpose because
do you have a conflict of interest with your present reporting structure? Is what the question is. Obviously, the mission of the CISO is to detect and respond to threats, right? If I was to put it in a short sentence. The mission of the CIO is to keep the trains running on time. There is going to be friction between that, and I think it's obvious that if you have one reporting into the other, one's priority is ultimately going to trump the other. This is just honest. This is something that the CISO role was birthed in IT. Quite frankly, it should stay there. I self-label myself as a risk consigliere, and I feel that way about it. Security was birthed as we're controls. We're worried about controls. We're worried about risk. I'm as worried about risk as you guys are, because it's not being treated as impactful as it can be. Sometimes the risk is really high, sometimes it's low, sometimes it's in the middle. To your point, the CISO role needs autonomy to function, budget autonomy, org chart autonomy, yada, yada, yada. There have been organizations who have realized this. I don't think that's the norm yet. I think the norm is still CISO reports into CIO. I will say that's a separate issue from communications. The CIO being able to pull a trump card and saying, well, we're going to do X. That doesn't prevent me from doing that advising consulting role, which I do, and document. I say, hey, here's what it is. I've documented it. Please advise. And I have other avenues to communicate risk, such as in our ERM, to where if it's being stopped by a particular individual,
it's not going to stay there. It simply cannot. But yeah, those are tensions there. You can just go and ask Equifax about that. CISO now reports directly to the CEO and the board of directors. That was not the case before.
Jesse?
I think my specific organization lived somewhat through this. Our CISO reports to CIO. However, we have a dotted line. He has a dotted line to the president. Some can say, should he have a dotted line to the CRO? It may be too soon, many years ago, we had the CISO under ERM. At that point, again, I use the word I use the keyword too soon because it's almost as if, okay, what does the CISO do in ERM?
Yeah.
Some places it works. Again, as long as you've clearly defined the responsibilities. At that time, it was not clearly defined. Now it's interesting because now that I look back at it, it makes sense now. I see, because what they were trying to do was this IT risk, almost, the CISO, who is going to, if a CISO could sit a second line and be able to, again, translate appetite and monitor and independently assess if what's happening at the first line is appropriate and challenge effectively, then they can be, honestly, wherever they can. But it can work under CIO as long as, again, I think it's a good idea to have them report directly to the president. And I also would recommend CRO. You need everyone on the same page who are first 1.5 and level 2. You need everybody on the same page.
Want to add something?
Yeah, and that's what we do at our company. So we have the CISO report to the CIO, but we have a very tight connection in terms of regular communication, continue to know when issues are actually arising, because then we actually have the direct avenue to the board or to the ELG so that we can say, hey, we need to nip this one.
Okay, awesome. We have time for one more question.
I'll go.
Go ahead.
So I lead the cybersecurity practice at the Cleveland Clinic. So we provide care. And the question I have is my practice, we're starting to use FAIR model for risk quantification. This is what we think is a way to go, going forward. But other organizations within Cleveland Clinic still use the heat map, high, medium, low. So what I'm confronted with is really to make a decision to how do I present our information when the organization has traditionally just used high, low, medium. How do you communicate those changes to the board that you are really approaching a very innovative way to presenting the risk? Any thought?
Jesse, you want to start with that?
Yeah, just a question. What's on the heat map? What are what's the subject matter? Is it the residual risk of certain risk scenarios related to cyber?
Well, what I'm bringing is basically, yes, I'm bringing the risk, I'm bringing the residual risk, and also I'm trying to put a cost around it. The other organizations, such as the clinical care environment, they are not bringing those. They are just bringing high, medium, low risk. So we are basically facing two sets of risk measurements, right? So I have a challenge to communicate that. I'm just trying to get some thoughts, some advice on really how should I position myself in communicating my risk that I've calculated and see that, and also give them ways to invest in the right way.
So I would say for cyber risk, some expectations, or at least some of my expectations, are to be able to report, say, to the board your cyber risk scenarios that are inherently, your top 5 that are inherently high, or your top 5 that residually they are high. You want to show the board what maybe keep it to 3 or 5. What are the key ones to them? And in your report, you're saying you also have quantification of that? Which sounds great if you can do it. I have seen some GRCs that actually assist with this quantification, mapping your technology risk into what I was saying, into your business risk. So even with the use possibly of a GRC, that might be a lot more easier. Mine would be a lot more manual right now. And you were saying you want to be able to make sure what you're representing and reporting to the board is in line with another risk group?
It will not be aligned. I know that.
Okay.
Because they are still using a traditional model.
Okay.
And we are trying to, within cybersecurity, we are trying to be more innovative and trying to risk so that people can speak the same language. because we found it very difficult to convey cybersecurity risk because it changes, it's dynamic. So when we started putting the scores in the financial aspect of it, people tend to get it more and tend to react a little bit quicker.
This is probably going to elicit some laughter, but it's just the truth. Recently, I put together a scorecard for our posture for websites, SSL scorecard. So, don't use SSL 2 and 3, use TLS 1.2 or better. It has A, B, C, and F as scores on there. I showed that to the board and the executive management team. They lost their minds. Oh my God, we have Fs? Oh, Fs are bad. That showed you that metric worked because they immediately understood it. We all got report cards when we were kids in school. Fs were bad, As were good, easy to translate. I even color-coded them. But the point is, you've got to see what resonates with your board, with your executive management team, and even though it might seem a little silly to you, roll with it. So if a stoplight chart works, use a stoplight. It's going to be some trial and error there, though, I will tell you that.
And just one last thing. I would caution about potentially throwing out. So the way the board reacts is if something is broken because something went red, unless that metric is really truly impacts the entire enterprise, all the resources are really going to go there, which means all the other things that you're trying to mitigate just got defunded. So you got to try to find a balance, communicate without panicking them.
Jesse, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, one last thing. Now to what your point is, my ultimate goal too would be to bring to the board a scorecard, and that word triggered what I was thinking, which is a health check in a sense of what is our cybersecurity risk posture today, not only cyber, but all of the technology areas that I'm focusing on. So comparing the appetite, if your appetite is low, and comparing that to your current scorecard, your current health. Your current health will have multiple attributes feeding into it. A couple of them being the incidents that may have happened, the control deficiencies that happen, the SOX issues, the audit issues, the operational breakdowns that happen related to cyber, and as well, including for us, we're doing CMMI maturity to cyber. And so all of that together in a way, and now what we're talking about is pretty much like your annual risk assessments. If you're doing that, that's in a way presenting to the board, this is our risk level appetite, and this is our current state. Our current state is equal or not. That is pretty much at the highest level what the board would typically state.
Right. What I'm going to do is, as I said in the beginning, I would encourage all of you, including myself and other Metrics Stream members, to seek out the panel. The time that I've been introduced to them and I've come to know them, very even short conversations, the amount of knowledge is very, very deep, the experience, and definitely have opinion about how to make it successful. Let me ask the panel to close with the following, and maybe with the, they can give their comment on this overall topic, but I'd love for them to close with the following. And the way I personally look at a new topic or a new area or a new sport, when it becomes too complex for me, is to boil it down to simply these two questions that I ask. What do I absolutely need to do? And what do I absolutely not need to do? So tell me one thing that I must do, and tell me one thing that I should absolutely not do. So let me start with, and we'll have Garrett close in the end, but we'll start with Jesse first and ask Jesse, when it comes to the topic of convergence of cyber risk management, ORM, and you were an advisor to any of these companies, what would you advise as absolutely doing and spending their time on? And what would you advise them absolutely not to be spending their time on, no matter what?
Okay, absolutely spend your time on make handshakes with your first line, your 1.5 line, your level 3 line. These handshakes are very important to actually be effective. These handshakes took me a long time to make and be friendly and realize that we need to work hand in hand to be to actually help our company. So for the benefit of your organization, coordinating and working with all levels of defense is very important. Honestly, that had to be the first thing I had to do in the first year or so in developing the program. What not to do? I guess what not to do would be, you know, as risk, I feel it's a good thing that we're not the ones to say, no, you can't do it. So I think our answer should not be no. We are not audit, where we're saying, no, you must do this. As risk professionals and the second line, we are to advise, and we are to say, okay, do you realize what you're doing? It is important that we say, if you don't agree or you want to accept, let's document this. But it is not our job to say no. There is a very, like, you know, grayish border that we need to define between first line and second line. It is first line who makes those ultimate and preliminary business decisions.
Thank you, Jesse. Jacob?
So from my perspective, 2 points. Shaking hands is great, but also having that open and honest conversation. So once you gain people's trust, to ask them kind of what's going on. Part of my job is to look at the entire enterprise, so not just specifically cyber risk, but so you can have a big picture about what's going on. And then one thing not to do is to assume that it's taken care of. So I don't know if any of the companies presenting here is like when they say, well, everybody's a risk manager in the company. That's like, if everybody's a risk manager in the company, nobody's a risk manager.
Awesome. Jacob, thank you. Garrett?
To do. Build rapport. And I'm kind of stealing yours and just saying it in 2 words, but really it's what it is. It's building rapport. I can tell you in my function, if I'm not building and maintaining rapport with literally every other individual and all the other departments, I shouldn't even be there. I mean, I'm just useless. So that's what you should do. What you shouldn't do in that process is be dismissive of people's pain in their departments and in their execution of their work. So to your point, we don't say no, but I do not necessarily recommend that they adopt every product, do everything that they've set out to do. But I lay out my case for here's the downsides, here's the impact of that. So that way they can look through it and go, yeah, that's pretty black and white. He's right. I shouldn't really do that. So.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone learned a lot, at least topics that you learned, maybe put some inquisitiveness in your minds. But I want to thank the panelists. I certainly learned a lot as well. And ladies and gentlemen, we've coined a new word today, risk conciliary. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
there's nothing. Andy, is it okay? Hey, wait. Yeah. Yes.
I feel like they could be lower.
Good morning. It's great to be back. Last year, we covered the adoption of M7, and I'm very happy to see that the adoption of M7 accelerates. It accelerates around the globe. Cloud deployments have become mainstream for M7. New and existing customers leverage the metric stream cloud for agility and to reduce their total cost of ownership. Organizations bring in more and more data across GRC domains onto the platform. They implement more and more use cases on the platform. And on top of that, they innovate and leverage the platform for their integrated GRC and risk management innovations. They link business strategy, risk appetite, and performance. They use analytics to optimize audit processes, and they leverage employee feedback to determine future risk. These are just a few of the highlights that we have seen since we met last year. We also talked about how MetricStream is innovating and applying new technologies to leverage the platform. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, and
Sounds good. Well, I'll just get you to do a quick intro.
All right. All right, thank you, everybody. So like I always told my former boss, I may arrive late to work, but I do finish on time. So we will make sure to keep on track and have this wrapped up by 2 o'clock, ready for the next panel. So I've got the great pleasure of introducing 3 esteemed colleagues, some of whom I've met for the first time today. We have just spent the best part of 3 hours at a CXO roundtable discussing integrated risk management, the future of internal audit, and cyber risk. So I'd just quickly like to introduce my panel, and then we're going to jump in with a discussion and summary of the last 3 hours for you guys. Please.
Thank you. I'm Jackie Buckluck, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Internal Audit and Credit Review at RBC in Canada. I've held positions in other financial institutions as well as with Deloitte as a partner in the risk advisory practice. My current responsibilities are the overall operations for internal audit and credit review globally, including the strategy, change, transformation, communication, technology, methodology, practices, as well as the day-to-day operations of the internal audit function.
Right. Jim?
My name is Jim Boehm. I'm an associate partner with McKinsey & Company, and I'm based in our DC office, but I actually live here in Baltimore. So my kids were very happy when I had a local day today for once. I oversee most of our cyber risk management activities, practices, capabilities, et cetera. So it's transitioning cybersecurity sort of out of the CIO and CISO world exclusively to become more of a partnership between risk and security. I came out of the military and intelligence community before I joined McKinsey. And I lead, in addition to the risk portion of our cyber work, I also lead all of our outreach in Latin America. So particularly if you have questions about maybe differences between different geographies, that's something I'd be more than happy to share a perspective on as well.
Great. Sarah?
Great, thank you. Sarah Dahlgren, I'm head of regulatory relations at Wells Fargo. Which means I head up at the enterprise level all of our interactions and engagement with the regulators, and we have a few of those. Before joining Wells a little over a year ago, I spent a couple years at McKinsey, and so I'm glad to see Jim again. But before that, I spent 25 years at the New York Fed, and so have a pretty deep appreciation for the regulatory issues across all of the different perspectives.
All right, great, thanks. So we're going to start off in the cyber realm. One of the most fascinating topics that we just discussed in the roundtable was how do you deploy cyber defense? Because if you say go do cyber, the response could be that's great. I need $1 billion in 10 years. And what Jim was talking about is, well, how do I start and where do I start? So, Jim, if you wouldn't mind just sharing your framework, and I think there are either 2 or 3 things you have to put together to help answer that. Yeah. I think that would be a really valuable topic. And then Jim's actually going to do a live poll as well, just by a show of hands on a particular question.
Yeah, so one thing, we started off our session with this, but just out of curiosity, how many folks in the room currently manage their cybersecurity program with something that sounds like we're going to hit 3.0 by end of the year, or we've told the board we're going to hit 4.0, in 2 years' time? Just by a show of hands, how many folks? Oh, come on, there's more than that, I know. I spent a lot of time talking to companies. There we go, that's a little bit better. Yeah, most companies still manage their program with some sort of a maturity-based view, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Particularly in geographies where cyber capabilities are more nascent, you have to go build some baseline things. Like you have to do monitoring, you have to have a patching program. But for most companies, even those in geographies where cyber programs aren't as developed, it's more helpful to take what we call a risk-based view. And this is where you start to connect, as I said earlier, the technology and security functions with the risk function. If you think about cybersecurity, it's just like any other risk. It's not special. Cyber is just a domain. I like to say it's like Minnesota, right? It's just another place. that just happens to be the digital world. That if you have data that walks out on a paper application or data that walks out on an online application, you still have data leakage. So then it follows that your components of cyber risk are the same as your components of every other risk, which is impact and likelihood. You've likely established impact through some sort of business impact analysis. Then likelihood is the dynamic that happens between threats and vulnerabilities. You have to have a threat and a vulnerability to then have a potential for a risk outcome. So then managing cyber risk, as we discussed, is really a matter of understanding which threats are relevant, not trying to establish probability, relevant, which threats are relevant for which vulnerabilities, and then which controls are relevant to close those vulnerabilities, so that you can implement the right control to close the right vulnerability to defeat the right threat to preserve your highest and best source of value. And it's that relevance mapping that allows you to sort of transition to a more risk-based view.
And I think the next sort of tangible step that Jim was alluding to in the other session was, if you take do you have a list of critical processes? And if so, are you then mapping the vulnerabilities? Are you using that as your relevance map to get to there?
Right.
You know,
which, by the way, from a regulatory perspective, we found that regulators love to come in and say, well, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this program of stuff? And if a company can sit down and say, well, here's our highest sources of value, here's the vulnerabilities associated with those, and therefore here's our program, they can actually be quite comfortable with that, right?
And actually, if I could just emphasize something, that's incredibly compelling, particularly because as a regulator for 25 years, we don't always know the right answer. And when a firm can come back and say, this is why we're doing it, they've got a robust explanation, they've got a nice framework, they've got a nice way of talking about it, that is compelling to the regulators, and so then that helps form their view as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to bounce around a bit, but I want to talk a little bit about internal audit and the future of internal audit. And some of the discussions we talked about in the session were about predictive analytics, and a really interesting vignette that one of our members talked about was, audit typically is sort of looking at a particular sort of audit entity and what that particular process or that particular risk area. But this individual has said that internal audit in his firm is starting to look more at attrition rates, or what was the other one? It was
overtime.
How much overtime, exactly right, as leading indicators for risks. So maybe, Jacqueline, you could just sort of jump off on that one and talk a little bit more about that.
Sure. So the conversation sort of centered around what we do as internal audit, how we do it, and then the other piece of it is who's doing it. And so there's a real shift, and that was the shift that we were talking about around what we do and sort of some of the indicators that we're looking at, our use of predictive analytics, and some of the conversation around the table was actually using some of the data that we have to identify future risks. So still, continuing to keep our eye on the known risks that Jim spoke about this morning, but also using predictive analytics to look at those unknown unknowns. So getting ahead of the risk before it actually occurs and really partnering with the business to identify where there could be some emerging risks. Some of the other things that we talked about were the increasing in automation, so the use of advanced analytics, AI, RPA. One of the conversations that we had this afternoon was around really eliminating some of these standardized testing that internal audit's doing to enable the auditors to actually focus and be thinking about where those future risks are going to take place. So really evolving how internal audit does its work as well. Some of the participants also indicated they're doing 100% sample testing. And that's a big shift for internal audit. Again, it has to be a pretty homogeneous population to be able to do that. And one of the comments will be around how does the regulator react to that as well when we move to 100% sample testing. It's no longer sample testing, we're testing the entire population. Then that leads us to the talent and who is actually part of this evolving internal audit function. Traditionally, we hired a lot of people with business experience, accountants, Big Four people who would join internal audit departments. But now we're seeing more data analysts, process engineers, transformational skills. So the real mix of the auditor, the typical auditor, is truly evolving, spans multiple generations. One of the teams indicated that there's still lots of manual processes out there. So while automation is critical and key to move the function forward, there's still a lot of institutional history and some experience that's required of some of the manual processes that still exist. So I think that sort of sums it.
Absolutely right, and exactly that. You can't just charge for hiring the most highly qualified grads as data scientists in internal audit. You need a mix and a balance of experiences in the team. So switching to the first topic we talked about, which was integrated risk management, and we spent a lot of time here, but we sort of zoned in a little bit on issue management, and specifically around the role of the management self-identified, proactive first line. So Sarah, I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about the sort of, where you see the future in terms of management self-identified issues. How many or how many people saw more than 50% management self-identified, and then the challenges and risks of sort of compensating for that risk behavior.
Sure. So the conversation revolved around management self-identified issues and how do you get to a much higher level of where management's actually identifying issues without incenting the wrong behavior, making up issues or kind of playing with the data. But the transparency was a key piece of that, the visibility and the metrics. And then where are those actually talked about, at what levels within the organization? And so one of our team talked about the risk and control committee meetings, and that being a place where issues are talked about, managers are held accountable. If issues are late, then managers have to talk about how they're going to get back on track. And then accountability was a key piece, and then we kind of wove into accountability and how does compensation play a role in accountability, and how many organizations are tying compensation to actually resolving issues. The number of people who held their hand up where the kind of 50% self-identified wasn't a large number, and I think everybody's trying to get to a point where many more of the issues are self-identified relative to those that are identified either by internal audit or by the regulators.
That's absolutely right, and I think one of the other responders in the room said that the amount of data once the issue management program was up and running, the amount of issues that were now logged in the system, not necessarily that didn't exist, but were now just being brought to the attention of in a formal way. I think he said it went up 3x. Yet the board discussion with that 3x increase of issues was actually a positive one, not a negative one. They were glad to see, and I think if you remember Jim's chart, it was moving from a known unknown to a known known. So the board then saw that the first line was being more proactive and more data. And if you've got more data, you can make those decisions that you need to make.
I think that's the theme that sort of spans across, right? Of course, the discussion you had, but also implicit in the conversations that we were having, right? Advanced analytics, and then being able to identify the components. It's no secret that the world of business and therefore the world of risk is speeding up, and everyone at some level is trying to think about how do you get ahead of that velocity. And one thing that we sometimes would get challenged by the regulators on is, well, if you bring people together to talk about cyber risk management together, the process, doesn't that sort of conflate the role of the second line? The answer is no. What we're trying to do is we're trying to bring the challenge earlier in the process, right? Typical agile development life cycles show you that if you fix a defect late in the game, it costs a ton of money. Well, if you can identify something through analytics or through self-identification or through better modeling, and risk is a part of that conversation, then you can achieve a better outcome.
Yep, absolutely. So a question that we didn't really dive into too much in the session, but I do want to get your perspective on. One of the examples that from our closed session was a firm who went through an acquisition, and the company they acquired then had a particularly large and public cyber event. So Jim, how do you think about merging companies or acquiring companies with different frameworks, and do management and the boards of those companies, when they come together, are they thinking about that or not?
Unfortunately, not as much as you'd like to think. I think that, so we do a fair bit of work, obviously, on the M&A side, but also there are just a lot of companies that they want to go acquire a cyber company, right? Pick whatever you want. But the fact of the matter is that it takes a long time, and I can imagine this is also true from regulatory and then from an audit perspective, to integrate these things, because there's different perspectives, there's different tools, there's processes that have ossified, et cetera. I think the most important thing to get alignment on first is, from a cyber perspective anyway, what you would call response and recovery. Because these other things, protection, detection, these are going to take a long time. But if you can get alignment, especially among a management team, and then modify your resulting playbooks, et cetera, so that if something does happen while you're going through this period of integration, you can respond effectively, that's sort of half the battle. If you look at some of the recent breaches, and I'll point to one that we consider to be actually a success. So the Maersk attack was a horrible, horrible event. And yet they have recovered extraordinarily well because they managed the business risks, right? They made a very quick decision. They went offline. It was very difficult for a couple of days, right? I won't mince words there. But because they were very focused on what the source of value was they were trying to preserve and the steps they needed to take as a management team to achieve that, they were able to get back up online very effectively. Their reputation in the market didn't suffer as much as some others who have suffered similar size attacks, et cetera. And so oftentimes when you think about the losses that come out of a risk event, call it a cyber attack or a regulatory event, or a lack of compliance with a certain regulation, et cetera, it's actually the business response or lack of a response that ends up creating that long tail of risk impact. And so, when you're thinking about mergers and acquisitions, you're thinking about just in general acquisitions, or even partnerships, JVs, one of the first conversations you want to have is how ought we respond to a certain type of attack? Do we pay the ransom? Do we not? Do we take the system offline or not? Who's the person? Who's the lead? What's the decision matrix for making certain types of decisions? And that way it buys you time, right, to avoid a risk outcome as you're going through the longer integration.
Yeah, and that dovetails actually into a paper that everybody here will receive after the summit on degradation of shareholder value as it relates to these types of attacks that are not necessarily financial in nature, but maybe reputation. And we'll be sending that out after the conference. So Jackie, just turning to you again, we talked a little bit about modernizing the audit team, automating tasks, and automating testing, but although there may be fear from the individual employee that their job may go away, how that sort of automation evolves and how it's always been there, and tasks that should be automated must be automated so the folks can focus on analytical work on those, again, shifting from known knowns, don't spend money there with humans, but move it to the known unknowns. So maybe just talk a little bit about that modernization and the automation and the advent of RPA and that type of thing.
Sure. So it's actually something that internal audit needs to ensure that they stay with the business as the business is evolving. So one of the things that was discussed is across the first and second line, a number of controls are being automated. So then the question is, what's the role of internal audit? If the controls are already automated and they have their own monitoring processes in place, then truly, how does internal audit continue to stay relevant and add value? And so, there's a lot of thinking that's going on here around, where do we get this integrated assurance? And what role does internal audit have in building and partnering with the business to help to develop those tools while still staying independent and objective to ensure that, that third line assurance can still be provided across the organization and to your key stakeholders. So I think, moving along with the organization and partnering is how internal audit can continue to stay relevant. And we talked about the fact that, internal audit's currently in the middle of disruption. There's so much going on across all of our organizations in terms of changing business models, digitization of processes, as well as the evolving expectations of audit, that this is actually a great opportunity for internal audit to actually step up, identify where we can add that incremental value, and think about, as Peter mentioned, those those unknown risks.
Yep, absolutely. And then I'll just, one last comment from Sarah on IRM, and then we'll open up for a few minutes of questions. So some of the biggest challenges folks are facing in the room, third-party risk, and also we've talked about cyber risk. As those two things that we sort of talked about, they morph together, or you need to start worrying about the cyber risk of the third party and so on. I mean, how do you vision that from your current seat at Wells, your former seat, as a regulator, and where do you sort of see the future going, and how complex is that?
So in the room, it was noted as one of the biggest challenges, and I would say that I haven't seen it to be any different either from a regulator's seat or from the seat I sit in now. The regulators have put out standards and expectations. So they fully expect us across the spectrum as banking organizations to manage well our third parties, but third parties are everywhere. I mean, everywhere. And I think that's the thing that between the businesses, IRM, and audit across the entire enterprise, it's not always top of mind that I have this third-party risk. Almost everything that we do has some element of third party in it, whether we know it or not. Until we actually go through the organization and map all of our processes, that's actually going to be something that will continue to be a challenge, because we won't always know until we actually go through the process of actually figuring out where all of the third parties are. So I see this as a continuing challenge, one that the third parties as well need to be put on, and I think many of them are. MetricStream is a third party to many of us, but not everyone yet is. And so there's a whole lot of education that still has to go on with the third parties as well.
I love that you're using third parties and not vendors. I think that people oftentimes say, well, it's the risk of my vendor. Well, in Mexico, it was the Central Bank of Mexico that was the threat vector for the risk impacts that we saw there last year. New York Fed, right, with the Bank of Bangladesh hat, right? And so I think that when you think about ecosystem risk, right, being very deliberate in when people start saying, well, are all of our vendors? Well, it's not just our vendors. It's also our partners. It's also our regulators. Anybody we connect to digitally could pose a potential risk. So I think it's a critical point. I don't know if it was deliberate or not, but I love that it was third parties and not just vendors, because I think that glosses over it a bit.
We'll say it was deliberate, right?
We'll say it was deliberate. That's right. I'll give you credit for it. Yeah.
All right, great. So I think, for me, the overall message and theme was that programs are maturing, data is getting better, but obviously there's still a long way to go to keep pace with the pace of change in the world and our individual businesses today. So I'm going to limit it. I got time for 2 questions, and I'm going to do my best to look through the glare for the hands for anybody on the stage on any other topics. Right here at the front.
Hi, Michael Reb. I have a question. FFIEC has third-party Section J, which is all about third parties, and a lot of pharmaceutical firms, everyone else has been following it because it was 5 years ago very important. It has not been updated. And what do you think needs to be added in? Because a lot of organizations, such as you said, finding out who they are, many of the necessary steps in third party are not covered under it, and this is what the banks are being audited under, and it's easy to pass because the standards do not take into consideration information security. They're just looking at cyber. Okay, you've got a SIM program in place that's going to detect who it is. You've got a dashboard. They're not looking at the fact that employees are taking data and selling data. They're not looking at an example of what happened to Apple last year, where they had 500 employees in China selling information at 25 cents a clip. And they found it themselves, but they were looking for cyber, not information security. So what, in summary, what do you feel needs to be in that third-party standard? And right now it is the only standard out there. Even international standards don't address third-party other than under some of the different ISOs. But there's no ISO just for third-party. So what do you think specifically for each of you needs to be added in that's currently missing?
Yeah, so I will say I'm very familiar with FFIEC control framework specifically for information security. Maybe I could speak to the vendor portion of it, because I think if you take just the FFIEC vendor control taxonomy, as you say, it doesn't do a lot with cyber. So when we go work with companies, and FFIEC is one of my favorite because they have the automated cybersecurity assessment tool, which, by the way, I will endorse. I think it's very good and it's free. Now it's what you put in is what you get out, but it's worth considering. In that framework, in the cybersecurity framework, they talk a lot about vendor oversight, and they talk a lot about sort of vendor validation. Where we see things moving, I'm working with a very large SaaS technology provider right now. What the customers are demanding of them is vendor integration. So right now, most of the controls that are being audited are around, are you issuing questionnaires? Are you validating that those questionnaires are being done? And that's all well and good. But as you think about what we've been talking about in terms of accelerating our ability to identify risks and this moving the challenge earlier in the process, there's a whole conversation on integration that's not really happening. And I think a couple of years ago when California put some of the first data leakage reporting requirements in place, all of a sudden overnight cyber attacks jumped up and everyone freaked out. Well, no, they'd been happening, just no one had been talking about them. So I think that, I personally think that regulators have a critical role to play in advancing the maturity on basically all of these risk topics, but this specific one, by doing the best they can. But regulators also have a lot of things they're looking at, and they're very busy, and it's difficult, and I understand all of that. But this concept of integration is the one that I feel like is missing, at least from the cybersecurity, the FIC cybersecurity controls.
The only thing that I would add to that is it would be great to see the regulators get together globally and talk in more detail about this and try to get some level of consistency in expectations. Coming from a very large global organization, we face many different, as many of you do, many different requirements. And for something that is this ubiquitous and this important, it would be great to see somewhat more consistency across the regulatory requirements.
Yeah, I agree with you, Sarah. Just in terms of that consistency globally, would certainly ease the burden for both the first and second line as well as internal audit if we're all actually evaluating to the same standard.
All right, and with that, I'm going to wrap it up. Thank you so much, Jacqueline, Jim, and Sarah. Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, our next session is going to be a panel discussion on managing reputational risk and protecting brands. And to introduce our moderator, I'd like to call Peter back on stage. And we'll be starting the session in 2 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Riza. All right, so I'd like to introduce Gaurav Kapoor, our Chief Operating Officer here at MetricStream. Gaurav is the COO and has been with the company since inception. Until 2010, he served as the CFO, and during this time, he led the company's financial strategy as well as sales, marketing, and partnerships. He also launched ComplianceOnline.com, a MetricStream business unit which has grown to become a leading online GRC community and content provider. Previously, he held strategic positions in a number of Silicon Valley companies, and prior to that, he spent several years in marketing operations and business roles in Citibank Asia and the US. He also serves on the board of Regulix, a digital innovation and marketing company. Please welcome Gaurav to the stage.
Thank you, Peter. So what a fantastic session, Peter, you moderated, and the outcome of the last 3 hours of discussion. One of the things that we've been hearing a lot about is around reputational risk and what really does it mean. And we have the privilege of 3 very strong professionals who have actually done a lot around this space over the last many years. And I have the privilege of introducing the 3. One was already on stage, but I'm going to introduce all 3 again. So the first one is Kenneth Bacon. Ken serves as a co-founder and managing partner of Railfield Partners, an investment management firm that invests and operates multifamily properties. Prior to that, most recently, for the last 19 years, he was with Fannie Mae, and most recently, the executive vice president of the multifamily mortgage business. And he was, at the end, running close to a $200 billion business with about, in asset size, with about a $1.5 billion profits. He also was the director of the Resolution Trust Corporation and held officer positions at Morgan Stanley and Kidder Peabody. Currently, Ken serves on the board of directors of Comcast, of Ally Financial, Welltower, and Dominion. Welcome, Ken. And I didn't want to miss the Ken also, in recognition of his service to the Marshall Scholars Program, he was awarded an Order of the British Empire by the British government. Thank you, Ken, for being on stage. Next, I wanted to introduce John Beeler. John Beeler serves as the EVP, Chief Risk Officer, and the Assurance Officer for Salesforce.com. Check, sorry. Prior to that, and it's very interesting, prior to that, John served as the Chief Compliance Officer, and prior to that, the Head of Audits for Salesforce as well. So all 3 lines of function we have in one person right here. And John also served at Amgen, at Brunswick, and PwC in the past. Thank you, John. And last but not the least, we have Sarah, who we just met a few minutes ago. And Sarah was well introduced, but she serves as, she leads the regulatory relations group at Wells Fargo as part of the Wells Fargo's corporate risk organization. And she oversees an organized and cohesive approach to working with the company's federal regulators and also regulators in other jurisdictions. Prior to Wells, Sarah was with McKinsey as a partner in the risk practice. And prior to that, 25 years with the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, where she started as an examiner, but rose up to become the EVP and head of the Financial Institution Supervision Practice. Welcome, Sarah, back again.
Thank you.
So, as I mentioned, one of the things that we're seeing continuously is really trying to understand what reputational risk really means. A lot of companies or a lot of professionals view that as an aggregation of risks, that happen in the enterprise, outside the enterprise, and impacts in some way the reputation of the company, and therefore shareholder value, board representation, regulatory view of the organization. So I wanted to first actually just request you to give a couple of, or maybe a minute of your roles and how you see risk in your roles. Sarah, I know you talked a little bit about that in the last, but from a perspective of risk, how do you view your roles, as Ken, as a board member or as a risk officer, or as the regulatory compliance officer?
I'd say reputational risk has to be one of your primary concerns in today's world because, first of all, let's just be honest. 30 or 40 years ago, things could happen in a company and it wouldn't reflect necessarily on you as a person. Today it does. People organize to vote you in or out of boards based in part on the reputation of whatever you did in your day job, but also your board service. So it's personal. It affects shareholder value. It even affects employee recruitment and retention. So reputational risk, I mean, it's never been unimportant, but I'd say it's more important today, particularly given the prevalence of social media and the velocity with which, you know, I say bad news can spread. So if your reputation is bad, it can just affect all dimensions of your business very quickly.
Yeah, from my perspective, I get to work across all three lines of defense within the organization, as well as the board of directors. And it really permeates everything when you think about reputational risk. And it's really driven from outcomes from all kinds of other risks that you have as a company. And so really thinking through how all three of those lines of defense work together for the betterment of the company and to reduce your risk exposure, and then eventually having some kind of catastrophic reputation risk happen. It's really about getting those three lines of defense working together along with your board of directors. And I think you can have some positive outcomes. I really look at this as an opportunity for us all, not just something that is scary and daunting.
And what I would add is, from a regulatory perspective, reputational risk is also your reputation with the regulators, which is, as I have experienced at Wells and as I saw when I was a regulator, can deteriorate so rapidly. It's one or two missteps and your regulators immediately lose confidence. And then today, that's actually known publicly. Back in the olden days when I was at the New York Fed before computers, that wasn't known as well because you didn't get the same kind of speed of information transfer. You didn't get the same kind of social media appearances. And now that actually happens even with your regulators.
Yeah.
So reputational risk, your reputation with your regulators is critical.
The velocity is so intense.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
John, picking up from what you said earlier, you know, you look at the recent headlines all across, whether it's banks that have faced quite a significant amount of scrutiny in the US as well as in Europe. You look at airline companies because of service employee behavior. Look at transportation tech companies where we've seen internal employee behavior impact reputation and millions of consumers actually walking away from those companies at times. The question is that the accountability of reputational risk could be sitting ultimately, obviously, with the C-level execs. But given that some of this is coming from the first line, and John, I'll pose this question to you. How do you bring the coordination between the first, second, third line of defense, you know, to protect risk at the end, reputational risk at the end?
Right. So, I mean, I think it's really about communication and getting together and talking together. Tools are incredible, and I know we'll be talking about those more throughout the discussion here today. But a lot of it is taking all that information that's coming from your tools, from your data analysis, and actually getting in a room and talking through it across all three lines of defense. So the operations folks, which is the first line. The second line tends to be the risk management folks and compliance folks. And then the individuals making up your internal audit organization being the third line. But I think if those teams aren't getting together and talking and doing it in a transparent, thoughtful way, you're not going to get there. Many times when you look at the risks that have happened in companies, whether it be from some external event or being something that within their control or third-party risk, et cetera, it was always because somebody knew there was a possibility that this happened, but they weren't talking to somebody else and giving them the information that they needed to do the correct level of mitigation or whatever. And so having those those groups come together to the table and talk together and work out systematic action plans to reduce your level of risk, and then to monitor those and make sure that they're appropriately being reduced is critical.
And I'd love to get your perspective as well. You've been on the first line yourself, running a business, and then now on the board of pretty large, both consumer and business companies. Yeah.
You know, I'd say that one thing you have to do, I remember early in my career when people would have codes of conduct and you check the box. It was basically pretty simple. Don't steal. Don't slap your boss. Don't spit on a customer. I mean, things were, you had to engage in really egregious behavior to really worry about it. And risk was even viewed a lot of times, it was credit risk or operational risk. So did I lose money? Did the systems break? You have to do today, though, you have to get everybody just thinking about risk, all risk all the time, because one of the things that's happened in the world today, you could have a business, you could make money, but people are looking at how you do things and who you do things with. So if consumers perceive that I'm running my business and I'm burning coal, if people perceive that I'm running my business and I discriminate and I use groups to make up that, you know, I don't have any green elves in my business, people will get agitated about that. They might boycott me because of the type of energy I use, or do I favor one group over another? Did my CEO engage in something that was politically upsetting? So if you look today, for example, you see that people have appeared on certain Fox News shows, and then people say, I want to boycott that product. So all of a sudden, it's not just about the bottom line. It's not just about operational risk. You have to be aware that how I do things, who I do things with, and how I communicate that has become increasingly important. So that risk is something that you have to walk, talk, eat, and breathe every day. And even at the board level, you look at Vanguard, you look at BlackRock, you look at ISS, you look at Glass Lewis, ESG issues are becoming increasingly important. So, you know, the days of being able to put risk in a box, you can't do that anymore.
And Sarah, I mean, your role itself partially, you know, it's interesting to see that the group, you know, is in the part of the corporate risk group. And part of your role actually has been to see how the first, second, third line of defense come together. What would be your opinion on how you're trying to do this?
Yeah, a couple of things. We start with everyone is a risk manager. So everyone across the company is a risk manager. We launched new training this year that everyone takes, from your tellers all the way up through the organization and across the organization. So emphasizing that risk management is everyone's job, I think is a real shift. I think the second piece of it is that risk is the first topic on an agenda, so it goes to the communication, it goes to behavior. If you talk about risk first, then it starts to get ingrained in how we do business, how people think about their jobs. I have to think about the risk, and I have to think about how I'm going to meet my sales goals, et cetera. The final thing that we've done is actually for incentive compensation this year, 50% is based on risk management. It is tied directly to risk management outcomes. And so, this will be the first year that everybody who gets incentive compensation at the company has this 50% risk management goal. And that, I think, is really shifting how people are thinking about their day-to-day. I have to think about the risk at the same time that I'm thinking about how I'm actually doing my job.
Yeah, I think that's really important, aligning the incentives and then also aligning the risk priorities around your budget process and your planning cycles and your strategic priorities. Because if you get all those embedded into those at the time of those processes, not afterwards, you have a better chance of success of mitigating the risks along the way as too.
So just shifting gears a little bit, you know, can you briefly talk about the Fox News, somebody coming on, you know, on stage and talking about something? Jim Quigley in the morning, he talked about the known unknowns as an example. One of the interesting research that Forbes did recently, they said that only 16% of organizations or executives are actually keeping reputational risks as one of the risks they'll worry about this year, as an example, only 16%. But when they peel the onion, it also talks about the fact that they seem to be more in control of the internal environment in the sense that risks within the organization. But majority of the reputational risks sometimes come from external to the organization. Whether you look at the cyber breaches coming from third parties, environmental hazards, certain geopolitical things that can impact your reputation, they're coming from third party or outside the wall environment. So how do you prepare for external risks that can damage your reputation very quickly? So maybe, Sarah, I can maybe you can take the lead and then.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing is knowing what the environment is and having enough insights, gathering data. Are you spending enough time looking at what social media is saying? That's, at least in my experience in my later years at the Fed, understanding what was out there gave us clues as to where there were potential problems. When you started to see spikes in complaints externally going up, then you knew there might be something going on in that particular organization. So I think as a starting point, actually having the view into the tools to actually understand the landscape and what's actually going on. What are people actually saying? What are the things that they're really worried about?
I'd say that you have to even start with something even more fundamental, and that is, again, companies used to spend a lot of time on mission statements and corporate values, and again, that was an exercise a lot of people went through. Okay, I'll do this once a year and I pay attention to it. Well, again, today, you have to really take that seriously, because chances are the external threats, there are two categories. One will be the cyber thing where someone steals my data. Okay, that's one threat. But the other threat that I think is more and more common is about your values, diversity, the environment, your corporate governance, your overseas investments, how do you treat your transgender employees. There'll be a whole host of issues that you really have to think about, because you're gonna hit the landmine one day. And you don't wanna hit the landmine one day and have someone say, what is your role on X? And you haven't thought about it. So I think you have to scan the external environment and say, what are the issues that people are concerned about, the population is concerned about, and politicians are concerned about. And I'll use Salesforce as an example. Gun control is a big thing. And, Salesforce has told people, like, we're concerned about this. Now, some people might say, oh, I'm going to criticize them for taking a stand. But I think if you're a company just like credit card companies and banks, people say, I'm concerned about gun control. What is your position? You facilitate the business of these people. What are you doing? And even if you say, I'm not going to do anything, you have to be able to articulate that, because when you monitor social media and you pick up something, you have to be ready to respond in a quick fashion. And so, again, I think we all think about the cyber attacks, but the harder things to think about are, direct things on your values, your mission, and how you interact with the world.
John, since you mentioned Salesforce.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to go there on that particular topic, but it is an area, though, that companies really have to be ready to defend, their values in relation to stances that they take. I think one thing that's really helpful for companies to think about too, as you look at risks converging and how things could happen simultaneously together, like a cyber attack and maybe a natural disaster event. Think about from a tabletop exercise standpoint. I think it's a really good way for companies to actually think through what could happen in all these different areas that tie into reputation risk, and how you would go through that process to be able to react.
By the way, when I mentioned Salesforce, I hope that didn't come across as critical.
Oh, no.
I think I said that because of the fact I think they got out ahead of it and said, here's our stance, as opposed to being reactive. And that, by the way, that's very uncomfortable in a boardroom when you tell people, we need to have a stance on X, because people say that's controversial. I don't know what the stance is. But I'll look at another company, look at Google, when they were going to do some contracts with the Defense Department. I'm sure they were debating at the board level, and all of a sudden their employees seized the momentum and said, we're against this. So again, so that you're sitting in a boardroom with Google, and I'm John Hennessy, and I'm the chair, and all of a sudden someone says, well, John, you can't debate this any longer. It's in the paper. A lot of your employees are against this. What are you going to do?
So the flip side of the coin, typically it's been not easy to measure reputational risk or a direct correlation between reputational risk and performance necessarily. But over the last couple of years, we are starting to see companies making an attempt towards tying more to shareholder value or performance. For example, classically, you could have an ethical violation, you could have a regulatory violation, you could have a performance violation, and that's what has caused reputational risk or reputational issues. But one recent example, BBC actually covered the Levi's IPO, and they said that 30% of the shareholder value that was appropriated by Levi's was because of their ethical practices around, environmental, around employees, around third parties, as an example. So it's interesting to see that they were able to appropriate a certain value to the shareholder performance. So, based on your roles, how are you seeing the performance side of reputation? So how do you link performance to reputation? How do you link shareholder value to reputation more discreetly?
Guess my turn. I think you can attempt to do it, but again, this is my personal view, not necessarily the view of the boards I serve on. I always tell people that there are things that are appropriate for financial measures, but there are other things I think you have to avoid that. So what I always tell people, when it comes to the environment, when it comes to diversity, I think you do it just because it's the right thing to do. If I try to put a dollar, I've heard people say, diverse companies do better. I'm always a little bit nervous about that, because I always say, look, there'll be someone who'll come up with a study next year and say, it hurts shareholder value. I think you do certain things just because it's the right thing. And I tell people, it really comes back almost to the 10 Commandments. It's just a basic thing. And I think, by the way, one of the reasons that capitalism was so strong and successful in America for so long was because people viewed business as being kind of reflective and embodying a lot of their values. And I think the attacks on business recently have been because some people say, well, it doesn't reflect my values. So I think while you can tie certain things to shareholder value, I think in the long run, you're better off just to say, you know what? We're going to do this because it's the right thing to do. We're not going to steal. We're not going to rob. That was the old school. But now, here are all the positive things we're going to do, and we're going to do them because it's just the right thing to do.
I agree with that 100%. Just set the right values. Make sure your people, that you're hiring the right people that will do the right thing. And I think things will take care of themselves. And if you get into a situation where you have really bad tone from the top, it's going to be really very impossible, and I would run from those kinds of companies.
Are there any comments?
Well, I think Wells is a pretty classic case study of reputational risk and the damage that it can lead to, including erosion of shareholder value. And so, I'm still living the story as we all are, but constantly understanding both internally how your team members are feeling, externally how your customers and your clients are feeling, and then doing the broader landscape to continue to measure how are we doing, on any number of the areas that they care about. And so it is important to actually measure it, because if you're not measuring it, you're not paying attention to it, both internally and externally.
Thank you. And before I open it up to the audience to ask questions, one question that always comes up that, the external, internal environments are getting complex, data is floating intensively, velocity, volume of information. How do you use technology to actually both communicate the message of culture that you talked about, Ken, and also to get information back where there might be issues and to react to that fast? So what are you seeing in terms of technology in your organizations, in terms of being able to handle both the communication as well as the aggregation and response to that? Maybe you can start with Sarah.
You've got some of the best, so that's why I'm turning to you.
No, I think it's a continual process. Figuring out the right tools and collecting all the tools that make the most sense to use in this space. It's obviously making sure you understand the data and then connecting the data points across the way. I think also I'm really excited about what predictive analytics and artificial intelligence are going to have in this whole space. We certainly don't have that all figured out yet, but we're starting to use some test cases and starting to figure that out. And that's I think an area of bringing all of those collective data sets together and figuring out from a predictive standpoint. I think it's pretty exciting from a risk angle.
Going back to what I call kind of the hard aspects of the business, one of the good things I think that's happening with technology is the ability to aggregate a lot of risk-related data quickly, do correlations, and even model certain things. Particularly if you're a regulated institution, like a financial institution, for example, I think that speed and the ability to look at data, and not only data in terms of like traditional risk measures, but also what are my customers doing? What feedback am I getting from my customers? At lunch today we talked about the Net Promoter Score. I think there are a lot of things out there that before you had to go through lengthy polling data or it took a long time. Well, now there are a lot of things you can do to get very quick feedback on how you're doing, whether it's operational risk, credit risk, or your consumer relations. And I think that's been one of the good sides of technology. We often talk about the bad side in terms of cyber risk, reputational risk. One of the good things is it really allows me to touch a lot of places quickly. And you mentioned artificial intelligence. I think that's going to be the next step, because the dream is always, if you're a risk manager, is to be able to come in and be ahead of the curve as opposed to reacting, to have predictive analysis at your fingertips.
The only other angle I would add is the communication angle that you asked. And the one thing that I don't think has changed, even with all of the technology that we have, is the fact that you have to, I think it's 6 times, repeat your messages internally and externally. What we're learning, how we're changing, how we want our team to change. It's not just once, and it's not just twice, and it's not just one channel of communication. It's using all channels of communication and doing it multiple times.
Mm-hmm. And I think sometimes, too, when we go back to the 3 lines of defense again, some of the different lines are using different tools, and they have different information at their fingertips. And again, that's where if you communicate effectively across those 3 lines, you'll get those insights that you can gather from all 3 groups coming together.
Well, thank you. I wanted to give a few minutes for questions. I'm sure there are a few questions in the audience, so you can direct it to any one of the people on the panel, or we'll moderate it. Yes. The mic's coming.
Thank you. You made a very good point about the fact that social media, has changed the world. When I was a little girl in college taking classes, we studied reputational risk, and we talked about IBM. IBM at the time were interviewing spouses so that they wouldn't affect the firm's reputation. That stopped. We got into privacy issues and people saying, I have my own career. What do I have to do with my spouse? And coming out to a whole other world. Then we had situations such as the Me Too. It's an individual, one person, but people are boycotting the firm because they hired that person 10 years ago. And another situation is Nike last September. Nike hired a spokesperson who didn't take a knee from the NFL. Their stocks went down tremendously. Granted, they came up, but only because they happened to have made the mistake at a time just before the football season started again and people forgot. But they went down. People were burning their sneakers, they were burning their stuff, putting videos on YouTube. Nike wasn't sure it was going to recover. And that was from one management decision. So my question is, what oversight should corporations have on their individual executives that are out there? Do we monitor executives' social media? We do monitor a lot of the social media we see on employees, but not executives. So should we start doing that, or is that becoming Big Brother is watching? Do we go into looking at marketing and the image that they're doing and now say, okay, you can't do anything without having the risk managers review it. So where does that line cross? When are we doing too much? When are we doing too little? What should we be doing that we're not doing yet?
Not all at once.
Panel moderator, what do you think?
So I'm gonna make you this.
Okay, one part of the question is pretty straightforward, and that is official corporate activities. Clearly, for example, I know in one corporation I know, when they design new commercials, when they design new outreach campaigns, it's not just, senior executives take a look at it. Partly they do it because, oh, this is interesting, but part of it is, let's make sure we're all on board for what we're saying. The harder one that you mentioned, the one that made me cringe a little bit, is about a person's Facebook and Twitter statements. Because there have been instances recently where people have said things on Twitter or put things on their Facebook page that have embarrassed their companies and indeed have even led to disciplinary action against people. And usually, by the way, that's because someone picks up on it and then it becomes news. I really haven't heard a hard and fast, I haven't heard it come up yet, and not to say it's not happening, where a company says, we're going to start looking at your social media. I haven't heard that, not to say it's not happening, I haven't heard that. But that being said, I will tell you what I tell my kids. In fact, I have a son who works at Facebook, I have a daughter who's in financial services, and I always tell them, I said, I did a lot of crazy stuff in college. The 70s, sex and drugs and rock and roll. I said, but we took Polaroids, and unless somebody goes and digs in their trunk, what I did is history, it's gone. I said, you put it online, it lives forever. Mm-hmm. So if you're out with your friends and you're drinking and somebody thinks it's cute to take that picture of you drinking, it ain't cute, right? You just don't do it. And in fact, I post very little on social media myself, partly for privacy reasons, but also just because of the fact I'm old-fashioned. I say, I don't know if I want everybody knowing where I went for vacation or who I was hanging out with. A lot of people do, but again, I always tell people that it may seem innocent at the time, but what if you're hanging out with a guy and then a year later, it turns out that person was sexually harassing people at their job, and you're up there with your arm around them on the golf course, right? So I just said, it's added the dimension. I don't like to think about Big Brother, but I will tell you that, again, the newspaper's always full of stories about someone did something, it wasn't on the company's nickel, it wasn't on the company's media, but all of a sudden, a senior executive, a board member did something, and it leads to a bad end.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, companies are doing training in this space too about things to say and not say, and just the fact that these things stick with you, they can damage the company's reputation risk. It's just like speaking to the media when you post something on Twitter. So, there are trainings and guidelines that many companies are putting out just because of this very situation.
Any other questions?
My question is really around reputational risk being a consequential risk. This panel, as well as a panel before lunch, spoke about reputational risk being a breakdown in corporate governance, internal controls, operational risk. So if that's the case, and if the C-suite is held accountable for reputational risk, who is responsible for managing reputational risk? We've got our risk department who provides oversight and challenge, and we want to report on it, but who's managing it, monitoring it, and measuring it?
So maybe John, given all the roles you've played, maybe you can answer the question, and then I know Sarah's kind of covering a number of these things as well.
I actually think you hit on the head earlier, Sarah, when you said that managing risk, whether it be reputational or otherwise, it's really all of our responsibility in the company. Obviously, they're overall the highest levels of the company there's responsibility for risk management, but all of us across the companies that we work in, if we aren't thinking about how to appropriately manage risk in our daily lives and daily execution, all the way from the lowest level employees up to the members of the board and senior executives, I think we're missing something. And then we can have all kinds of other great programs to collectively work together to reduce risk profiles and things like that for the risks that we know that are out there. But we all have to take that responsibility in our daily execution.
I think that's right. Everyone is a risk manager, and it has to be managed. Reputational risk in particular is something that everybody in the organization can be part of. You can either make it better or you can make it worse. Credit risk, I don't have any say on credit risk, but reputational risk, I can myself actually introduce reputational risk into the company.
We have time for probably one more question.
I had actually a couple, but I'll just put them out there. First, Sarah was talking about risk management, everyone's job, and the training everyone. Does that include the janitor, the secretary? I'm going to use the old term here, secretarial pool, everybody that might be touching your product, even vendors. And then the second one is related to the young lady's question there about renegade employees. You know, rogue employees go bad, like, you know, the Marine. If you're in the Army, you can rob the 7-Eleven store, and they'll just say a guy robbed the 7-Eleven store. If you're a Marine, then they say a Marine robbed the 7-Eleven store. So you have people that work for you that might besmirch your reputation, even though it's in their personal lives. So how do you actively control for this? And I got a few ideas, but I want to hear yours.
Ken, do you want to? I know that.
Well, first of all, I think the things you mentioned as far as training, code of conduct issues, I think that's everybody. And on all my boards, but one board in particular, I can go down this department, you know, only 89% of the people completed their training. Why is that? In other words, you measure the training, you measure, just like you measure any operational incident, you can measure the effectiveness of your training. And another good thing about technology now, not only can you give people training, you can come back and poll people to see how well they're applying it. You can ask them what they think about their manager, you can ask customers, you can ask vendors. So I think that's covered. A harder one is, again, the issue about what people do in their private lives. I'd say it's kind of easy if it's a C-suite person. I mean, it's just understood that, hey, if you do something that's embarrassing, you know, it's not like the old days. We can't bury that. And there are things that politicians can get away with that CEOs could never get away with, right? And you know, that's something new. And by the way, I'm not picking on one party, because if you're Republican, you'll say, well, look at Clinton. If you're Democrat, you'll say, look at the current president. I mean, we can all think of examples in political life where people have done things and the result is people leave office or they get investigated. But as a CEO, if you think about it, in today's world, if it's the CEO or the CFO, one egregious incident, and that's usually it. And if the board doesn't act, then the investors will get that board. So I'd say that it's become a rather unforgiving world. By the way, that kind of bothers me sometimes. It bothers me because we all do knuckleheaded things. You know, I wish I was perfect. I wish I was a person without sin. But, you know, people do stupid stuff sometimes. But when it gets out, if you're a C-suite person, the world isn't forgiving. What's harder is it's a middle manager, it's a lower level employee, particularly when it's things that you can't easily verify. So someone says something about their marriage or their personal life, how do you know it's true, but it's out in social media? So it becomes hard.
So thank you. You know, in summary, it looks like it is everybody's job. The right culture and the right communication of culture is extremely important. and not just within the walls of the enterprise, but also, all the connected enterprise, if you will. The right policies have to be put in place, but again, it's equally important that the culture is communicated effectively. So thank you for all the insights, and appreciate your being on the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just going to put my stuff up here.
Good afternoon, everybody. So our next session is about a start, and the next one is an expert talk by Michael Rasmussen, the Chief GRC Pundit, GRC 2020. The topic is on the rise of agile GRC in the context of dynamic and disrupted business. I request all of you to please sit down. To give you an introduction to Mr. Michael Rasmussen, Rasmussen is an internationally recognized pundit on governance, risk management, and compliance with specific expertise on the topics of enterprise GRC, GRC technology, corporate compliance, and policy management. With about 18 years of experience, he helps organizations improve GRC processes, design and implement GRC architecture, and select technologies that are effective, efficient, and agile. He is a sought-after keynote speaker, author, and advisor, and is noted as the father of GRC, being the first to define and model the GRC market in February 2002 while at Forrester. He has also contributed to the U.S. congressional reports and committees, and currently serves as the leadership counsel of the OSEG and chairs of OSEG Technology Council, OSEG Policy Management Group, and OSEG GRC Architect Group. He is quoted extensively in the press and is respected for his commentary on broadcast news channels. He is an honorary life member in the Institute of Risk Management for his contributions to the risk management and GRC. I welcome Michael Rasmussen to speak on the next topic. Thank you.
It is a pleasure to be here today with everybody. And got these like little themes here that reflect down. I'm trying to see what they're displaying. I'm not used to that. But it's a pleasure to be here with everybody. And I look forward to this next, 49 minutes of interaction and discussion. And I can't see any of you in there because of the lights and things, but I know you're out there. But I'm Michael Rasmussen, and I'm an analyst. So I've covered a lot of the different challenges and what's keeping organizations up at night in the context of governance, risk management, and compliance, and how do they solve those problems with process and strategy and technology. And so I don't like to label myself a consultant. I'm an analyst. My job is to research. When you have questions, I answer those questions. If I don't have the answer, I go out and find the answer. And my whole job is about researching governance, risk management, and compliance. So today we're going to talk about the rise of Agile GRC. As it was mentioned, back in February 2002, I was the first to define and model and label a market for governance, risk management, and compliance. So I was the first to use the term GRC, the acronym out there. And a couple of things I'd like to start off with. First and foremost, everybody in this room is doing GRC today. I don't care if you call it GRC, ERM, IRM, ABC, XYZ, or don't even have a name for it. There's not one person in this room that you're going to find your company says, we do not govern the organization, we do not manage risk, and we do not comply with laws, regulations, and other obligations. Every organization has some approach to governance, risk management, and compliance. It can be completely broken, it can be completely fragmented, it can be firefighting and ad hoc and reactive, or it can be more mature and integrated and aligned with the business and performance and objectives and the integrity of the organization. But everybody does GRC today, whether you use the acronym or not. The other thing I'd like to mention is that GRC is something you do, it's not something you buy. Now there's a whole range of technology out there for GRC, and we're going to talk about Agile GRC, which definitely has an underpinning of how do we leverage technology to make things more efficient, effective, and agile in the organization. But when it comes down to it, governance, risk management, and compliance are activities of the organization. Technology automates that. And so first we have to understand where we're at now and what's broken and not working, and what do we want to change and how do we get there? I get frustrated when the organization calls me up and says, we just bought GRC, now come in and tell us how to do GRC. That's backwards. That's putting the cart before the horse. So let's talk about the rise of Agile GRC. And those that were in my workshop yesterday, you'll find that I've got some of the similar slides and things here, but I'm doing this in a condensed format, focused on particularly the agility that is driving organizations. And I like to use the analogy of the Titanic in a lot of my presentations to get the point across. Now, my whole analogy here is that your organization is a Titanic. Your situation is actually worse than the Titanic. With today's modern business and the pace of change and the complex web of relationships and distributed nature of business and dynamic nature of business and disrupted nature of business, your organization is more complicated with a more intricate risk environment than the Titanic had. Think on that. Now, the Titanic, Captain E.J. Smith of the Titanic stated, "Never in all history have we harnessed such formidable technology. Every scientific advancement known to man has been incorporated into its design. The operational controls are sound and foolproof." Yet the Titanic sank on its maiden voyage. The front page of the newspaper said the Titanic was unsinkable. You know, Captain E.J. Smith also stated that he's never been in a wreck and he can't perceive of any kind of disaster that could happen to the Titanic. Yet on its maiden voyage, it sank. The press said it was unsinkable. The captain of the ship said it was unsinkable. Now, how often is that our business? That the idea of the board of directors and executive management is that our organization is unsinkable. We're a great organization. We're not going to fail. But things fail. Organizations fail. Household brands and names that from decades ago no longer exist. Or they're failing now. Now, think on this. The Titanic operated in an external risk environment. There was external risk bearing down on the Titanic, just as your business has external risks bearing down on you. You've got laws and regulations and a changing and dynamic risk environment of geopolitical risks and economic risks like tariffs and everything else that we're seeing in the press a lot lately. You know, changes in technology and society and industry forces. All these risks impact your organization. They're external risks that bear down on you. The Titanic had external risks bearing down on it. In 1912, there's already some type of climate change happening, and the northern Arctic ice shelf is breaking up, and more icebergs are coming further south into the Atlantic than were normally there. Not only that, the tidal moon poles of January, February, March 1912 were of a significant nature that was drawing those icebergs further into the shipping lanes, creating more hazards in the shipping lanes of icebergs. External environmental factors. Titanic had health and safety risks. Many of your organizations have health and safety risks, particularly if you're in petroleum or mining or retail or manufacturing, lots of health and safety risks. You know, hospitality, lots of health and safety risks. Now, in that context, the Titanic did not have the proper number of life preservers and lifeboats for the number of passengers on board. The ship did not sink quickly, but they had nowhere to go. There wasn't the proper amount of safety equipment. They also tell us that the size of the rudder and propeller were massively undersized for the size of the ship, and it was not as navigable in the waters as it should have been. How often are we taking on too much risk and we don't have the proper capital reserves in place to sustain the organization should we be exposed to that risk and events start happening? And we experience loss. Third-party risks. Vendors, suppliers, outsourcers, service providers, contractors, consultants, brokers, agents, dealers, intermediaries. Your typical organization in the room, it could very well be that half of your insiders are no longer employees, but they're third parties. They're the vendors and suppliers and consultants and temporary workers. The organization has been re-engineered and outsourced so much, we have a wide range of third-party relationships. The Titanic had third-party issues. The iron ore that was used in the rivets to hold the various seams of the ship together was of a brittle and inferior quality. And when it hit the iceberg, the seams of the ship ripped wide open and the ocean waters flooded in. Third-party risks. And now our third parties could be the microwave in the break room that's connected to the internet for some reason. And that could be our next exposure. Third parties. The Titanic had oversight functions. We talk about the 3 lines of defense. The third line being the audit and assurance function. Some of you who are in the room are from that function. The second line of defense is about that risk and compliance and internal control managers and professionals that are managing the controls and the policies and the risks and security on a day-by-day basis in the organization. The second line of defense. Now, what's probably minimal in this room is the first line of defense, that the front-line employees, and we'll talk a lot about that today. But the Titanic had that second line of defense. People that had oversight operations of the Titanic to make sure that it could avoid hazards. In fact, the Titanic was getting warnings from other ships, telegraphs saying, icebergs are in the area, beware. One of the responses back from the Titanic was, shut up, we're tired of hearing about it. Can you imagine that? GDPR, shut up, we're tired of hearing about it. CCPA, shut up, we're tired of hearing about it. Ignorance at the second line of defense. Not only that, the Titanic had high-tech technology to scan the oceans for hazards like icebergs. Back in 1912, that technology was called binoculars. The crew member that had the key to the cabinet was assigned duty to another ship and took the keys with them, and the binoculars were locked away and they couldn't access them. How often do we have good technology out there, like our host metric stream, and we're only using it for a little bit, but not to its full potential to see the range of risks in the organization and the interconnectedness of risk? Lastly, the Titanic was headed towards an iceberg. If it would have hit it dead on exposure, that in its aggregate contributed to the disaster of the Titanic. You address one or two of those little areas that seem rather minor and not as big of a deal, you might not ever have had the disaster of the Titanic. But all those different little intricate points of health and safety, to third-party issues, to oversight issues, to overconfidence, all these contributed to the disaster of the Titanic. That's your organization. But your organization is in a much worse position because we have got such complexity in our operations and processes where things can go wrong. Technology adds significant amounts to this complexity. Third-party relationships, we have thousands of third-party relationships in a lot of organizations, add to this complexity. Mergers and acquisitions, the dynamic and fast-paced nature of business makes your position much worse than the Titanic. And if you're not monitoring things, if you're not agile in monitoring things, things are going to fail and break. And therefore, we need governance, risk, and compliance processes that are highly agile in the organization because we have a dynamic business environment. Changing laws, rules, regulations, enforcement actions, notices of proposed rulemaking. We have to keep up with that. If you're in financial services firms are dealing with 216 regulatory change events every business day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Every business day, there's 216 regulatory change events coming from 905 regulators around the world. From a new regulation to a change regulation, new legislation, a notice of proposed rulemaking, and a plethora of enforcement actions happening. Each one of those means we've got to evaluate, does this make a change in our business? That's significant, the volume of regulatory change in the environment. But then you got external risk change, changing market forces, economic conditions, geopolitical risks, shifts in technology and competitive forces. You have to keep up with that. But you also have to keep up with business change, changing strategy. As the business moves and expands operations in certain parts of the world, that brings bribery and corruption risks. That brings, child labor and forced labor risks in the manufacturing environment. That brings a lot of other risks that can happen in the organization as we shift strategy, as processes change, as technology changes, as employees change. That employee that came in, were they aware of the policies and were they trained properly? When that employee moved from one department to another, were they aware of the new policies in the new role and were they trained properly from that role? You have to keep up with employee change. But we have to also keep up with third-party relationships. And as much as our business is changing, each and every one of our third-party relationships, their business is changing as well. We have to keep up with that. And then mergers and acquisitions bring in completely redundant sets of processes, policies, controls in the environment. I've seen organizations like a healthcare organization that over the last 20 years, they've acquired nearly 30 hospitals and now have 18,000 policy and procedure documents and are just getting around to harmonizing those. Now, I painted the picture here. You got regulatory change, business change, risk change. All these are significant, but what's really significant is trying to keep all this change in sync with each other. I could be a top 10 bank, and I could devote 20% of all my employees to being intelligent about compliance. And I've seen figures that, some of the top 10 banks, 20% of their employees are compliance professionals. And I can focus, 20% of my workforce to be compliance professionals, but does that make me compliant? Absolutely not. I can be completely intelligent about the law and the regulation. I can answer any question you throw at me, but if the business has changed behind me and that employee wasn't trained, they didn't follow the proper procedure, things were not updated or monitored properly back there, it doesn't matter how intelligent I am about the law, I'm still not compliant. We have to keep all this change in sync. So understand the regulatory change and its impact on the organization, combined with the risk change and the business change, and manage all that change. And that demands agility in the organization. But in that context, we have to realize that everything connects to everything else. Leonardo da Vinci stated that. We live in an interconnected risk environment. Think on the Titanic situation I just told you. From health and safety risks to third-party risks to strategic risks, all these things contribute to an exposure. We have to see those interconnections. It's like chaos theory, where you have the flutter of the butterfly's wings in the Netherlands, makes these tiny atmospheric changes, and they grow and grow like a snowball rolling down a mountain and gathering up more and more snow. In this case, it's the force of the butterfly's wings creating something small that combines with other forces and keeps growing, that influences the development and path of a hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico. Those little things matter. Those end-user computing controls in the environment, that health and safety issue, all those little things matter, just like on the Titanic. And what might seem minor could actually be a very big issue in the organization. And when we talk about agility, if you're trying to manage governance, risk, and compliance processes and documents, spreadsheets, and emails, you certainly are not agile. I can think of a large organization. They're managing their compliance processes in documents, spreadsheets, and emails. And at the end of the year, they would produce a report for the board of directors every year. I'm just talking about one report. There's many other reports compliance does, but one report for the board of directors on compliance. And they'd have to go through all these thousands of documents, spreadsheets, and emails being used for compliance. It took them 200 FTE hours. One employee, average work week of 40 hours a week, 5 weeks of work to build one report for the board of directors on compliance. That's not agile. It is not agile. On top of that, that was one report being happened once a year. What happens during the full 12 months? We don't have a report. How do we know that there's a rise in incidents and issues on harassment or discrimination or IT security or privacy or health and safety? If we don't have insight into the trends and metrics that are happening in the business, and we're just waiting for one end-of-year report to spend 200 hours to try to build that, we're not agile. And things are happening, and there's exposures in the business we're not aware of, and things are failing. And we have to do something about that. It now takes that same organization less than a minute, because they've implemented Agile GRC technology, to be able to get away from manual processes. I can think of a mid-size bank that I worked on their RFP with them. They did an internal study of their risk, compliance, and audit resources and found out that 80% of their risk, compliance, and audit security resources was nothing more than document reconcilers. 80% of their staff time in those departments was just spent trying to reconcile documents. That's wrong. They wanted to flip that on their head, where 20% of our time is any type of reconciliation, 80% is actually managing risk, compliance, and controls. So we need to do something about that. On top of that, documents, spreadsheets, and emails don't have the proper audit trail and system of record to defend yourself in court or with the regulators. And the regulators are cracking down. I was talking to one metric stream client a while back, a bank, and they told me that they went to a GRC strategy for technology because the Federal Reserve had come in and said, you're not going to pass your next regulatory exam if you continue to manage compliance in documents, spreadsheets, and emails. We want a complete system of record. What was assessed on what date and time? Who assessed it? If somebody came back 2 weeks later and changed some answers, who changed those answers and what was changed? Date, timestamp. Documents, spreadsheets, and emails do not get you that. And more the regulators are picking up on that. Opposing counsel and lawsuits are picking up on that. And you need a defensible system of record to defend the organization now. Documents, spreadsheets, and emails. I can go on and on about that. So the organization today is very much like the guy riding a bike on the high wire juggling. You got all these things happening. And they're telling me, organizations are telling me that they can't get a good view into different interrelationships of risk and compliance and controls. It's taking too much time to report. But what's adding to this is a lot of the first generation GRC technologies. You know, some of them haven't really addressed the need for agility. And we're seeing more and more that organizations are looking for, you know, that next generation of GRC technology, like what MetricStream M7 is delivering, and building out that whole modern user interface to be able to engage all 3 lines of defense and be able to do so in an agile way that is quick to implement and has a lower total cost of ownership. Because organizations are telling me that they need to be able to see the tree as well as the forest. That individual risk as well as the interconnectedness of risks and controls. And I've been challenged on this slide by a couple top banks out there in some of my workshops. And they said, this is true, but it's not accurate enough. The tree is part of the forest. It's not just about the tree and the forest, it's about the leaf and the branches too. Those little things matter. The flutter of the butterfly's wings, the leaf on the tree, and be able to see those intricate relationships and interconnectedness of risk becomes very important. So we're shifting right now. GRC is in significant transition from the past, where a lot of custom build-outs that took 2 years to build out, and technology that was extremely expensive to own and maintain, that was more about the back office of GRC and little interaction on the front office and front lines of the organization. Things are changing. The organization is focusing on not only being able to manage the second and third lines of defense, but being able to use GRC technology to. And they're stating that we're now requiring that every individual in our data centers goes through GDPR training and other policies and training that our standard employees do. And if you look at the data center of a major bank like this, the vast majority of the individuals in those data centers are not employees. They are third parties, outsourcers and service providers and contractors and temporary workers and consultants. The majority of people in those banks' data centers were not employees. And they're requiring that each and every one of those individuals, not just at a relationship level, not just the tree level, but the branch and the leaves of the branches, down to the individual level within those third-party relationships, have to go through and acknowledge the same policies and go through the same training that their employees do. That's significant. That's the future. Being able to have agile solutions that can engage not only my employees, but also the third parties that are interacting on my systems. We're also seeing a volume of growing regulations for the future. And one area is focusing on accountability over responsibility, where individuals have accountability for GRC, not just responsibility. I'm seeing this significantly in the United Kingdom. I'm buried with interactions in the United Kingdom right now. I'm going over to London this Thursday. We'll be in London the 6th through the 16th. And right now, the Financial Conduct Authority, the FCA, has the UK senior managers and certification regime. It's already been rolled out to the 200 largest, financial services firms, but it's going out to 58,000 firms by December 2019. There's a compliance deadline. 58,000 firms operating in the United Kingdom that are governed by the FCA. And what it does is it puts accountability for governance, risk, and compliance. I'm a huge J.R. Tolkien fan. And so I have a whole blog out there that the UK senior managers regime is like the one ring in Lord of the Rings. You have the one ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring in the darkness bind them. And I've said the UK senior managers regime is the Uber regulation. It's the regulation to go out there and find all other regulations and enforce them in its enforcement, because it puts accountability on senior managers, directors, and executives of the financial services firms. If there is lack of due diligence, or if there's any type of negligence in compliance, controls, risk management. I was talking to a top 10 bank that has a senior manager responsible for third-party risk. And in the UK senior managers regime, he's assigned accountability there. If there is lack of due diligence, or if there's negligence in monitoring and managing risk and compliance controls, that senior manager can be fined or go to jail. Barclays CEO last year was fined £640,000 for a whistleblower infraction that he personally had to pay and the bank could not reimburse him. That's significant. That's the regulation to enforce all other regulations. And I bring that up here for accountability because it's just not the United Kingdom. Australia's BEAR regulation, Banking Executive Accountability Regulation, was modeled after UK SMR. You got regulation going through Hong Kong, Singapore, Japan, Ireland, and now I've heard Spain, but haven't validated that, all focus on the UK senior manager regime requirements in those countries. A greater focus on accountability, not just responsibility. And that requires agility. If I'm going to be a senior manager and I'm responsible for something like GDPR and privacy, I'm just not going to sign my name on the bottom line and become accountable to it and not have any insight into how privacy and controls are being managed in the organization. I need to understand what's happening, what are we doing about it, before I sign off and take that accountability. I'm not going to want systems that, once a year it takes me 200 FTE hours to build the report, because that's not going to give me the insight I need when it's my bank account on the line to be fined. Agility becomes critical. So GRC is about enabling the high-performing organization. I'm an OSEG fellow, and we talk about principal performance. Metric Stream's mantra we've seen up on the slide is perform with integrity. That's what we're talking about. Good organizations not only need a great engine for performance, they need good handling, good brakes and steering. That's critical. If you have a high-performing car, you don't want just a great engine in it and lousy brakes and steering, you're going to end up dead. You want good handling to keep the car on the road to be high-performing. And so that's important. The definition of GRC that's found in the OSEG GRC capability model, which is the only publicly vetted standard on GRC out there, defines GRC as the capability to reliably achieve objectives, that's the governance function, while addressing uncertainty, that's risk management, and act with integrity, that's compliance. GRC is a capability to reliably achieve objectives while addressing uncertainty and act with integrity. And that's what we need to do in the organization. These three pillars, form the foundation of the organization, and they all work together. We have the reliable achievement of objectives. We can't do a risk assessment unless we know what we're going to assess against. In fact, the ISO 31000 definition of risk says that risk is the effect of uncertainty on objectives. We have to understand the objectives, whether they're strategic objectives, entity-level objectives, department objectives, process objectives, to be able to do a risk assessment within. We can do our risk assessment and come up with all these mitigating controls and risk plans and risk treatment and everything, and it does nothing if we don't have compliance on the follow-through to ensure that the risk treatment is followed, that those controls are implemented and they're operational. Governance, risk, and compliance depend upon each other. They're like three legs to a stool. You kick out one of the legs, the stool's not stable anymore. You need all three for it to work in the organization. And so, organizations are realizing that we need to be able to harmonize and build out GRC management GRC management structures across the organization. Now, I have the term harmonize on here, but I actually like the word orchestration more. Because there's also proper tension between these roles too. You know, a good piece of classical music just doesn't have harmony. It's also got tension and resolution. Because the organization in this risk environment that we operate in, you know, things are going to happen. And somebody needs to raise a flag and say, hey, we got an issue here. And some people might not like people raising the flags, but it has to happen. And so while there's great pieces of harmony that can happen in the organization, there also needs to be the things in there to deal with tension and resolution as well. We need to work together out of the same playbook so we can start becoming agile with our GRC processes in the organization. This means we build out a GRC management strategy from the top down and understand all the different departments of risk and compliance. I have never met a chief compliance officer that is truly responsible for all of compliance. The chief ethics and compliance officer is typically responsible for code of conduct, anti-bribery and corruption, antitrust, things like that. But then you've got HR compliance, harassment, discrimination, working hours, wage and hour. You've got IT compliance. You got privacy compliance. You got environmental compliance. You got Sarbanes-Oxley and the accounting and finance compliance. You got health and safety compliance and quality compliance. And all those same departments have risks as well. They're all departments of risk. Where are all the different areas of risk and risk exposure and compliance activities in the organization? How can you start working together and build out agile GRC processes to be able to manage and document incidents and issues across the organization, to be able to document and manage risks and controls? You know, I laugh at so many ERM programs I see out there because organizations take this enterprise view of risk and they try to do that, but they fail to understand that that means we also have to have an enterprise view of controls. So the internal control department, which is focused on internal controls or financial reporting, if it's not taking a broad view of operational controls that maps up to the broad view of enterprise risks, you're bound for failure. You've got to have an enterprise view of risks, an enterprise view of controls to mitigate those risks, policies in the organization, incidents and issues, which is where risk is materialized. You got to start taking enterprise views across departments to be able to see all these relationships and things. And so you need consistent processes where these different departments can work together, and also to deliver on that, a common information technology architecture to be agile. We need to be able to bring GRC to the front lines of the organization. The coal miner in the coal mine is making risk and compliance decisions every day, particularly environmental, health and safety risks. The teller at the bank is making risk and compliance decisions every day. Fraud, money laundering. The nurse and doctor at the hospital are making risk and compliance decisions every day. Patient safety, patient privacy. The accounting department is making risk and compliance decisions every day. Sarbanes-Oxley and internal controls or financial reporting. Segregation of duties. Individuals throughout the organization are making information security and privacy decisions every day as they interact with information. We need to engage the front lines of the organization in GRC. Agile GRC is not just about the back office, it's about the front office and being able to build out those intuitive user interfaces and experiences. You know, I did one of the OSEC GRC illustrations, I did the design and artwork on it back in 2014 on engaging employees and policies. I get interactions every month from organizations saying, who's delivering this? We want it. To date, there's only a few organizations, solution providers that are starting to deliver it. And it's about that interactive policy portal for those frontline employees that brings together training and policies into the same portal. Every month I'm getting an inquiry from organizations who want to know that they're stating, our users, particularly the millennial generation, but all of our users, they go out to Facebook, they can watch a YouTube video in Facebook. They don't have to bounce out to YouTube to watch the video. Why can't our policy portal bring together training on the policies and the policies together into one portal? Instead of, here's the policy, and now you got an email you have to click on and go out to the separate training site out here. That's not the millennial way of doing things. That's not the way technology is being delivered today. And organizations are saying, how do we integrate that and provide that portal that brings policies and training and reporting incidents and things to the frontline employees together into one interface? That's agile GRC. It's about collaboration. Being able to provide that full perspective on governance, risk, and compliance across the different departments. This isn't the first time the organization has tackled challenges like this. Think of client relationship management. You know, business became so dynamic and so disrupted that our client relationships became a mess. People didn't start and stop their careers in one organization anymore. They constantly shifted every 3 to 5 years and still do that even at a faster pace. And the organization found out we didn't have a good view of client relationships. Sales had their view, marketing had their view, the call center service support had their view. CRM systems came in to take these different departments into a common information technology architecture so that we can have a 360-degree view of the client's contracts and service level agreements and issues and support needs and everything else, to get intelligence on the client and to maintain one system of record on the client that marketing can use and sales can use and the call center can use. That's what we're talking about with GRC technology. Being able to leverage a common information technology architecture that risk management can use and compliance can use and IT security can use and audit can use and other groups, to be able to provide that collaboration, insight, and intelligence. It's about operationalization. Agile GRC technologies aren't standalone technologies. For one thing, there's not one platform on the market that does everything GRC. There's specialized systems out there for things like commodity risks and things like that, credit risk. And you need to be able to connect and integrate those specialty systems. You need to integrate with HR systems and ERP systems and share information. When we're managing those third parties and gathering information on those third parties through assessments and questionnaires and onboarding, how can we sync the master data records on the supplier vendor bank account information and contact information with the ERP systems? I can think of a major life sciences firm. When they want to know the master employee records of who all the employee list, the master employee list of the pharmaceutical company, they don't go to the HR systems. They go to the GRC system that has the policies in it. Because they have 7 different HR systems across the life sciences firm. But the GRC system with its policy management connects to each of those 7 HR systems every night and integrates with them to find out who are the new employees we need to send policies to. Who are the employees that changed from one department to another department? You know, Sally just moved from sales to accounting. She needs to be aware of the accounting policies in that role. And they ship them out overnight. And so there's only one master employee list in the entire life sciences firm, and that is in the policy section of the GRC system. It's not in the HR systems because it's fragmented. I can think of another organization, a large high-tech manufacturer, and they've integrated their systems, again, on policies and training. And in this case, like you have California's harassment and discrimination law, in which managers of California employees have to go through 2 hours of harassment and discrimination every 2 years. And so they've integrated their training systems, their GRC training systems, with their access systems. So if you're behind on your training, which has become a huge liability for organizations in areas like harassment and discrimination, but also health and safety and other areas. But if you're behind on your training, you go to log into your computer one day, all you can access is the training. It's automated that way. That's operationalization of GRC. That's agile GRC and being able to connect and integrate into the environment. It's about agile intelligence, integrating actionable, intelligent content and being able to provide that 360-degree view. It gets frustrating when I cover solutions in the market because there's so many very narrow focused solutions, like in third-party management, the vendor-supplier area. There's solutions for IT security. There's solutions for, financial background of companies, politically exposed persons, reputation and brand lists, watch lists and sanction lists. Over and over again, all these different little narrow splices of solutions that you can use for your organization. We need intelligence that puts all that together. If I'm just monitoring those third-party relationships around one set of actionable information, it might not rise as an issue. But if I saw that they have negative news and issues there, they might have a politically exposed person there, they've got some financial background issues or an IT security issues, in aggregate, that might be a bigger risk that I'm willing to accept. We need to be able to see the aggregation of all that intelligence and the interrelationships, and be able to build actionable insight on that. And we have to build in mobility. This gets full circle back to that GRC engagement of the front lines. How do we deliver mobile interfaces on policies and training and issues and assessments to the organization, the front lines? You know, I was sitting next to an American Airlines pilot on a flight from Atlanta to Houston a couple weeks ago. He was coming home, so he wasn't flying the plane. He was just sitting back in economy with me. And he was actually on his iPad going through harassment, discrimination, and code of conduct training right there on his iPad. You know, I've interacted with retail firms and hospitality firms that are looking for, how do we take tablet devices and make them mobile policy and training kiosks? Our employees don't have computers. So how can we have a tablet that is the policy and training kiosk, and they go through the policies and go through the training, you know, do their attestations, and then hand it off to the next employee? How can we use mobile devices like smartphones to report issues and incidents, whether anonymously or not? How can we engage the front lines of operational management to capture all the management reports on issues in the organization? Because a lot of employees report to management. And if they're reporting issues of harassment and discrimination and fraud or whatever it might be, and things aren't being documented and followed up on, and there's an investigation by a regulator or opposing counsel in a lawsuit or whoever it might be, that's going to be all big issues that are going to harm the organization. We need to capture management reports. How are they capturing that information? How is it being filtered in the organization? How can we use tablet devices to do audits and assessments out there, like branch audits and in financial services, retail store audits? Mobility is critical. And we need to be able to use agile GRC type technologies to take in distributed and disconnected data points, understand the relationships and things like just the third-party risks I was just referencing, all those different angles of a third-party relationship, understand those relationships and build out action items and decisions from that. That we have an integrated information architecture, that we can understand what are our objectives, strategic entity level objectives, department objectives, process objectives. You know, what are the risks to those objectives? We have to have context for a risk assessment. Remember, the ISO 31000 definition of risk is the effect of uncertainty on objectives. If we're going to do an assessment, we have to understand the relationship of risk to objectives. What about controls? Controls are put in place so that we can reliably achieve objectives. You know, we have controls in place so that we can have consistent behavior and processes and transactions in the organization. If we didn't have manufacturing controls, health and safety controls, accounting and finance controls, quality controls, the organization would be a mess. We have controls to reliably achieve objectives. What are the control objectives? We also have controls to mitigate risk. When you make a risk decision, when you have a risk, you have 4 options before you on that risk. You can accept the risk as it is. You can avoid the risk by making a decision where there's no longer a risk, if that's if that can happen. You can transfer the risk, like through insurance and hedging, or the one we most often focus on is mitigate the risk. How do you mitigate the risk? You put controls in place to mitigate the risk. You have inherent risk, you implement controls, you have residual risk. How we map our controls to our risk. Issues, incidents, and investigations might be an area where we're going to miss our objectives. They are risk that's materialized. If we're doing a risk assessment and we're measuring things like likelihood and impact, are we just guessing? Or are we actually going through to some objective information to say, in the organization or even in my industry, here's the history of risk events and their impact on the organization, and actually putting meaningful information to our risk assessments because we've linked our issues to our risks. Issues might indicate where controls are failing or missing. Roles, you have risk owners and control owners and subject matter experts on risks. Policies. Policies help us reliably achieve objectives. They define behavior for individuals, for processes, for transactions, for relationships. If we did not have policies, the organization would be a mess. But most organizations don't even know what policies they have. I was keynoting at a conference like this, and there's a couple hundred people in the room, And I asked the room, how many people have a master index of all your policies? If it's an official policy across corporate compliance, legal, HR, IT, accounting, you have a master index of all of your corporate policies. 200 people in the room, 2 people raise their hand. Why? Why not many more? Policies are critical documents. These are governance documents. In fact, Starbucks calls their policy management program their governance documents program. Suncor Energies in Canada calls their policy management program their governance documents program. Policies help us reliably achieve objectives. So they're governance documents, but they're also risk documents. Policies, the very fact that we have a policy means somebody's identified a risk. We would not have a policy if there was not a risk. But who has mapped their policies to their risk? Most organizations don't even know what policies they have, let alone map them to risks. That's significant. Then you have issues of rogue policies. I can think of a major retailer that, there's probably one just a couple blocks of wherever we're at in any city in the United States. They have the issue that any store manager can open up a word processor and write a document and call it a policy. That's a huge exposure. Because if employees or anybody sees that as a policy, that puts a duty of care upon the organization, a legal duty of care. And that can be used against the organization if it's not being followed. And so they're trying to build this whole environment that if it's an official policy, it'll be found in this central system, it'll be in this template, it'll be indexed and managed and updated and maintained. And if you find anything that's calling itself a policy that's not in this system, you let us know right away. Policies are critical documents, but they're so haphazardly managed. I can go on and on. I can think of a major Fortune 100 company that I was reviewing their policies, and their supply chain code of conduct was written in the passive voice with long, complex paragraphs and legalese and significant wording problems and things like that. And it was going to an international audience of tens of thousands of suppliers that had English as a second language. And what really, really frustrated me was the first paragraph says company believes, the second paragraph says company strongly believes. So we have different levels of belief in the code of conduct? That we might read right past that, but somebody has English as a second language, which is most of the audience of this supply chain code of conduct, they read every word, and they say, oh, second paragraph's more important than the first. And that's not what they're trying to communicate. But policies also govern controls. You have your password policy that tells you controls from the environment, length of password, complexity of password, frequency of change of password. You've got issues and incidents, cases, investigations. Those point to where policies are failing. And we can look into it and say, are we hiring bad, wicked, evil people? Maybe, but most likely you're going to find out you have a training problem. People weren't aware there's a policy. Or it's ambiguous, and we need to address some policy language in this area. And then you have obligations like regulations. How do those impact policies and change my policies? How do those change my risks in my environment and my controls? We need contextual intelligence. If you're managing all this in documents, spreadsheets, and emails that take 200 FTE hours to build a report, that's not agile. That's not giving you contextual intelligence when and where you need it. So there's GRC technology out there that I break out into basic, common, and advanced solutions. Basic solutions are the bane of my existence because there's hundreds of them. That somebody goes out and builds something out on force.com, and a week later they've got some basic solution with workflow and tasks and some basic forms. There's lots of those solutions out there, but they don't have the advanced analytics and the information architecture and the reporting and things that are needed. That's what common solutions deliver, and advanced solutions build on top of that to build great user interfaces and experiences and to be able to engage employees and have strong mobility. Some dimensions of agile GRC to think about is the usability. Is a solution usable for the back office of GRC? Does it have the right depth and analytics and capabilities to satisfy the back office functions of risk, compliance, and audit and security? But also, is it usable by the front lines of the organization? Or whatever's presented to the front lines, does it A, look dated, like it was written 10 years ago? Does it provide an engaging user experience that's relevant for the front lines, that hides all the complexity of the back office away from them? Usability is critical. Then, what's the cost of ownership? How long does it take to implement? What's the cost of maintaining it? I get organizations that are very frustrated with some GRC solutions that they want to change requests and they have to hire a certified expert and take 6 months later before this small change is done. There's a LinkedIn post from last August that's out on LinkedIn. And it's not talking about MetricStream, but one of their major competitors. And in this LinkedIn post, it describes this major competitor to MetricStream to the lyrics of the song Hotel California, that you can't get out. That after $500,000 in software license, after $2 million in implementation, 3 years later, they're just getting some basic functionality out of it. We need agile GRC solutions to have a lower total cost of ownership and aren't about all this customization, but about being able to configure the application, not customize and code it. That's something where M7 has been focusing, is moving away from customization to configuration and being able to be configurable and have a lower cost of ownership. But a solution also has to be scalable. We can have a great user experience that's great for the users, but does it have the right depth? Can it satisfy the needs of a top 10 bank or a Fortune 100 company and its complex operations and distributed business and different lines of business? And so a lot of the solutions out there in the market, they might be good for a small to mid-sized organization, and they might have that great user interface and experience, but when it comes to a large organization, you also need that scalability that can match the complex needs of the large organization while still delivering the ease of use and usability, and be able to be adaptable in the organization as well. So some steps to building your GRC journey. First off, it's critical to plan where you're going. Where are you at now? Where do you want to be? How are you going to get there? You need to make sure you have the right team on board for Agile GRC. There are certain departments and individuals that will not make you agile because they want to dig in their heels and slow things down. They don't want to cooperate. They don't want to be part of the strategy. Sometimes you have to work with them, which is frustrating. But my advice, work around them. If one group is saying, we don't want to be part of this, great. You do your own thing. The other 6 departments here, we're going to work together. We'll come back to you in a year. But is your team ready? Do you have the right vision and mission statement for GRC and strategy going forward? From there, select the right tool for the job. You don't want to all of a sudden rip and replace 2 years into your GRC strategy because you selected the wrong tool. I can think of a sports apparel manufacturer. I helped them with their RFP a couple years ago. And at the last minute, again, it's not our host, it's one of their other major competitors, they came in and said, we'll give you the license because of all your other, software licenses you have with us and our other products. You can pay for the implementation. 2 years later, they're now looking at going back to the RFP because it's been a massive project that has gotten nowhere and everything's been custom build out and it's not gotten anywhere. Select the right tool for the job. But you also have the opposite problem where this tool looks great for my immediate department needs. Maybe it's IT security, but that's all it was built for. But my strategy is I want to incorporate all these other roles and departments over the next 3 years. If I start building on that tool that doesn't have any experience in these other areas and can't give me client references in those other areas, it might be another place of failing. Select the right tool for the job. And then take your journey in stages. Understand where you're going, and don't try to boil the ocean. Don't try to climb Mount Everest in a single sprint. That's not going to happen, particularly this year with all the crowdedness and loss of life on Mount Everest. You have to break it up into stages that make sense, logical sense for the organization, and claim those victories at each stage. But then understand that this is a continuous journey. You're going to go on this journey of GRC, and in one respect, it's never going to end because there's new regulations and risks and world events and things that happen. There's mergers and acquisitions and things that disrupt, and you have to integrate all these other processes and systems. So be prepared for an ongoing, evolving journey. Now, if we will focus on Agile GRC and start getting all these things delivered together, we should deliver the ability to provide 360-degree contextual intelligence in GRC that makes us more aware of the interconnectedness and interrelationships of risks in the environment across different departments. It allows those different departments to align to respond to those risks and be more responsive, which makes us more agile in our environment while being more resilient to exposure and lean and efficient in our use of resources. So with that, I know I'm past the time for Q&A. I'm here through Wednesday. I'm happy to answer any questions you have now. I think we're in the break time, or maybe there's another session coming. But I know I'm over time. I'm happy to answer questions anybody might have now, but also you can stop me too, in the halls or at dinner or wherever. I see a shadow of a hand right here. The lights are on me, so I can't quite see. Speak up, please.
Thank you. Mr. Rasmussen, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. You mentioned the UK senior management responsibility regime.
Yes, UK senior managers and certification regime.
Right, and I'd like to make a point about the difference between accountability and responsibility, right? But what we find is that accountability without authority and resources, it just doesn't work, right? So if you find yourself in that situation as a manager, senior manager, what should be your strategy to make sure you have the resources and the authority to, I guess, give legs to your accountability?
Well, I mean, it's going to have to come down to a clear business case that says, here's our exposure and the potential costs for fines and issues in this area. And, you know, if I'm actually being regulated by the UK senior managers regime, I'm going to want to make sure I have those resources, or I'm not going to be accepting that job or that responsibility, first off. Now, in the US, we don't quite have that same exposure right now at that level, but it could be coming this way. But if I was in the UK, and actually I was talking to an executive at one major financial services firm in the asset management space, brokerage or investment space, and that executive actually recently moved to New York from London because he didn't want to be exposed to liability over in the United Kingdom. So he took responsibilities over here in the United States in a major financial services firm because of the UK senior managers regime. But if I have that exposure to accountability, I'm going to want to make sure I have the budget and things. Other questions? I don't see any other hands. Okay, well, I'm around. I'm happy to interact with each and every one of you. My contact information is up there as well. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
should probably turn the computer off, actually.
No, the NXTs. No, the lights. They're very dirty. I know walk from.
Cloth or something from that work box. Yeah, like even these screens, like this whole thing's covered.
Hey, welcome everyone. Thank you for coming back in after break. You're all welcomed. We'll just let folks sit down for 1 minute, get used to the mic. So here we are. This is a case study for leading with libraries from Globe Life, and it's Joseph O'Connick, our GRC administrator and solution architect at Globe Life. And for anyone who doesn't know Joseph yet, he is currently functions as an innovative GRC ecosystem expert. He combines management, innovation, and technology skills to architect, implement, and enhance GRC processes and systems at Globe Life. Prior to joining Globe Life, Joseph was the owner of a small independent consulting practice. The majority of Joseph's career has been focused on servicing customers by delivering and integrating ERP, GRC systems across multiple industries. So it's my pleasure to introduce Joseph to lead with libraries. Thank you, Joseph.
All right. Oh, wow, that's loud. Okay. All right. The first thing I'd like to do is, since I've been introduced, is because we're going to do a little exercise, if we can consolidate the room just a little bit. I hate to make people move right away, but there is an exercise to demonstrate what I'm talking about. So if we could get 3 or 4 per table as opposed to a couple on the outskirts, that would be best for later on. All right. I know you're compliant. I see that. You have become compliant. All right. So the basic agenda we're going to go through is, first of all, I'll tell you about Globe Life. Globe Life sells insurance and supplemental life and supplemental health insurance policies to middle-income families to avoid risk. We're going to talk about our vision, our leadership, and our collaboration that goes with the building of the libraries. Probably the most important things altogether right there. Then we're going to talk about defining some more. That's where the exercise will come in. That is probably the most difficult thing you'll have to do with your libraries, and also the most critical thing that you have to do with your terminology. And then we'll get into what everybody really wants to hear about is how do I execute this, and how do I manage to change around the libraries, and not just the changing of the libraries, but the corporate culture around becoming what we would like to think is a data-first GRC program. And then I'll talk about what our lessons learned were from a Torchmark and a Globe Life standpoint. And then we'll ask questions. Oh, feel free, by the way, I know I'm up here. I was not planning to be, but feel free to stop me and ask questions. I will answer them as best as I can, as quickly as I can. I want this to be as interactive as possible. It's not exactly an intimate venue for that, but we'll work on it. Okay. So this is what we look at. Leading with libraries is not as easy as ABC. It's not, but it is C, D, and E. And what do those mean? And what do those mean to us? What it means is we collaborate, we define, and we execute. In that order, every time. Collaborate, define, and execute. You remember that. So let's talk about collaboration. This is where it all started, and I will talk about our lesson real quick. Our first lesson was we did not have a large enough scaled group to collaborate appropriately. That has since changed. So when we collaborate, we have a vision. Now, I'm going to plug our Chief Security Officer, Dwayne, here. One of the reasons we're able to do this is because Dwayne Stiles had a vision when we started. It was a 5-year vision of what he wanted his GRC program to look like. It was, what are we going to do in year 1? What are we going to do in year 3? And what are we going to do in year 5? And what are we going to do beyond? We like to talk about, but we don't really think about it because it's not relevant at this point in time because the industry, the environment changes so fast, that can change. That vision was married up with my data vision and where we were going with the product. We picked a product that was for us to grow into, that managed our data correctly. That was one of the key reasons we chose MetricStream, because of how it handled its data. This is real important. Build a champion team. Identify your champions very, very, very fast. It doesn't have to be large at first. 1, 2 can start it, 3 can go on. Turn those champions into evangelists and try to find those people that can do that. This one's hard. This is where it starts really getting tough. Be flexible. Oh, I know, right? Be flexible. I see people shaking their head. Yes, be flexible. That's like saying, run a 100-yard dash in 10 seconds. It seems easy till you try it. Flexibility. You're going to have to compromise. You need your people together on this to make this work. Oh, here's the next one. Be inclusive. All your key stakeholders need to be talking about your libraries. Start with that language. Start with that language. And because libraries are not just the foundation, they're the future. Now, I'm not talking for Globe Life, but I've heard a lot of talk about AI. I've heard a lot of talk about robotic process automation. I've done some research on it. If your libraries are not where they are supposed to be, you will not get to that. You won't. Because to do RPA, to do those really innovative, fun things that you want to do, your data has to be solid. It has to be solid. And that's a challenge. That's just looking in the future, not for Globe, but for GRC as a whole. No good data, no good automation. And everybody does not want to see this, but I can promise you it worked for us. Committees, top committees, subcommittees. It sounds horrible because I'm already in enough meetings, guys. But if you don't have people agreeing on things, you're not going to get it done. Committees. We spent a lot of time developing our committee structure, and it's evolved over the course of the entire process. It didn't start out with what it is now. We started out with 5 people. We now have 2 committees, a top committee and a subcommittee, an advisory and an actual decision-making committee that is a total of 25 people representing all the modules and all the interests across the company to make sure we are doing what? Well, I'll get that in a second. We're defining, and I'll get there. So what's the value of this, okay? Yes, it is to do this. We want to establish a common language. I want my internal audit team, I want my regulatory change team, I want my InfoSec team, I want my IT team to understand what a control means when we put it in our GRC system. I want them to understand what an asset is when we put it in the GRC system. That's the common language. That's where you start with the flexibility. Trust me, when we do our exercise, you will understand. That's where you have to start with the flexibility, getting the common language. And of course, what does that lead to? Common language, contextual intelligence. Everything means something to me now, and it means something to everybody. Almost sounds like something else, but everything means something, okay? And then here's where it gets great. And we're starting to see this now, efficiencies. How are we starting to see efficiencies? I'll give you the real world example. We just migrated our internal audit department from managing their audits and sending out audits to managing their control data, and the audits are automatically sent out. We just redefined how we do that this week, actually, which is why my phone is going off the hook. But we tied all of our audits back to controls. We used IT compliance to send those out on a schedule. The lady that used to spend her time sending out all the audits in an older tool now does what? She, the end user, manages her library data. She manages the verbiage in it. She manages who it goes to, who the owners are, who can see it. That is distributed. We went from centralized management to distributed management, taking that load off of me and changing somebody who really, really feels good now because she feels like she's actually managing something that matters instead of having to just sit and click through and send people audits. That's how we do it now. And of course, that leads to the basis of analytics, and not just regular analytics. If you get this right, eventually for you guys, I don't know for us, but predictive analytics is where you really want to go with this. If I start seeing multiple controls across the entity that are being violated, I can now predict where I might be vulnerable. And if I tie those controls to risk, I can now see what the value of that vulnerability is. If I tie those to business impact analysis, I can see what processes, what capabilities are at hand and are about to be taken for granted and maybe attacked. That's the libraries. That's not the software. That's nothing more than your libraries. It's a foundation for doing all of that. So how do I do this? By the way, this is straight out of the M6. This is not our data. I'm not allowed to show that. This is not our data, but we did go through this exercise. We look at each component that we're about to put in. For instance, take operational risk in the top left, and you see what is required for operational risk. Assets, asset classes, controls, financial accounts. Well, what's optional? Well, objectives are optional. Maybe I don't really need to put objectives in operation. I'd like to have it. So what I have to have, what is nice to have. That's what this sheet is, done in a timeline that shows you each module that's being implemented and what data elements are required. But notice how you start to build your map with this. Now I see that control is required across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 areas that may not even talk to each other. Well, get them together, put them in a committee, and get your terms defined together. Right there, segue to define. This is the hard part. Getting the committees together, talking about stuff, everybody can do that, yay, yay. Define. So let's do this. This is why you're in a group. As a group, I want you guys to get a piece of paper and a pen and for a few minutes discuss what you think an asset is. Just a few minutes. I would love to hear what your definitions of an asset are. And there's a reason, there's a history behind this in our company. We had 2 meetings with 15 people and it took and we still didn't get it fixed. I would like for you guys to, and I'll ask you what your definition of an asset is. And then I'll show you what a partial of what ours is. So go ahead, take your time. Okay, all right, here we go. All right, so did anybody not come up with an answer? Did you discuss it to the point where you don't have an answer? Oh, I'm actually impressed. So I would like to hear the different answers that we have. I'd like to just go around individually and quickly. Go ahead.
We didn't want to go first.
You don't want to go first? Okay, I know who wants to go first because they said they had it first, so we're going to come back here. So as I was walking around, they said, we have ours already. So I'm really excited to hear this because they have theirs already. But I want to point out to everybody, there's a compliance issue here. They're understaffed because it was supposed to be 4. So there's a risk that this might be quite biased and not exactly inclusive like we talked about. They are wicked smart, so I know she's wicked smart, but she's not compliant. So let's go.
Okay, so for our asset and asset class, because I'm going to do them together, we're in the clinical research business, so we're highly regulated by health authorities, and the decision to use the asset library was around all of our systems and our network and data center, because that's where our data is captured, treated, transformed, and we have to keep integrity, audit trail, data trail, etc. And we kind of use some sub-labels that we also customize within the libraries in terms of the list of values to determine if our system or application, if they were regulated, non-regulated, and that's how we came around to use our asset library.
That's perfect. Excellent. One use case. We're right there, right behind you.
So we had I think, pretty good discussion. I'll say what we got to and some of the things that came up in the discussion as well so that we include everybody's thoughts. So hopefully this is right. A tangible or intangible and unique item of information.
Oh, that's a good one.
What we did discuss was whether it should have value or not value, and whether a multiple of an asset, each individual, let's say if you had 4 glasses, was each individual glass an asset, or was it just an asset then times 4? So those are the type of things.
So the sum of an asset's making it an asset.
We're not quite sure, but
Yeah.
so that's where we got to with the.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Nobody? Oh, there we go. We got 3 more minutes. Otherwise, I'll just take it from here.
What we've put is we've kept it short and reasonably simple. Something that adds value to the organisation that is valuable and can be either tangible or intangible. For example, reputation.
Perfect. That's a good definition too. So I will tell you in defining it. Does anybody else want to participate in this? Go for it.
No, I mean, we don't use that one quite as much as some others, but all we could really do is all I could really do anyway. Sorry.
Yeah.
Just list out examples of things that we use it for, which would be like models, IT, like databases, IT equipment, some physical equipment as well. So.
Perfect. So anybody else? Because these are all great answers. Oh wait, we got one more. I'm not going to walk, but will you take it? Because I walk by the speaker and blow something up. Yo's table. Can of time. Because I'll blow people's ears out.
Joseph asked everyone to condense, was to help us.
All right, so we just discussed that an asset is anything that contributes value to the organization. It can be tangible or intangible. We agree all kinds of information is an asset. A building can be an asset, a location, a person, anything that can add value to the organization, as simple as that.
Perfect. Yeah. So in our meetings, we heard all of those, and we actually had somebody pull up an accounting 101 definition of assets. Literally was trying to tell us that an asset was furniture and fixtures. I was like, okay, I agree with you. I took that class. Lots of those classes. It was my business. But to GRC world, that executive's chair doesn't mean a single thing. It means something to that executive. So here's an example of what we had and what we came up with, simply because the hard part about definitions is you have to be very broad yet specific. So, and that sounds horrible, but it looks like, ours looks like this. It is. An asset is any person, equipment, property, or data, so I heard all those, by the way, that is essential to the organization for meeting corporate objectives. That's an asset in our GRC world. It's different for everybody, don't get me wrong, right? It's different for everybody, but that is an asset. That's a GRC asset. I need to meet my corporate objectives. I need my capabilities up for business continuity planning and my processes so I don't lose money. Most companies' corporate objectives are make money, lose money, make money, save money, and protect themselves. That's the basic three. Those all relate to that. If I do not have my parking lot sweeper that probably, in Texas we will call it the cement Zamboni. If I do not have a cement Zamboni to sweep my parking lot, that does not affect this. And nor does my GRC committee doesn't care about it. This is what companies care about, at least from the ones I've talked to. So it's broad, but it's specific enough to let you know what needs to go into that definition. Took a while to get that. And like I was saying, they are GRC definitions. Reel in your financial accounting guys who want to use financial definitions. Yes, there's value to it, but they're not GRC definitions. They're not. You can tag things to GRC definitions, but they are not GRC definitions. They're not risk definitions, unless you're an audit. Sorry, but you're true accountants. Not GRC definitions in our world, right? But everybody's world is different. This is the hardest part. Everybody sent me out on a mission. Go find a best business practices. Oh, okay. They're not there because every business is different. Everybody sees GRC differently. But how you see it and how you want to see it 5 years from now is set up right here. Map it. So we want to map it. And I will show you map it because I will bring a real world example. They're going to pull it up for me of how we map our GRC stuff. I built this. By the way, that is every library that we are considering using in the next 5 years and 5 of the modules. So I go out to my business and I go, I want to put business impact analysis. They go, what does that give me? Well, it gives you a BIA, sure, but how do I do that? So if I click on business continuity plans, which he's going to do for me, I see in elements here, these are the elements that I can surround with it. This looks very similar to the Data Explorer, except for it rolls in the applications. This ties to their applications. I built this for us to be able to communicate to our users who don't think in data how to think in data. It's graphic, okay? So if I look at business continuity plans and I go, wait, I've got processes, products, assets, classes, assets, and functions. And what are the yellow ones? The yellow ones are things that are not GRC objects, but they are important data elements. They are not in the library, in my opinion. Locations and organizations are not set up necessarily in that library. They are considered libraries, but they're different. They're handled different. They have a little bit of a different feel from them than just uploading. They have far more ramifications. But let's say we click on assets. Somebody goes, oh, well, what does assets do, right? Assets, oh, wow. Blow that out. Now what do I have? I show every application that will be impacted by our asset library. So now when I'm talking to a group of people who don't want to talk about libraries, now they have to. What's the red one mean? The red one means that that is required. You can't do it without it. So we make those red. I can't set up assets without asset classes. Oh, and the colored arrows also mean something. The red ones are bidirectional or many-to-many relationships where I can assign assets to process policies, or I can assign assets to assets and asset-to-asset classes and go back and forth. And the other directions show that I can go from only one direction. I can only map an objective to an asset, or so forth and so on. And the key's at the front of this, okay? So then it goes further. If I click on the BIA at the top left, we go further in and, oh wow, that's what BIA has now. So we are now looking at a data map. This is out of the box. Guys, this is nothing specific to Torchmark. I mapped the out of the box functionality without any changes. But the key there is tying it to the applications that you use. Because that's what your users, that's what your business is going to understand. What's an asset class? Well, we're going to define that, but why? How does that apply to me? It applies to me because you're going to use that in your application. That's how. Okay, can we go back to the other one? And that it takes a little bit of time to build. I'm not going to lie to you, but it doesn't take as long as you think. It takes a little bit of focused effort. It takes longer to hyperlink everything than to figure it all out. Best, once you get a map, once you know what you're going to do, present it to all the stakeholders for approval. Do not try to do this by yourself. Somebody will hate you, and then they'll say you're wrong, and then we're going to go do it all over again. And when you have to do it all over again, you have to start from the beginning, because you're going to have to explain all this all over again. Okay. That's defining. Defining the hierarchies and content. This is big. We spend a lot of time on hierarchies, a lot of time understanding how we want to report. That's what we use the hierarchies for. So we bring the business in, we look at a new application or somebody who's going to use something that we've already used, and we actually show them what it's going to look like for them while they're learning what they're about to do. They look at it as a workflow tool, but when you show an actuarial manager or an audit manager everything that can tie to what he's about to do, they actually get excited about it. So you build excitement, showing people what you need to do. Why do we do it? Everybody knows why. Better reporting. All the way around, just better reporting, right? We are able to focus on things that are relevant. Absolutely. We need to do that. And of course, just like I explained earlier with our audit team, eventually the data's right, you manage your data and not your day-to-day task work, you will hopefully see the value and lower your resource demand. Or better yet, unified, when you get everybody to work off one control set, when you get everybody to work off one risk register, and it's all tied together, I'm doing one assessment for the entire stream of data. That would be a lofty goal, and everybody wants to get there. And again, I think I've already emphasized this. Remember, there is no one right answer to this at all. At all. Engage your business, figure out what they want, think creatively or find a creative thinker, one of the two, to figure out how to organize these libraries in the way you do it. Build the structure. Because this is what you're really dealing with. Okay, in the world of data, I would call this the GRC data lake. That's what this really is in a structured kind of way. It's a lake. Okay, if you set out and you don't know how to swim, even if you think you know how to swim, and you jump into the middle of that lake, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? You're going to drown. I promise you. You're going to drown. It's too much. So what do? We break it down. What are these? These are kiddie pools. That's what these are. These are kiddie pools. Maybe not a kiddie pool. Maybe you're good enough to be a swimming pool, but let's just start with it. What are each one of these blue elements? The levels of water you're going to put in those pools. And as these blue elements expand further and further, that looks pretty similar to what I did, as they expand further and further and further, you can move to the data lake or maybe a data pond. But this is nothing that happens tomorrow. It's a cultural change. It's a way of thinking change. It's an agile change. It is how you start the process. When you're learning to swim, nobody throws you in a lake. If you can already swim, maybe you start in a swimming pool, or maybe you start in a pond, but nobody throws you in the middle of the ocean and says, you got 12 miles to go, good luck. So we don't do that. I'm going to go through this quickly because time's running through, but I'll go in a summary. You need information architecture. That's the base of it all. You need to put architecture around this. You need to understand your business and combine your information, your data architecture with what your business needs are. By the way, have some influence on that, because your business thinks they want all this, but when they realize what it takes to get it, or when they explain it to them. Ontology, formal naming and definitions, we're back to define. Absolutely, must have. Must have. Taxonomy, same schemes, across the organization, everybody understands the schemes. By the way, this is also available to you on the MSIG. So this is nothing I made up. It's just how we do things. We just happen to marry up with this. And then build your libraries, your GRC foundation. You have to. The fun part, execute and manage. This is actually, after you've done the hard part, this isn't so bad. I can promise you it gets a lot easier. Maybe? Educate. Evangelize. Educate. Your business does probably, some do, I'm not going to discount everybody. The majority does not think in the terms of data first. The majority doesn't. They want all the data, they want all the reports, but they don't realize that it's data first that gets you there. Automation's data first. Everything's data first. By the way, real quickly, you guys have network drives on your that you monitor. Do you monitor them? No. What happens if that network drive goes down? What happens if you lose it? You lose all that data. Network drives are an asset. No, you have to think like that. That network drive has critical data to your business. You think about the server on the back. The front end user doesn't think about the server on the back. They call it a network drive. You have to think like that a little bit. That is data assets. Important to the business. There you go. Evangelize. Okay, nothing works better than showing it. Nothing works better than showing it. Build a model for somebody. Build a model, show them the data explorer. It doesn't take that long once you get used to the spreadsheets, I promise. We can fly them out now. I've got end users managing our data libraries. We've decentralized to where they're managing their own libraries. My favorite. So we have the data explorer, we have M7. I cannot emphasize how important that is, M7. Every time we went in a meeting, I'll give this story, I would pull up the data explorer and 2 or 3 people in the room would go, wow. Got tired of hearing wow, and I didn't want to put wow out there. We call it the Wheel of Wonder. That is literally the coined term that we call the data explorer inside of Globe Life. It is the Wheel of Wonder. Because we can see as much as we want to see. And we wonder why we're not there yet. So, and it's not that hard at first. Start simple. We use spreadsheet uploads. It's really not that difficult. M7 does a great job with being able to do updates and new and manage those relationships. We'll build some custom stuff to pull down stuff to make it even easier. They're nothing more than data pools. They're all data pools. We're not building any custom screens. We're not building any custom way of doing it. We're pulling down data pools so people can easily manage those spreadsheets because they're going to do that. And we turn on the controls. We have asset owners. We have control owners. So when somebody changes it, everybody knows about it. So one of the big questions, and I'll give you this challenge, is how do you handle obsolete controls? Because what happens when a control goes obsolete? What happens when an asset's no longer there? Well, we had to think about this, and again, going to creative, we create a box in each library that says obsolete or deleted. And we simply move, using the spreadsheet, those objects to those boxes. So now they're isolated off, but my history's still there. I can still see that asset or what that asset was if I need to go back and dig in. And so it's sitting in a box called obsolete or deleted. That history never goes away. So you'll see that grow, but it's in a box at the second highest level, so it doesn't mess up the way you see things. And that's important because we consider the user experience in everything we do. Because if the user doesn't like it, they're not going to use it. You're never going to get here. And eventually, integrations, CMDBs, org charts, if you've got it, anything that you can integrate in, if you can get to that level, you would want to do that. Hard part about the CMDB is your IT department now has to buy into your asset terminology. Good luck with that one, but you can do it if you get a cooperative environment. We'll go back to the guiding principles. I'm almost done. Okay. Collaborate. Look at establishing a working group that accepts new agents of change, forward thinkers, people that want to make the world a better place, make people's lives easier, make the company more profitable. That's what you're looking for. Find those people. They're not always who you think they are, I will tell you that. Manage that common information. We're still back to collaboration. We're still collaborating. See the theme here. Collaborate, define, execute. CDE. Design processes that allow for streamlined management. If you get bogged down in managing your libraries, it will never get to where it needs to be, ever. And these things can get huge. They can. They can get very large, very fast for very large organizations, and everybody needs to understand that. But if you start moving towards data management as opposed to process and task management, you'd be surprised at how much you can do. Get the basics right. Start with your org role pairs, probably the hardest thing to do. To get that right, we went through several iterations of this, several. We finally got it. And for access and management needs, okay? Think outside the box. You may need more than one org structure. You may need one for reporting and one for access and workflow. You may not need one to try and do it all. There's no reason to. The data's there to change it. So if I have a reporting organization structure and a workflow and access data org role pair structure, I now have solved two problems with the same library and the same information. But you have to think in data. What am I really looking for? What am I really trying to do? Use a common language. We're back to that. Define, 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 define. Hardest thing. Use a common language. Get everybody on the same page. If you can. Not always easy. I say that. It's not easy. But try to do it. Build expertise and excellence. That's what you need to do. Get your users involved. Help get this out of your hands and in their hands. Build the foundation. Build the architecture first. Bring in the expertise to do that. But then train your users to be the experts and just put permissions in place to make sure, and ownership in place to make sure nothing gets messed up. That's all in there. It's all in the product. We didn't customize a single thing, and we still won't. The Wheel of Wonder, my favorite. Okay, this is a graphic of what we put. It's not our data, but it's what we do. See how operational risk is in the middle. And you see risk, track metrics, objectives, organization, processes. Looks similar to what I put on the board in the Visio, because it is. That's what you want. So I know that operational risk, whatever it is, ties to 12 organizations. When I hit that organization button, I see all 12 organizations and can see what ties to those organizations. And it keeps drilling down until you can't drill anymore. Oh, and here's the best. If I actually want to see what that operational risk is, when you highlight over it, it's a little page that comes up. I can click on it and read it. It's right there. All that information is right there. I can't show what's there. You can hit the 3 dots and see everything. You see your whole environment. Change management considerations. This is where it gets fun. Adding and changing relationships and many other data do not impact form, fit, or function, and therefore can be made without creating a replacement. That is true. Rewording a description. Great. I need to change are from is. I need to change tense. I need to change something that doesn't matter. These can be made without anything. Now, we don't want anybody to do that. We like to see every change that's made to every control, because you never know. Because shall to should is a huge difference in a policy. Should to shall and shall to should changes everything. One word. Changing a priority, type, owner selection, that stuff we can manage. And then adding or removing relationships to other objects. You really want your strongest users doing that, because you're changing relationships. The guys that manage our data objects understand the relationships that they're working with. Okay, organizational change. Now, how do we do it? How do we do it? We think big, start small, and scale fast. Think big, big. What do I want? I want the world. I want the ocean. It may never get there, but I want it. Start with small wins. Scale as fast as you can, which is what we're in phase 3 right now. Build the core team of change agents. It looks very similar to what was in there before. Temper the change. Look long. Keep that vision long. Keep that vision very long, because that vision changes, and sometimes that mile becomes 2. But as long as you keep that vision at the forefront of your thought pattern, you'll be able to manage this. And find the early adopters. We go after people that want to do this. We don't try to convince the ones that don't want to do this. That's a difficult, actually sometimes impossible. Go after the ones that want this, because they get this, and all of a sudden they get the toy. It's like the kid who really doesn't want the toy. I don't want that, until somebody picks it up. Somebody picks it up and that kid wants that toy now. That's what happens. It's a real world example. That's how that happens. It's a real world. Wait, how did he get that? I want that too. Well, now you have to share. And now there's a new argument. I have to share? You mean I don't get to do this? No, you have to share. How do I show value? We do it in this order. We show operational gains first, because everybody speaks in operational gains. Operational gains. So we implement modules that have operational gains first. The ones that probably require the least amount of library work at the beginning first, but it does require some. And if I require some, then I require the entire methodology. I require all those people to be in a room. I require all those decisions. But they're a lot easier decisions, right? They're a lot easier. If you limit the decisions down to easy decisions, those wins come. Then show the strategic gains. Oh, the wheel of wonder's happening now. You mean I can actually see my controls and my risks tied to my IT compliance survey? Okay, I've won. I've won. Whoa, what else can I see? Now, it happens. It happens. It happens. And before they know it, before anybody knows it, this methodology, you're sitting at the verge of integrated risk reporting. You have no idea. You don't engage it as integrated risk reporting. It's data first, which leads to integrated enterprise risk reporting. Before you know it, you have it. Built one little block, one little kiddie pool, one little lake at a time. My favorite saying, given to me by my chief security officer, who, I don't think he's here. I don't think he made it, but he gave this to me, which is incredibly important. Do not let perfection be the enemy of good enough. If you try to perfect this right out of the box, you won't do it. You think you will, but you won't. And you know why? Because it's going to change before you get it done. And with the exception of risk, because of the way the spreadsheets work, I've reorganized our controls, our assets, our asset classes, and our processes 4 times with just spreadsheets. I just reorganized it in a different way they wanted to see it. Okay, we changed our mind. Okay, the tool allows for that. Do you get to risk when you start tying values into levels is when you start messing with this. That's when you start messing with this. But for right now, don't let perfection be the enemy of good enough, because you'll never get there. Any questions? Because I'll answer. None? No. They're not awesome.
Hi.
Hi.
In your work, did you leverage your PMO? Did you work with like partners from your PMO to guide you
no.
along? Okay.
No.
Do you recommend doing that, or?
To some degree. We had our PMO involved, right? We have an enterprise project manager. We have an EPMO now that absolutely knows everything we're doing. So as different projects come in and people are asking for different things, we make sure we leverage the tool correctly. But from our work, this was set out with the little band of brothers, as we'll call it, about 4 people. All are here today except for one, Stephanie Masad, our Chief Compliance Officer, and it grew from that to 25. So we, more along that line. Okay, so we did not leverage it like you may be thinking that we would have. We did not. This is all our architecture team and our business units working with me and our consulting group, SELA, to put this together. So this is all about it. I will say this, I cannot emphasize the libraries enough. When we started this, we did not understand exactly the value. The value is just incredible. Incredible. Anybody else? Because I cannot see.
There's one.
Thank you. So in implementing your libraries, did you face any challenges with having shared risks or shared controls and possibly consolidating or working with the different teams to get to at least one risk taxonomy and one control hierarchy and so forth?
So the answer to your question is yes. And the answer is you will never get away from that. That's why that collaboration is so important. You get everybody on the same page and keep them on this. We have yearly reviews. You keep them on the same page. Just because somebody says yes today, 4 months down the road, they may not say yes again. The people change their minds, they change their ideologies. So this is a continuous process for us. We don't just lock it down and leave. So we have committees that look at this and make sure that we hold to the standards that we have set up. We have defined all of our libraries much like that asset. It was the first exercise we did, so everybody knows what falls into the definition of that. Somebody may want something outside the definition of that. We don't say no, because remember the flexibility? We go back and review, and everybody talks about it, the stakeholders talk about it and see if it actually does fit. We don't know all when we set this up. We're still just good enough. We're not perfect. We never will be. This is why you can't wait for that. But to your answer, yes, we have those challenges, and yes, we will continue to have them because I think every organization does. It's not ours. It's not just ours because it's an ever-evolving, GRC world's an ever-evolving world. So things are going to change. Matt. Oh, sorry.
Just wonder what was the initial driver of having the idea to build a library like this?
Say that again?
What was the initial driver of having the idea to build a library like this, an enterprise rights library?
Well, we didn't think about the libraries like this until we moved to M7, to answer your question. So once we moved to M7 and we saw our Wheel of Wonder, that changed everything. And we went back to the committees that were already in place and we wrote one. We didn't have one before. We wrote one. We said, this is what we're going to do with our libraries, and this is why we're going to do it. We are not doing anything without considering library. Not the simplest things that we do in our system do we not do without considering libraries. So to answer your question, we went back and redefined that. Again, the ever-evolving committees, the collaboration, the communication, the flexibility. That all rolls into how we did this, because we had to go get one, because the old system we had didn't really need them. We needed them now, so we went and wrote it. So that's the answer to that question.
Hi, you mentioned that you gave the end user the flexibility to update the libraries.
Yes.
In your opinion, how is that a better solution than having it centralized by the assurance groups, with the risk or the audit or the compliance professionals themselves?
Do you want me to take the technical or humanistic look at that? I'll do both for you.
Both, please.
We, not me, because I didn't do it, let's just say we just automated an audit process, that somebody's full-time job was to do that audit process. I'll take the humanistic approach first. What are they going to do now? What makes that person feel valuable? Oh my gosh, my job just went away. No, it didn't. Now, we're going to teach you, you're going to understand how data works, and you're going to manage what's more important than sending out audits is the data and the controls that are behind it. You're going to learn how to do that. Wait, I just got more skilled? Yes, you just got more skilled. You didn't even realize it's going to happen. And what else happened? I became more educated as a user. I became more educated as a GRC component in the world of GRC. That's humanistic approach. The other approach is, do you really want an IT guy managing your controls? Do you really want that guy managing your controls, maybe changing your verbiage? That's where it would centralize for the most part, right? I'll give it to DBA, I'll give it to this guy, and he's going to do something to make this all magical. I can tell you from my standpoint, yes, maybe, no. Depends on your environment and how smart your DBAs are. But if I put the most valuable thing I have in my users' hands, they feel valuable, you know you're getting a good product, and all you do is go to monitoring what changes, not having to make the change, not having to do anything else. I don't have to make spelling changes in my controls, neither do any of my DBAs. They do it all themselves. Now, that being said, we do pick the one person we think can do this appropriately, right? You've got to pick one person for each area. We don't go and just give it to somebody that has no idea about this. So that's the answer to both your questions. So you move from, you have to go centralized first, so understand it's a methodology, centralized to decentralized. You can't just decentralize it right away. Centralized build, decentralized maintenance.
Joseph, this has been amazing, but I do think we
done?
We are running out of time.
Right.
I saw a bunch of questions, hold the applause for him, he deserves it. But I saw a bunch of questions. He's here at least the rest of the half week. And you can run into me. We'll help you get connected with Joseph if needed. And I'm sure there's more questions. Amazing. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, guys.
actually. No, it's good. It's good. Okay.
Hello, okay. So unfortunately, we can't see you, and the intention was that it was going to be a Q&A session. So we can lower the lights just a little bit so we can actually see someone. Anyway, let's get started. What I wanted to take the opportunity to do was to actually introduce you and give you the opportunity to get to know the leadership team of MetricStream a little bit. And I'm going to do immediate apology for the fact that it appears that there is a dominant sex in our leadership team. But don't let the... We are working on it. Now, this is your session, and I want to allow you to kind of bring up the sessions, but more importantly, I want you to identify everyone that works in the MetricStream leadership team so that when you have mixers and when you're here throughout the conference, you can actually grab them and have a conversation. So I'm going to let every one of them introduce themselves, and I'm start with the majority group.
Thanks, Michael. Hi, everyone. I'm Susan Palm, and I'm a former MetricStream customer. Have been with the company for 7 years and have the pleasure and privilege of leading the customer success program for the Americas. And in a nutshell, our job in this program is to help ensure that you get value from your investment in MetricStream. So I look forward to meeting with all of you.
Thanks, Susan. Salil Jain, our Chief Client Officer for MetricStream. I've just joined, so one of the recent additions to the team. Joined about 6 months ago, based in Palo Alto, and focus on, or doubling down our focus on customer success so that our customers here can maximize their value from their investment in our solutions, as Susan mentioned. So looking forward to, and I've already met a number of folks, and really looking forward to meeting some of the remaining customers here. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Andy Diggleman. I'm the CTO of MetricStream. I'd like to share what my passions are, and I'm passionate about 3 things. Number 1, I'm passionate to work with customers, friends, my family on doing things differently and doing things in a way we never dreamed of. That's number 1. Number 2 is I want to have fun with our customers, with the team, with my friends. That's a selfish one, but it's an important one. And the third one is lifelong learning. So if I look at those 3 passions, MetricStream gives me the opportunity to fulfill all of them in incredible ways, and that's why I'm here.
Good evening. My name is Sudipta Sen. I'm on the board of MetricStream's subsidiary in India. Before coming on board, I have worked for good 15 years in the area of analytics with McKinsey as well as SAS. So what my passion which brought me here is to kind of add significant value and work with the awesome team here, because I sincerely see that opportunity in terms of embedding the awesome amount of data which is getting generated, whether it is in the banking industry because of moving data, whether it is in manufacturing industry because of IoT and devices like that, presents a unique opportunity for us to continue to give value to all of you from MetricStream. And that's my passion, and I'm enjoying it. Thanks.
Thanks. Hi, hello. My name is Vidya Falke. I lead cloud innovation at MetricStream. And I've been in this business of GRC software for now over 15 years. And I'll just give a very simple example. The reason I'm here is because I truly believe that using innovation and technology in GRC, we can avoid and prevent things like Boeing MAX 8, things like Deepwater Horizon at BP, and so on and so forth. So it's all up to us to really take on technology and solve this real crisis kind of situation in this world. Thank you.
Hello there. My name's Michael Stromby, Chief Financial Officer based out of Palo Alto. I'm a rook here, just started in January, and feel like I've kind of come full circle because I started my career as an auditor in Silicon Valley, been a public company, Chief Financial Officer, and been blessed to have been able to work with some great teams and build some great companies, and looking to do the same here at MetricStream. And I'll just add one observation. It's been truly inspiring to see so many natural evangelists within our customers here today.
Thanks, Mike. My name is Gaurav Kapoor. I know many of you. I serve as the Chief Operating Officer at MetricStream. I've been there since the inception of the company. I'm here for two reasons. The one is really, I feel that this market of GRC, it's a very innovative market. There's things happening every couple of years that disrupt the market and the way companies are trying to do it. So it's always painful as well as exciting. And the second thing is we have a unique opportunity, I think, in the market to collectively to actually create a big impact on the end consumers. We talked about perform with integrity, but also making lives easier for practitioners. So we've gone through the pain, but I think we can make lives easier for practitioners, and that's the two things that drive me.
Hi, my name is Sanjay Sinha. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer, and I am the new kid here. I've been here about 2 months. I have spent my entire career in the Bay Area, working in companies like Intel, Sun, and last 20 years at Oracle. I helped Oracle pivot to the cloud, and I see MetricStream having a leadership opportunity to really accelerate the GRC business process, moving to a SaaS delivery model, and that's one of my key passions, apart from being a lifelong Warriors fan, along with Mike.
Thanks, Ajay. Good evening. My name is Rohit Bedi. I came to MetricStream for an incredible opportunity, and that was to build the ecosystem around our software. So I manage the global partnerships and channels, and also lead some of the regions around the world that we are trying to grow. My passion lies in my family, and my family is my team, it's my clients, and it's my partners. And outside of that, I like to climb peaks that others don't think can be climbed.
Hi, Peter Bannister. I'm going to play the newbie card. I know you all tried. I've been here for 3.5 weeks at MetricStream. And my passion is the same reason I made the switch from being a customer, which is I want to help others implement programs that make it easier for folks on the ground to fulfill their responsibilities as it relates to GRC. I've always been a change agent throughout my whole career, whether it was in the business or in risk, and I want to help help our customers develop their own programs to make that realization real.
So let me reverse the trend. So let me say that I'm the founder and executive chairman, so I've been here for a long time, and I love it. I love this team. I'm proud of this team. And equally importantly, if not more, I'm proud of each one of you for the amazing work you do, and that really inspires me. So thank you.
Always keep an extra mic, just in case. So now we wanted to use half an hour or so for you to ask any question you want. Feel free to direct it if you remember the names. If not, then I'll just have someone volunteer to answer it. The main objective, however, is to just get to know the team here a little bit, so that during the breaks and the mixers, you have a chance to just pull them aside, because we're all here for you. So I'll hand it over to you to ask any question you want. And if I get no question, I'll take it as a leading question to when can we go to the mixer.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Short question, Apple or Microsoft?
We take a bite of the apple and make sure we have a soft landing.
Yeah, there are always the long and the short, isn't there? But I would say Apple. But I'll share why. I think that what we are learning from them at MetricStream is how they're building up the ecosystem. You know, people got very hooked on their products. But the reality is that products, they commoditize. And content doesn't. Content just gets enriched more and more. And there are many that refers to MetricStream as the Google for GRC. I like that analogy. I think that what Microsoft is doing, they are building a fantastic ecosystem of services that I think the more they use, the stronger they get.
By the way, he always asks tough questions.
Yeah. Plus, the largest competitor the GRC market has out there is Excel, so we need to take care of that.
So how much of your energy goes into dealing with all these new regulatory things like GDPR, now the California privacy? How much does that affect what you're doing, and how does it change sometimes the roadmaps that you're building out?
So fundamentally, in two parts, right? One, we have to worry about how our customers are using the applications and products, right? So a lot of focus in our platform has been to make it data-driven. But to a large extent, you can set up the controls and so on and so forth. Once you figure out for GDPR, you can apply to, you know, the California regulation that's coming up. The proof is in the pudding. I mean, I worry about this compliance for MetricStream internally, so I'm able to use this because we are using MetricStream internal to our controls and so on and so forth. So, but the foundation is to think the GRC data model. That's the very foundation on top of which all of our applications are built up.
And I'd just add to what Vidya was saying that, you know, our voice of the customer forums through the MSIG meetings that we have and through our community really helps inform us about what is really a priority for you, because there is quite a plethora of change going on, but not all of it is as important to you. So we really do get your feedback and ask for your help in thinking about how you want to present this information or how it needs to be, you know, inducted with our GRC library so that we can drive the right solution. So you really are critical to that.
Right. So I think you could get 3 answers to 1 question there, because it depends. Yep.
The highest and most optimal vision and design of a relationship with service partners.
So fundamentally, we see MetricStream, our core competency and where we want to go is in building the best-in-class GRC solution. And we see partner providing complementary skills around advisory, consulting, as well as implementation services. And we have a strategic initiative. This is an area where we want to really double down and provide a very strong enablement so that partners can deliver value. And similar to the other large software providers who have a very healthy ecosystem of partners, not only in advisory and consulting, but also in implementation. That's the direction we are headed.
Thank you. So who are you guys worried about? You. Okay. But in terms of, thank you. But in terms of your competitive threats or even technology or innovation threats, like what's sort of keeping you guys up at night? And I say guys in the Midwestern sense, that's, all sexes.
Well, I think, I've lived through some transitions in the software industry, and GRC is a little bit of a 1.0 in that whenever someone asks for an RFP or designs an RFP, it becomes like an insurance policy long list of features and functions. And there is always a threat that our roadmaps also become a long list of features and functions. And the reality is that when we look at the customizations we have to do, more than half of them, more than 50% of ongoing customizations is about how to take features out that were designed in. So it tends to add complexity. So moving away from that commoditization and into actually taking the deep breath to start a 900 man-year investment in a platform, that is the hardest challenge. And I know in reality we could easily name competitors, and you know who they are. I mean, we have had Open Pages from IBM for a long time, and Archer from RSA, etc. But the reality is that someone has to come up with the R&D budget to actually write the platform that can integrate and get to a position that you can put any of those applications on top, sweat out those assets as you move on, and fill in the gap with other solutions. So the largest challenge really was to get the financing for that. That was my focus, not directly on a competitor, but to make sure we could actually do what the clients need us to do around the corner. But you get the proper answer as well from Guru.
And I think on a lighter note, all the competitors that Michael talked about, they're not going to put the team just like this the way we do. So that to me is the biggest differentiator, the team that is here. Thank you.
I think to add to what Michael mentioned, if you go back 6-7 years or even 10 years, you'll see that the competitive landscape has continued to evolve. I mean, there were a set of companies 10 years ago, they got acquired, became part of a larger spectrum. And in fact, the top 6 companies ranked by the analysts, 5 of them got acquired and became part of a larger network. And even within those, some have got divested yet again, as an example, right? So we genuinely believe that, as long as we stay true to our innovation, we listen to the market carefully, we understand our clients and serve our clients well. Okay, we are the center point for the GRC market, and the competitors around us will keep evolving. That's how we genuinely feel, this entire team.
Hi, Dave Muscaro with USA. So USA is currently taking a step back. We've been at this GRC thing for a couple of years, and just reevaluating where we want to be in the next 3 years. So if I was to ask you the same question, what would be your elevator speech for where you guys want to be in the next 3 years?
Well, what I want to be is in a position where we're actually able to deliver meaningful impact, not just today, but as part of building out that roadmap. I don't want to build my roadmap in isolation. But based on the conversations so basically, the honest answer is I want my roadmap to be your roadmap. and vice versa. But what I do see in the industry are two things. One is everyone matters now. It's no longer just the specialists. It's no longer just second line of defense or third line of defense. We need to get training-free front ends to actually be able to collect data that's currently missing. Before there are issues, we need to be able to put information back out in training-free environments. To do this, just if we think of incoming issues, before there are issues even, just observations, that means we're going to have to use AI technology embedded. It means we're going to have to automate many of the tasks that are going on today. So embedding AI in automating, but also making the systems more intelligent, I think is extremely important right now. I think the second is that we also need to figure out how we can, much like if you think of the finance systems, you have a general ledger, no one questions the general ledger. I don't really need to worry about what's the best solution out there for a given task. I want to endorse all of them. I don't mind having 10 competitors using on my platform. You know, I already have, at any given point in time, users, in any given point in time, about 2,000–3,000 users of competitor systems logging on to our knowledge solutions, providing access to our libraries. And that's how I think the platform is going to mature. I want to make it easier for you to throw someone out, put someone in, because you have a general ledger for risk and controls. And integrate all these disparate systems that we have in the organizations. And lastly, I want to make it human. Because today I think we do need more work to make AI and all the other technology human and accessible to humans. Does that answer your question, or you want more? We have a roadmap session tomorrow with Andy that is going to be much more to your point. But I think, I think basically we need to find the right organizations with the right vision, like yourself, that are actually asking these questions and solve it together. And we hopefully will be the answer to some of it. We will not be the answer to all of it, but we want to be part of it, and we want to direct our efforts and resources to help solve for that, carry that vision together.
So, somewhat controversial question. Michael, actually directed at you. So, you mentioned this earlier when you first opened, in terms of the gender imbalance in your executive team. Yet a number of your executive team members are sort of brand new to the company. So, how do you hope to sort of shift the balance? Because diversity is a big issue at many companies today.
Well, you can clearly see that I've failed in this area. But it doesn't mean I'm not taking it serious. I am. And as we are building out the teams, we just need to realize the fact that we haven't put enough focus and attention to it, and we need to stay more focused on it. I think part of it, and it's not an excuse, but MetricStream came from a place where it was balanced. And so we lost focus on it, and it's an area I need to pick up and work on. I like to say that the new team, for example, in London is fairly balanced. Is that true, Anna, or are you only hiring like I do?
In the technology space, we do have about 35% women, 65% guys, and the women are in the tech area as well as in pre-sales and our client business as well. So we've got a good mix there. So and we've got a pipeline of hires right now, And I would say that the pipeline is pretty much 50% women in that pipeline too.
And the next area we're building out now is the New York area and the East Coast. So we're going to have to work harder on that there.
Just one other thing. So our chief legal officer, Jessica, she couldn't be here today. Still, we would still have to apologize for the mix, but it looks a little better than this.
Yeah, that brings us up about 0.3%. So thank you for reminding us. Any other questions? So long I've gotten a few items on my to-do list, so I'm sure I'm going to be given more tonight. But right, very good. Well, thank you for taking time, and I don't know if there's anyone that wants to have any further remarks on any of the questions that's been raised. If not, then we jump into anyone. You're all good? Are you want to say something? Okay.
So, as my wife told me after we got married, I got given a microphone and a stage, and I was up there all night. So I'll try and keep it brief, because at the same event, I was keeping them from dinner, just like I'm keeping you from dinner. Where do I want to be in 3 years' time? I think I want to see clients having embedded GRC processes into the consciousness of their firm without the first line users knowing they are executing those processes. We call it GRC, you can call it, some of it's IRM, whatever you want to call it. There's ways to achieve what you want to achieve in your seats to fulfill Jim Quigley's mission of getting that information into the boardroom without having to complicate and train thousands and thousands of people on what to do. So that's my vision for 3 years away, and I think there's some very simple steps that I know Vidya is working on with Andy to make that a realization. And back to why I'm here, that's why I'm here. It's to get it out there and just get it done without having to worry too much about training people on every aspect of risk management and compliance.
Dave, I want to just respond to the question you asked about the journey and how difficult it is. I think one of the biggest challenges we face in this space is we're taking a really specific language of GRC and we're trying to push that into our companies, and they speak a completely different language of business processes or business procedures and standards, and half the battle is trying to get the language and the taxonomy correct. I think where MetricStream's investments in AI, and you're going to hear this really in spades tomorrow, is going to really help leapfrog some of those challenges by bringing some of that information together in a way that will kind of supersede some of the challenges we have in taxonomy. So I think that's one of our big challenges across the company, and I'm excited about the work we're doing there.
Good. Well, one of my takeaways I'll share with you then was today the discussion around talent skills, and that the next generation of GRC is all about talent and skills, given that it involves everyone in the organization. And so one of the quotes that I kind of was digging up from my own notes is from one of the leaders that I respect the most, the great deal. And it's from Chambers at Cisco. We were in a meeting in Davos one year, and he said that was something he got wrong. And it's not often people admit what they got wrong, but he did. He said, "This is something I got wrong. I thought it was all about technology. I thought if we hired a couple of thousand tech people, we upgraded our software, things like that. That was it. I was wrong. Product managers have to be different. Salespeople have to be different. On-site support has to be different." And I thought it resonated very well today because it came through in all the sessions. They were actually working on building the next generation of GRC together. And the talent that are required to make that happen are right here in this room. And I feel very privileged to be able to actually learn from you and interact from every one of you. So I'm looking forward to that, and we're going to do just that in the mixers outside. So thank you for taking the time today, and thank you for being the champions hanging in there until the end of the day. So thank you.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Michael. Okay. So thank you very much, Michael. Okay. So thank you very much, Michael, and all the execs. So ladies and gentlemen, we now have a reception at the Grand Ballroom 5 that's hosted by our sponsors and partners. And that's going to take place till 6:50 p.m. And then we'll all be back here for the GRC Journey Awards and the Birds of Feather dinner. I request all of you to please move to the Grand Ballroom 5 as we're going to be turning this room around and setting it up for dinner. So request all of you to make your way to the Grand Ballroom 5, that's the room right next door, and see you here.